Yi Junlin jolted awake, only to find, to his disbelief, that he was now a shriveled old man. The creatures roaming the eastern wilds were equally stunned. What was a human doing in such a remote place? Staggering to a nearby lake, Yi Junlin caught his reflection and froze. What the hell happened? I was just dozing off in math class, he muttered, completely shaken. Still trying to process what was happening, he started rambling to himself. I'm 6'5", never even had a girlfriend, was just about to enjoy the best years of student life, and now I look like I belong in a retirement home. But one thing was clear, there was no way he'd accept this fate without a fight. If he really had crossed into another world, then this frail body had to hold some secrets. And if he was lucky, maybe a hidden power. He focused inward, diving into the memories buried deep in this old shell. Slowly, a picture formed. This world was called Kunlun Realm, a land ruled by cultivators. The body's original owner, Yi Junlin, had once been a prodigy. He broke into the Golden Core stage while still young, and had even been named the leader of Misty Peak, one of the top 6 sects in the Eastern Wilderness. But then disaster struck. During a mission to root out heretics, he was caught off guard. His dantian was shattered, stripping him of all cultivation. From that day forward, he vanished from the world, shutting himself away atop the mountain, consumed by despair. That was 110 years ago. Yi Junlin took a breath. So, I'm just a regular old man now? And I just got here too. But then, like a spark, something clicked. He remembered from the countless web novels he'd read, whenever someone gets transported, there's always a cheat. There had to be one. System. I know you're there, he shouted into the void. Come on out, your dad's here. Silence. Seriously? Playing hard to get now. He dropped to his knees, switching tactics. All right, I was wrong. Just kidding, okay? Come out already. Still nothing. Then another thought hit him. Maybe it wasn't a system. Maybe it was a spirit ring left by the original owner. He yanked off the old man's ring and stared at it. Hey, senior. You in there? No answer. His frustration peaked. I know you're hiding, he barked, throwing the ring to the ground. Grabbing a cane, he raised it skyward and roared. That did the trick. In a flash, everything shifted. And just like that, after all his swearing and shouting, a cold voice rang out. Warning, 2 offensive words detected. System booting up. Please watch your language. Yi Junlin blinked in disbelief, then grinned. Knew you were in there. Took your sweet time, though. The system replied, a little sheepish. Apologies, host. I was asleep. Just woke up myself. To make up for the inconvenience, the system chimed. I prepared a starter kit. Would the host like me to open it? Yi Junlin didn't hesitate. Of course. What are you waiting for? Open it now. With a soft chime, the system responded, congratulations. The host has obtained a unique ability, Clash Ascension. From now on, every time you face an opponent stronger than yourself, your cultivation will instantly leap 1 level above theirs. No side effects. No limits. Yi Junlin's jaw dropped. Wait, seriously? I'm just a powerless old man right now. What if I run into an immortal? Rest assured, the system replied coolly. The feature is fully functional. You're welcome to test it. A wide grin spread across Yi Junlin's face. Then this means I'll always be 1 step ahead of everyone. I'll become unstoppable. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. It was the original soul of the old man, puzzled. Why even bother cultivating at that point? The system interrupted with a gentle ping. Friendly reminder, natural death expected in approximately 1 hour. Yi Junlin's expression froze. An hour? I'm already dying, but I just got here. Panic set in. He had to find someone, anyone, stronger than him. If he could provoke a fight, he'd level up and extend his life. Now it made sense why the old man had stayed holed up on a mountain for years. He was just waiting to die. And now, Yi Junlin had inherited the countdown. Another update appeared. Time remaining, 35 minutes. Yi Junlin groaned. This isn't looking good. Am I even going to make it in time? But before despair could sink in, thunder cracked overhead. Yi Junlin glanced up. A monstrous storm rolled in from the mountain's peak. What now, he muttered. A beast horde. Lightning lit up the sky, and within the swirling clouds, a figure floated, majestic and imposing. It was the sect leader of Xiantian, back from exile, facing down a sea of enemies. Who dares cause chaos here? He shouted. Who dares challenge Xiantian? Suddenly, from within a crackling magical shell, a winged figure emerged, the Eagle Demon King. His gaze swept across the sect's defenders with disdain. You didn't think I'd return? The demon sneered. The king of monsters lives, and today all of you are finished. The sect leader narrowed his eyes. It's you, the beast who once wiped out the Lee state. I thought I crushed you, left you broken at the bottom of that cliff. And yet here you stand, leading this army. The Eagle King laughed, his aura surging. Is this power enough for you? Shock rippled through the crowd. He's broken through. He's reached the nascent soul stage, someone gasped. One of the warriors turned to the sect leader. We can't stop someone that strong. What now? There's no retreat, the leader said firmly. If we fall, so be it. We'll protect Xiantian with our last breath. The Demon King scoffed. Then die with honor, stinking cultivators. The clash erupted, roars, flames, blades, spells. Chaos. The sky turned crimson. Yi Junlin stood below, watching it all unfold from afar. Someone punch me already. The system popped up again. Reminder, 30 minutes remaining. Panic kicked in. They're too far away. No one can hear me. Without wasting another second, Yi Junlin gritted his teeth and turned toward the staircase winding up the mountain. Then I'll go to them. Yi Junlin's back was screaming in agony. Every step a battle. He realized grimly. If he turned back now, he wouldn't make it in time. Only one path forward remained. Up ahead, the demon monster king loomed, voice booming across the battlefield. You call this resistance? Pathetic. If this is your best, then your lives end here. With a roar, he summoned a surge of embryonic soul energy, the air warping around him. Then, boom, he unleashed a single devastating strike. In an instant, countless warriors were knocked to the ground, unable to lift a finger against him. The sect leader clenched his fists, eyes dark. There's nothing more we can do. The gap between Golden Core and Nascent Soul is just too wide. The Demon King floated above them, laughing wildly. Anyone else care to try? Say your farewells now. And that's when a raspy voice cut through the air. Hey, Big Bird, over here. Yi Junlin had made it to the top, barely. He stood tall, or as tall as a crooked old man could, facing the Demon King head-on. Don't look around. I'm talking to you, he called out. The Demon King narrowed his eyes and flew over, staring down at him. Are you tired of living, old man? You dare throw insults at me? But Yi Junlin just smirked. You talk big. Why not come at me? I'm standing right here. From the memories of this body, he learned about an ancient speaker system hidden in the house, powered by crystal chi. Without it, he'd never have gotten the monster's attention in time. The Demon King sneered. This is a first. Never met such a mouthy geezer. Yeah? Well, now you have. Yi Junlin shot back. Down below, the sect members looked up in shock. Is that, brother? One of them gasped. It's unbelievable, a girl whispered. The legend of Misty Peak, he's really here. But he's been out of sight for decades, another muttered. Why now? The sect leader watched silently. Maybe he's here to do what he couldn't before. A shame his power's long gone. Hearing them, the Demon King barked a laugh. This fossil's taunting me now? Looks like he really wants to die. He pointed at Yi Junlin. You're that washed-up relic, aren't you? I'll roast you like a quail. You don't even have cultivation. Yi Junlin raised a brow. If you're a real man, fly over here and try. Suddenly, the system's voice returned, deadpan. Warning, host has 10 seconds remaining. Yi Junlin winced. This bird's slower than he looks. So much for dying in glory. The system began to count down. 10, 9. Just as hope started to fade, the Demon King snarled. Fine. You want death? Then I'll turn you to dust myself. He struck. Yi Junlin's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, at that moment, something shifted. The old man's gaze turned razor-sharp, his body reacting on instinct. Enemy detected. Initial nascent soul stage, the system announced. Meeting force, ability triggered. Host now evolving. Cultivation rising to mid-level nascent soul. Yi Junlin's entire form ignited with raw power. Flames of strength surged through him, rejuvenating every cell. He stared at his glowing hands, his voice echoing through the storm. Here comes the germinal soul. The system responded cheerfully, naturally. I'm a professional, after all. Yi Junlin wasted no time. Flames erupted from his hands as he unleashed a blazing technique straight into the Demon King's incoming strike, blasting it apart midair before the monster could even process what had happened. The Demon Beast King reeled back, stunned. What is this? Down below, the sect leader and his men shielded their eyes as a crushing wave of energy rippled through the battlefield. This aura, it's terrifying, someone murmured. A young girl gasped, her voice trembling. Could it really be a little brother? Still alive? Right before their eyes, the frail old man transformed. Gone was the hunched figure. In his place stood a towering warrior, radiating raw power. Yi Junlin looked down at himself and smiled. This is the peak of a nascent soul realm, a force few in the human world can comprehend. The Demon King stared in disbelief. Wait, you've also reached the embryonic soul stage? No, you're even stronger than me. The entire sect fell silent, jaws dropped. Is that even possible? Someone whispered. It all clicked now. For years, Yi Junlin had played the part of a powerless elder, outwardly broken, inwardly reborn. Not only had he cultivated in secret, he'd already ascended to a realm that few in the eastern wilderness had ever touched. He's the one, murmured a warrior, the real backbone of Xiantian. The Demon King's tone changed instantly. Honored Taoist, he stammered, bowing slightly. This has all been a misunderstanding. I'll personally visit your sect to resolve this peacefully. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed. You destroyed our foundation, crippled our disciples, and now you want to call it a misunderstanding. The system chimed in with perfect timing. Congratulations, host. First ability acquired. Random reward granted. Great Desolation imprisoning Xiantian finger. Yi Junlin blinked. Wait, isn't that the legendary Shaolini technique? Turning back to the Beast King, his tone grew sharp. If I wiped out your entire clan, then brushed it off as a misunderstanding, would you let it go? The Demon King growled. Sure, your power's above mine, but not by much. Do you really want to fight to the death? Yi Junlin stared him down. If no one offends me, I won't lift a finger. But if someone dares to cross me, I'll wipe them from existence. He pointed. You didn't reach the nascent soul stage by playing nice. You've slaughtered who knows how many. There's no forgiveness for that. The Beast King gritted his teeth. They were only humans. I did what I had to. He clenched his chest. Fine. Then I'll crush my inner core if that's what it takes. But I will kill you. Before he could finish, Yi Junlin's voice boomed through the chaos. You talk too much. He raised his hand and summoned the divine technique. Great Desolation imprisoning Xiantian finger. The sky cracked, energy swirling into a monstrous spiral. The Demon King's protective aura shattered like glass. Eyes wide, the monster panicked. Wait, I'll give you my wife, my tribe, anything. I just broke through. I don't want to die. But Yi Junlin didn't even flinch. He drove the attack forward. With a searing flash, the skies exploded. The Beast King's massive wings were charred and torn apart. His roar turned into a whimper, and then silence. The battlefield stilled. From the shadows, the remaining beast warriors watched in horror. The king is dead. Run. Run for your lives. Yi Junlin watched the remaining beast warriors flee in panic, then raised his hand with a sneer. Where do you think you're going? With a snap, he unleashed the bloody stage. A crimson wave of deadly liquid surged out, engulfing the retreating monsters in an instant. The air thickened with the scent of destruction. These stinking birds won't be bothering Xiantian ever again, he muttered coldly. Down below, the sect leader stepped forward, staring up at Yi Junlin. This time, we owe you everything, he said sincerely. Forgive me. I thought your cultivation had been destroyed, that you were finished. I never imagined you descend all the way to the nascent soul realm. But before Yi Junlin could respond, a voice cut in. Oh, come on. Look at him. Does that look like someone who's fallen? A girl stepped forward, arms crossed, smirking. Yi's younger brother always had something hidden, didn't he? Zhou Dazhu, the head of Hidden Sword Peak, nodded in agreement. Junior brother, he has been silently protecting the sect all along. He never stopped watching over us. Yi Junlin couldn't help but smile. Well, you guys sure have wild imaginations. But hey, saves me the explanation. Just then, several injured disciples rushed over, panic in their eyes. Sect leader. Emergency. The Wind Thunder sect. They've launched a full assault. The leader's face darkened. What? They've invaded our domain, seized control of several spirit veins. Many of our guards, they didn't make it. The news hit hard. The sect leader clenched his fists. We already had friction with Wind Thunder, but to pull this now? Without those spirit veins, our cultivation foundation will collapse. We're doomed if we don't act. He turned to Yi Junlin. Junior brother Yi, we're preparing to fight back. Will you join us? Yi Junlin's mind was already racing. Wind Thunder sect, one of the 6 great factions in the wilderness. There had been tension before, but this sneak attack? They'd clearly used the chaos from the demon invasion as cover. Shameless opportunists. Just then, the system beeped. Daily quest activated. Registration mission available in Finchy territory. Completing it will grant an unimaginable reward. Yi Junlin cracked his knuckles. Perfect. Another chance to trigger meeting force and power up. Time to return the favor, with interest. He looked at the sect leader. You go ahead and handle things here. I'm heading straight for Wind Thunder sect. I'll tear them out at the roots. The sect leader was stunned, then laughed. Excellent. That's the little brother, Yi we remember, bloody powerful. Yi Junlin took off without hesitation, heading straight into battle. The sect leader turned to Xiao. How long has it been since Xiantian felt this strong? Zhou exhaled. To be honest, we were never that strong. But with brother Yi leading Yi Peak again, we might just become the top sect in the entire eastern wilderness. Meanwhile, in Wind Thunder sect territory, inside a dark chamber, a man grinned smugly. I didn't think it'd be this easy. Luring that monster toward Xiantian created the perfect diversion. With their defenses down, claiming all their spirit veins was a walk in the park. Another elder nodded. With this move, Wind Thunder will soon become the dominant sect in the region. But a third voice chimed in with concern. Won't that monster turn on us next? The second elder scoffed. Didn't you hear? A powerful guest from a U.S. sect arrived today. He's with us now. There won't be any issues, declared Chen Yunhai, the head of Wind Thunder sect. He turned to Elder Chun with a confident grin. It's true, right? Your son, Chan Zhao's, he's done well in the immortal sect. Elder Chen nodded. That's why I came all the way from Qing. Son Venerable personally took him as a disciple. He's being taught the supreme Tao. The boy's future is limitless. Chen Yunhai lit up. Wonderful. My son might really ascend to immortality. Another senior elder stepped forward. Allow me to congratulate you, sect leader. Elder Chen reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small jade box. This, he said, handing it over, is the first-class nascent soul pill. Your son asked me to deliver it to you personally. Chen Yunhai's eyes widened. The nascent soul pill. Gasps echoed through the hall. With that, the sect leader will surely break into the nascent soul stage. Beaming, Chen Yunhai held the box tightly. My son, he didn't forget his father after all. Today, we celebrate two great things. He then turned to Elder Chun with gratitude. And thank you again. If not for your quick thinking and accurate reading of that monster's level, we'd have missed our chance to raid Xuantian's spirit veins. But just as he finished speaking, boom, an explosion rocked the main hall. Smoke and shattered formations burst through the entrance as panic spread. Someone's broken through our defensive barriers, a guard shouted. Out of the haze, a figure stepped forward. Yi Junlin. So, this is the Wind Thunder sect, huh? He said, stepping casually through the rubble. Chen Yunhai's face twisted in rage. Who do you think you are, barging into our sacred hall? Tired of living? Yi Junlin didn't flinch. Yi Junlin, head of Misty Peak, Xiantian. I came here for you. Gasps filled the room. That aura, it's real. Embryonic soul stage, one of the elders whispered. Right then, the system pinged in Yi Junlin's mind. Registration complete. Wind Thunder Sect Domain. Congratulations. You've received the seal of the Lord of Men and unlocked the Great Void Technique. Yi Junlin smirked. Ah, now that's a technique I've missed. Hearing this, Chen Yunhai's expression grew tense. Could this really be Yi Junlin, the one they thought had lost everything? He turned to Yi Junlin cautiously. Honor Taoist, what business do you have with Wind Thunder Sect? Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. You're really going to pretend you don't know? You lured that monster into our domain. You invaded our spirit veins. From this moment on, Wind Thunder Sect is finished. Chen Yunhai's face went pale. So, it really is him, Yi Ling, the one whose power vanished years ago. But if he's here now, then that means... He gulped. The Greenbird King is dead. Panic crept into his voice. They actually pulled it off. Chen Yunhai turned quickly to Elder Chun, whispering frantically. What now? He's strong, but with you here, surely we can handle this. But Elder Chen didn't look the least bit worried. He narrowed his eyes, sneering at Yi Junlin. You barking puppy, he spat. Kneel, break your arms, and maybe I'll let you live. If you're ready to throw away your pathetic life, then so be it, Elder Chun sneered. But Yi Junlin wasn't done yet. He raised a brow and asked calmly. By the way, who even are you that anyone should bow to you? Elder Chen's expression darkened. Without a word, he released his aura. The air thickened. Pressure slammed down across the hall like a tidal wave. He's in the spirit transformation stage, one of the warriors cried out. That pressure is unreal. Chen Yunhai's face went pale. If a cultivator at that level targets Yi Ling, then Xiantian is finished. He grinned cruelly. Last time, you were lucky enough to survive. But not today. This time you die. And once you're gone, Xiantian will collapse right behind you. Beg now, and maybe Elder Chun will leave enough of your body to bury. But Yi Junlin didn't budge. Instead, he started gathering his power, energy rippling around him. Seeing this, Elder Chen's eyes narrowed. He's transforming? That brat's no pushover. Meanwhile, back at the spiritual veins of Xiantian, the sect leader and his men were locked in fierce battle. Enemy forces were nearly wiped out. Among the invaders, one immortal sect elder remained. The sect leader confronted him directly. Why would the Wind Thunder sect make such a bold move? Are you under immortal's protection? The elder chuckled coldly. What do you think? You believe the Wind Thunder sect would dare move against you without backing? That monster invasion? Coordinated. We waited for the right time. He grinned proudly. Years ago, our sect's heir joined the immortal sect and earned the favor of their top figures. Today's invasion is just the beginning. He leaned forward. If you're smart, surrender now. Bow down, serve the Wind Thunder sect. Maybe we'll let you live. The sect leader didn't even blink. With a flash of his blade, the elder's head hit the ground. No time for garbage like you, he growled. We're heading straight to Wind Thunder's main hall. We're getting our peak master back. Man looked shocked. Can he really stand up to the immortal sect? He shook his head. Their elders are spirit transformation stage. Compared to that, Our embryonic soul level is like a mosquito trying to bite an elephant. If it comes to it, I'd give my life just to protect Peak Master E. Back in Wind Thunder Sect's main hall, Yi Junlin let out a laugh. He Chun sneered. What's so funny? You're about to die, and you still have jokes. He's lost it, someone muttered, standing there laughing while facing Elder Chun. Has he gone numb from fear? Pitiful, Elder Chun scoffed. A no-name brat from the wilderness dares act arrogant before me? Your little sect is a speck of dust. If I wanted to, I could wipe you all out before I finish my tea. His gaze sharpened. You've already angered me. Even if you fall to your knees now, even if you beg, I'll make sure your entire sect is erased. But Yi Junlin stood firm, eyes locked on Elder Chun. Then stop talking and start fighting. Let's see if spirit transformation is anything more than smoke and mirrors. He pointed. If you're as powerful as you say, fight me, one-on-one. Whoever runs is the grandson. That was the last straw. Elder Chin's face twisted with fury. Elder Chin couldn't stomach the humiliation. You arrogant brat, so eager to die. He roared as he launched a devastating strike. Chen Yanhai watched with a cold smile. Once he's dead, Xian Tian will be easy prey. Nothing left to protect them. But right then, the system chimed in calmly. Warning, late-stage spirit transformation enemy detected. Meeting force, passive effect activated. Host cultivation upgraded, spirit transformation, peak level. Yi Junlin's aura exploded, violent, radiant, unstoppable. He charged straight at Elder Chun, new techniques blazing from his hands. So, this is the spirit transformation stage, he mocked. That's all. Elder Chin's face went white. His attack landed, only to fizzle out harmlessly against Yi Junlin's energy. He's spirit transformation too? No, he's at the peak. Chen Yanhai stumbled back in disbelief. How can this be? He's from that crumbling Xiantian. How can they have a master like this? Elder Chin's voice cracked as he muttered. They've been hiding this the whole time. The wilderness has never produced a cultivator at this level. And yet this boy, and he's young. He looked around, dazed. Even a single embryonic soul cultivator can found a sect in these lands. But this level has never existed here before. Panic settled in. Chen Yanhai turned to Elder Chun. What do we do now? Save the Wind Thunder Sect. Elder Chun gritted his teeth. Calm down. Don't forget, I hail from a mortal sect. My methods are beyond what anyone here has seen. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. You really think your little tricks are that special? Then, casually, he flipped his middle finger at Elder Chun. Gasps echoed across the room. Insult me. You'll regret that. Elder Chun snarled. Let me show you what a real technique looks like. He slammed his palm onto the floor, summoning the green tree of the earth, a towering, living weapon of raw spiritual force. The hall shook. The immortal sect, one elder whispered. Their fame is well-earned. This is no ordinary skill. It's an earth-level technique. Spiritual-grade techniques are rare in the wild region, another said. But this is a treasure beyond treasures. Elder Chun looked smug again. To die by my hand is an honor, boy. But Yi Junlin didn't even flinch. He held out 2 fingers, fire dancing across them. This? Just a party trick, he said calmly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Yi Junlin activated his seal of the Lord of Men. A radiant, burning imprint descended from the heavens, obliterating Elder Chen's technique on contact. From above, Yi Junlin's fire spirit surged into being. Monumental, divine, and absolutely merciless. It swept across the battlefield like a cleansing flame, leaving devastation in its wake. The warriors looked on, frozen in disbelief. What is that? That technique, could it be stronger than divine level? Yi Junlin stood tall, power radiating around him. The seal of the Lord will light the skies, he declared, and I am its master. Elder Chun collapsed to one knee, sweat pouring from his brow. This power, it's beyond me, he gasped. Please stop. Have mercy. But Yi Junlin's eyes didn't soften. Oh, now you beg. He stepped forward, voice sharp as steel. You talk about a mortal sect like they're untouchable. Let me make this simple. If they don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. But if they do, he let the threat hang in the air like thunderclouds. If someone crosses me, I'll destroy them, Yi Junlin said coldly. And if they dare raise a hand first, I'll wipe them out completely. Elder Chun, trembling, tried one last threat. If you kill me, my sect will come for you. They'll annihilate everything you hold dear. You'll suffer worse than death. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. Still threatening me, even with 1 foot in the grave? He raised his hand, conjuring a blazing fire arrow. Then disappear. With a flash, the arrow pierced Elder Chen's chest, obliterating him on the spot. Chen Yanhai, the Wind Thunder sect head, dropped to his knees immediately, trembling. It was a misunderstanding. We submit. Please, we'll serve you, Lord. We'll be your loyal followers. But Yi Junlin just looked down at him with disdain. You? Serve me? You're not even worthy to lick my boots. Desperate, Chen Yanhai tried again. My son, Chun Zhao's. He has the potential to become an immortal. He's already accepted into a mortal sect as a personal disciple of Sun Venerable. You don't want to offend them. Yi Junlin's tone didn't waver. Oh, so your son's got an immortal's future? Perfect. He repeated his vow. If I'm wronged, I retaliate. And your sect attacked first. You've already heard me say it. Wind Thunder Sect ends today. And I always keep my word. Without mercy, Yi Junlin swept through the entire compound, reducing every building, hall, and hiding place to ash. Flames raged behind him as screams faded into silence. Chen Yanhai, now on the ground and burnt, shouted through the chaos. You'll regret this. My son will avenge me 1,000-fold. Yi Junlin watched as the last of the structures collapsed. From the wreckage, a charred box tumbled out of the flames. He caught it and smirked. Then I'll be waiting for him. Let him bring me some more experience. Just as he looked up, a soft light shimmered overhead. A virtual transmission image hovered in the sky. Xuantian's reinforcements had arrived. The sect leader stepped through the smoke and smiled. Wonderful. Little brother Yi's already here. Yi Junlin glanced sideways. Where else would I be? I said I'd destroy Wind Thunder Sect, didn't I? The sect leader grasped his arm, amazed. Unbelievable. I heard the immortal sect elder had shown up, yet somehow you weren't affected. You're still standing. I wasn't affected, Yi Junlin said calmly. Because I killed him. The sect leader blinked. You destroyed a mortal sect elder? But he was in the spirit transformation stage. Su Qianxue looked at the others and smirked. I told you, our peak master could handle it. Can it really be true? Someone asked. Yi Junlin cut them off with a wave. Yes, I'm at the spirit transformation stage too. Now save the chatter. It's time to ransack the Wind Thunder Sect and collect what's left. Right, the sect leader nodded. Time to move. With you leading Yi Peak, we might finally rise to the top. Zhou, rummaging through the ruins, held something up. I found a nascent soul pill. It's from the immortal sect. Yi Junlin turned to the sect leader. Good. Give it to him. Let him reach the nascent soul stage. It'll strengthen Xiantian even more. The sect leader nodded, deeply moved. I'm truly grateful, little brother, Yi. But just then, the system's voice rang out in Yi Junlin's mind. Notification. A suitable disciple has been detected within a 100-li radius. The system's voice echoed once more. Alert. Suitable disciple detected. Within 100-li target is the head of a demonic cult, cultivation level, true immortal. Accepting this disciple will grant an unimaginable reward. Yi Junlin's eyes lit up. A demonic cult leader, and at the true immortal level, he grinned. Taking someone like that as a disciple? With my ability, I might just leap straight to immortality myself. Not just in the wild region, but across Xinzhou, I could become untouchable. Just then, he broke the moment of excitement with a serious tone. It's true we destroyed the Wind Thunder Sect, but now we've provoked the immortal sect. Can Xiantian even survive in the eastern region? The sect leader's expression grew grim. She's right. The immortal sect's strength is overwhelming. We can't match them. Not now. Not yet. He turned to Yi Junlin. You're a rare genius, Yi. Your path shouldn't end here. It'd be better for you to leave the eastern region while you still can. When a mortal comes knocking, we'll stay behind. As long as you're alive, Xiantian has hope. Zhou nodded. Sect head's right. He added, Peak Master, Yi, you're 1 in a million. Your fall would be a tragedy. One by one, the warriors joined in. He's right. You can restore Xuantian's glory. We'll hold the line. Go chase your destiny. Yi Junlin was stunned by their unity and loyalty. He looked around at their determined faces and gave a small nod. Thank you for everything. But believe me, if I made a decision, I've already thought it through. He looked at the sect leader. Leave this place in your hands. I'll settle the rest in my own way. With that, he turned to go. I've got urgent business, he said, and a disciple to meet. And with just a wave of his sleeve, he vanished, without even leaving a cloud behind. At that moment, deep within the purple bamboo forest, chaos stirred. Bandits chased after a delicate figure, grinning vilely. Come on, sweetheart, don't run. Let's enjoy you. But the girl turned around and yelled furiously. I told you, I'm a man. Get lost already. The bandits laughed. The oldest among them, face covered in drool, leered forward. Don't even try that trick, beauty. You're too pretty to be a guy. You can't fool me. The young man scowled, furious. This is beyond pathetic. A tiger's fallen into the hands of wild dogs. Because he wasn't just anyone. He was the former head of the demonic cult from the central region, a cultivator who had reached the legendary level of true immortal. He had founded the demonic flame sect, an empire of 100,000 territories, with millions of disciples. But then, the Holy Lands united. A massive siege wiped out his domain. To escape, he sacrificed his entire cultivation base. Now, he was hiding in this remote, forgotten corner of the eastern region. Broken, powerless, hunted. Even in this mess, the old man kept calling him a beauty. He taunted that if she didn't run faster, he'd stop chasing and just take her down now. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a barrage of sword energy. But the guy spun around instantly, summoning a blazing scarlet flame shield to block the attack. But this time, it wasn't enough. The old man's power overwhelmed the shield. The guy took a hit, blood trailing, but the old man paused for a second. He was stunned. A Foundation establishment cultivator had just withstood his 5 needles constraining source technique, a move from the late Gold Core stage. Could he really be a rogue genius from a powerful sect? It didn't matter. He had to finish this. Surging his energy, the old man laid down his technique. Mysterious needles hovered in the air, locking into position around the guy. As he stepped closer, he smirked and repeated the insult, calling him a beauty again. "It's over," he said. "Stop struggling." He reached out and grabbed the guy's face. "You're pretty, but don't push my patience. Just accept it. It'll be over soon." The guy had had enough. He snapped, shouting at the old man to open his dog eyes and see clearly. He was a man, not some damsel, not a plaything. The old man froze. "Wait, you're a man? All that chasing, for this?" Backing up, the guy yelled again. "Take a closer look. We're the same damn gender. So stop coming after me already." But the old man just grinned. A man? Even better. That was the last straw. Furious, the guy activated his attack technique, roaring at the old pervert to stay away. "You dare chase after a man? I'd rather destroy my inner core than let you touch me." Startled, the old man watched as a fierce energy storm erupted around him. What kind of technique is this? How can someone in Foundation establishment summon such a massive formation? But the guy didn't care anymore. He called the old man a filthy dog and said he was done playing games. With every ounce of his strength, he unleashed a roaring stream of energy straight at him. The old man couldn't dodge. The blast hit him square in the chest. Pain flooded through him as he struggled to move, the overwhelming chi pinning him down. The guy wasn't unscathed either. He clutched his chest, furious. "You brought this on yourself. My core is nearly shattered because of this nonsense. I need to find a place to recover and plan my next move." Looking down at the fallen figure, he muttered, "That pervert didn't die for nothing. He was definitely from a strange background." But just as he tried to catch his breath, he sensed something. "Who's there?" And to his disbelief, the old man reappeared. Out of the forest stepped another old man. "Relax," he said coolly. "I just happened to be passing through. That pervert back there? I've got nothing to do with him. My tastes are normal." The guy gave a nod. "In that case, maybe we'll cross paths again someday. See you around." But this newcomer wasn't as innocent as he claimed. With a sudden shift in his demeanor, he strode forward, eyes locked on the boy. "Unlike that freak, I'm more interested in your secret." He lunged, trying to grab hold of him, intent on digging into his memories, on uncovering the source of his strange and powerful abilities. The guy pulled back, cursing him. Another old bastard taking advantage of someone while they're down. You'll end up dying just as miserably. But his strength had run dry. He collapsed, feeling like this might be the end of his second life. Before either could act, an overwhelming force descended from the sky. A figure soared above them, radiating unmatched power. Both of them froze, instantly aware they were standing before someone in the spirit transformation stage. The old man's heart sank. What is someone like that doing in this small backwater region? The figure descended slowly. His name was Yi Junlin. Terrified, the old man dropped to his knees. "Please spare me. I'll leave, no questions asked. Just take this as my thanks and let me go." But Yi Junlin didn't bother replying. He raised his hand and fired a beam of pure chi. These kinds of trash don't deserve to breathe. The beam hit before the old man could even react, straight through the heart. He crumpled without a sound. The guy stood stunned. First, a golden core master had fallen. Now, even a spirit transformation cultivator had appeared. Was there really no way out for him? Yi Junlin turned to his system. "Wait, are you saying he's the head of a demonic cult? And a true immortal?" The system calmly responded, "Yes. Though currently just a Foundation establishment cultivator, he is indeed a true immortal. His power is just sealed." Yi Junlin blinked. "You gotta be kidding." "No deception," the system replied. "His name is Hong Chinya. Initial Foundation establishment. Talent, Divine Fire King." Activating his eye of insight, Yi Junlin scanned him from head to toe. The analysis confirmed everything. Snow-pale skin, delicate features, long, flowing hair. He looked more beautiful than most women. No wonder people mistook his gender at first glance. Hong Chinya tensed up under Yi Junlin's gaze, wondering if this one was also into men. But Yi Junlin wasn't thinking that at all. With his eye for talent, he saw through everything. This guy, even weakened, still had potential far beyond ordinary cultivators. His experience, his gift, if nurtured, could restore his full strength. Taking him in would be a brilliant move. "You've got a rare bone structure," Yi Junlin said. "Real talent. From this moment on, I'm making you my apprentice. Just say yes." Hong Qinya's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want to take me as your apprentice?" But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder, was this man also after a secret? No matter how lucky or talented others were, none could compare to what he had. Even with his current cultivation, his sect wouldn't have let him sweep the back alleys. Yet now, someone at the spirit transformation stage wanted to be his master? Honestly, it felt a bit naive. Yi Junlin noticed the hesitation in Hong Qinya's expression. "What's wrong?" he asked. "From the look on your face, you don't seem too eager to become my disciple." In truth, Hong Qinya didn't believe Yi Junlin was worthy to teach him. But right now, he didn't have the strength to argue. Survival came first. Revenge could wait. Once he recovered, he'd take back everything he lost. He dropped to one knee and lowered his head. Disciple Hong Qinya greets his master. He didn't mean a word of it. It was just a show, a formality. When the time came, he'd reclaim his pride. Yi Junlin accepted it with a nod. "Good. You may rise. From this moment, your name will be Little Hong Qinya." Hong Qinya flinched at the name. He didn't like it all, but for the sake of surviving, he replied without resistance, "Understood, master." Yi Junlin could already tell. This guy was fake through and through. But with talent like his, even betrayal wasn't something to fear. Strength would decide everything in the end. Right then, the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. Mission complete. You've been rewarded with the auto-training function." Yi Junlin's eyes lit up. "So now I can get stronger just by lying down?" The system wasn't done. "You've also received the artifact Coffin of Ascension, which will unlock further as your master level increases. It's currently a level 3 item." Yi Junlin recalled the structure of techniques. Entry level, partial mastery, full mastery, and complete mastery. Each level could multiply a skill's power tenfold, even 100-fold. The system continued. "The Coffin of Ascension contains the power to bury both Xiantian and Earth. It can wipe out all living things." That wasn't all. Your disciple's hidden talent has been identified, rewarding you with a special upgrade package. The 3000 Flame Technique and the Fire Origin Pill, used to restore his fire root and create an unmatched foundation. Yi Junlin stared at the rewards. This wasn't just a boost, it was a declaration of power against the natural order. If this was only the beginning, he couldn't imagine what heights he'd reach at the next level. This is what a true traveler from the Celestial Empire should be receiving. Hong Qinya watched his new master, and in his heart, he could tell. Yi Junlin was pleased with himself for taking on such a gifted student. But his time would come. Soon, it would be his turn. Yi Junlin, sensing the underlying tension, kept his expression calm. "You probably think your master isn't good enough for you." Hong Qinya quickly responded. "Master misunderstands me. This is just my usual face. I was only surprised that someone at the spirit transformation stage would already be preaching about life." Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. "Sounds like you won't fully accept me unless I give you something to prove my sincerity." He raised his hand and tossed over a scroll. "Take this technique. Consider it my gift to honor our bond." Hong Qinya accepted it with a smile and thanked his master respectfully. But in his mind, he sneered. "Let's see what kind of backwater technique this self-important provincial master is about to show me." For a moment, Hong Qinya was skeptical. What could a spirit transformation cultivator possibly offer him? Still, he opened the book and glanced at the title, 3000 Flaming Tribes. He scoffed. The name sounded ridiculously exaggerated. But then he flipped deeper into the contents, and his eyes widened. Wait, what? He recognized it. Not by name, but by power. The true identity of the 3000 Flame Tribes technique shook him to the core. His own Raging Fury Flame technique, the one that once helped him ascend to immortality, was considered one of the top fire arts in the central regions. Yet compared to this, it was child's play. This technique redefined everything he thought he knew about fire cultivation. It wasn't just powerful, it was otherworldly, possibly an immortal level technique, maybe even a legendary saint level one. With this, his return to true immortality was no longer a distant dream. He didn't even want to return to who he was. He could become something even greater. Yi Junlin watched him closely. From that look, I take it you're satisfied with the gift. Hong Qinya turned, humble for the first time. Yes, master. This technique, it's beyond extraordinary. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, how had this man gotten his hands on such a rare treasure? Had he stumbled upon an ancient ruin or inheritance? But Yi Junlin wasn't done. He pulled out a pill and handed it over. Since you've begun learning the technique, take this. It'll help. Hong Qinya's breath caught in his throat. Is this a fire source pill? You're giving this to me. This wasn't just any medicine. The fire source was a divine grade pill for fire cultivators. It could push someone's cultivation leaps ahead, and even immortals would battle to the death over it. And this man has it just lying around? Even at the peak of his power, Hong Qinya had never touched one. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. Do you doubt your master's gifts? Hong Qinya quickly straightened. Not all. To be your disciple is my greatest honor. But inside, he was reeling. Yi Junlin must have stumbled across some unbelievable ancient legacy. He couldn't possibly know how rare this stuff was. He'd have to be careful. Still, from the outside, he smiled politely. Yi Junlin could tell he was full of thoughts, but seeing the cult leader fidgeting and shifting his expressions was surprisingly amusing. Take the pill, Yi Junlin said, and focus. I'll guard you. Hong Qinya nodded. Thank you, master. He sat down and absorbed the pill's energy. The moment it entered his system, he could feel it. His cultivation surged like a raging firestorm. Yi Junlin stood silently, watching. He knew the cultivation path well. Initial foundation, mid-late peak, then full mastery. Golden core. Nascent soul. Onward. And this guy, he really was a true immortal. In just 30 minutes, Hong Qinya shattered through stage after stage until he hit the embryonic soul level. A remarkable recovery. Even Hong Qinya was stunned. He had made a huge leap forward in such a short time. He gritted his teeth. Once he returned to the central region, he'd erase all the disgrace that followed him here. Eventually, Hong Qinya stepped out of his meditation and approached his master. Apologies, master. I must have disturbed you. Yi Junlin waved it off. It's fine. We're heading back to the sect anyway. I'll introduce you to the elders tonight. Meanwhile, outside the main hall of profound Shintian SCT Grand Hall, disciples were buzzing with gossip. They whispered about Peak Lord Yi, a powerhouse strong enough to shatter souls with a single finger. He had saved their sect twice from complete destruction. Many now regretted not recognizing his potential earlier. Had they joined him back then, they'd be standing at the top today. Now that he'd taken on a disciple, speculation spread like wildfire. With that kind of strength, his standards must be insane, one said. Yeah, I wonder who could possibly be worthy to follow someone like him, said another. Just then, Yi Junlin returned to the sect gates. The crowd erupted into cheers. As soon as Yi Junlin returned, the news spread fast. The head of Misty Peak was back. But what caught everyone's attention wasn't just him. Who's that with him? Someone asked, eyes wide. The warriors stirred, murmuring in awe. That's got to be the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. How is she walking so close to Peak Lordy? They couldn't contain their curiosity, whispering theories about where this stunning beauty had come from. But Hong Qinya was listening, and he was not amused. One glance around was enough for him to judge this sect. Weaklings, the lot of them. In his old sect demonic flame, these people wouldn't even qualify as servant material. Just then, the sect head came over to greet Yi Junlin. Junior brother Yi. He said, who is this? Yi Junlin replied calmly, my new disciple. Come, greet the sect head. The sect head blinked, clearly stunned. A disciple? Since when did Yi Junlin accept apprentices? Even Su Qianxue, standing nearby, looked displeased, her eyes narrowed with disapproval. A beauty like that, becoming his disciple? It didn't sit right with her. Hong Qinya had had enough. He stepped forward and declared flatly, I'm a man. The crowd fell silent. Even Su Qianxue was left blinking awkwardly. Yi Junlin smacked him lightly on the back. Watch your mouth. That's your senior sister. Apologize. Hong Qinya gritted his teeth, walked over, and gave a small bow. I apologize. That was my mistake. Just wait, he thought silently. Once I reach spirit transformation, I'll repay this humiliation tenfold. Yi Junlin, unfazed, turned to the group. Now that we've all been introduced, I'll be taking my disciple to Misty Peak. The sect head nodded quickly. Very well. It's an honor. I won't delay you further. Once they were gone, whispers broke out again. The head of Misty Peak just took in a nascent soul-stage disciple. Su Qianxue crossed her arms. Junior brother Yez, full of surprises today. Xintian won't be the same after this. Back at Misty Peak, Yi Junlin pushed open the doors. This will be your home now, he said. You're my first disciple. Pick any room you like. Hong Qinya looked around, and his eye twitched. What kind of dump is this? Even the servant quarters in demonic flame were 100 times more refined. Was he really expected to live here? Yi Junlin gave him a steady look. Remember this. Only the weak complain. The strong adapt. A true cultivator is above comfort. If it's dirty, clean it yourself. Hong Qinya forced a tight smile. I'll endure. With my growth speed, it won't be long before things change. Far to the south, within the immortal sect's territory, the mood was grim. Inside the Hall of Inheritance, Elder Juyang stood holding a blackened scroll. His face was twisted with anger, and in one motion he crushed in his fist. A nearby servant dropped to his knees. Forgive me, master. I asked Elder Chun to bring the pill to your father. But now Elder Su Qianxue is dead. I fear for our sect. I wish to go investigate myself. Elder Jiang turned to shower. Do you understand why you were chosen as a disciple? The boy answered cautiously. Because of my immortal body and the path of immortality. Elder Jiang narrowed his eyes. That's only part of it. He stepped closer. I saw something else in you, ambition. Ruthless, powerful ambition. The kind that breaks chains, even those of blood. He turned away, hands behind his back. The air competition is coming soon. Don't just participate, win. Crush the others. Rise to the top. The sect will reward power, not sentiment. This is your only shot, Elder Jiang said, his tone sharp. No excuses. I don't care what you think. I'll send men to the eastern region to investigate. You focus on winning. Shower bowed his head. Yes, master. I won't disappoint you. The next day, high on Misty Peak, Yi Junlin was lounging comfortably. He looked over and asked lazily, So, are you ready? Hong Qinya had been waiting for the moment. He stepped forward, food in hand. Yes, master. Everything's prepared. As Yi Junlin inspected the dishes, Hong Qinya found himself baffled. Seriously? He's only thinking about food? Just yesterday, this same man was preaching about hardship and adaptation. And now here he was happily indulging. Yi Junlin took a bite, then nodded in satisfaction. This meat, these beans, absolutely divine. The system spices are brilliant, just perfect. He turned to Hong Qinya. Come on, try some. Don't be shy. Hong Qinya gave a flat look. I've long transcended the need for food, master. Mortal pleasures don't concern me anymore. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. Are you really going to turn down your master? Cultivation isn't just about strength. It's about enjoying life, too. Try it. Just a bite. Hong Qinya sighed. Fine. Only because you insist. Inwardly, he still thought Yi Junlin was just an outdated eccentric. What's the point of fussing over food? But as soon as the flavor hit his tongue, everything changed. His eyes widened. It was warm, rich, and full of depth. An incredible taste. Emotions stirred that he hadn't felt in years. Yi Junlin leaned forward. Why do you look like you're about to cry? Hong Qinya stared at the food. When I was a child, I was always hungry. I dreamed about tasting real meat. The first time I did, it felt like joy itself. But ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I forgot that feeling, forgot how to simply live. He paused, overwhelmed. Maybe the old man was right. If cultivation strips away all joy, what's the point of power? At that exact moment, Yi Junlin's eyes sparkled. You're breaking through again. Hong Qinya's spiritual energy surged. He soared through the embryonic soul stages, initial, mid, late, peak until spirit transformation. Yi Junlin crossed his arms. He even breaks through from eating meat? What kind of monster talent is this? Hong Qinya opened his eyes in disbelief. I broke through again? Just like that? Yi Junlin grinned. Congratulations. You're now at the spirit transformation stage. Just about caught up to me. Even Hong Qinya was stunned by how fast the breakthrough happened. He stood there, silent, realization dawning. It's time. This master-disciple relationship has served its purpose. But before he could act, Yi Junlin stretched with a yawn. Well, since you've enjoyed the food and leveled up, how about coming over here and giving your master a shoulder massage? Hong Qinya's smile vanished. I'm at spirit transformation too now, and he still wants to boss me around? This clown really doesn't know when to quit. His eyes sharpened. Today's the day I remind him who I really am. He stepped forward with intent, ready to strike and end this farce of a bond. But just as he was about to make his move, a servant burst into the room. Urgent report from Peak Head Pack. The sect head has summoned you to the assembly hall. It's important. Yi Junlin turned, unfazed. Understood. Hong Qinya muttered under his breath. It's only been a day, and he's already got a new mission. He clenched his fists. That was the perfect chance, and I missed it. Still, he reminded himself. Yi Junlin was full of blind spots. There would be another opportunity. Revenge just needed patience. As Yi Junlin rose into the sky, he called back. I'll be off for now. Your massage skills are excellent. Once I return, you can massage my feet too. Hong Qinya's jaw dropped. How dare you treat me like this? I should have killed you already. But Yi Junlin was already gone, leaving only the wind in his wake. At the assembly hall, tension filled the air. The elders were restless. No one knew what to do anymore. This must be a sign, one muttered. The heavens must be punishing Xiantian. Just then, Yi Junlin descended into the hall, greeting the sect head calmly. What's the situation this time? Another threat? The sect head didn't waste time. It's serious. A few years back, the Wei State came under our protection. Recently, they sent word. Something terrifying is happening. He looked around the room grimly. People are dying. In mass numbers. The corpses are pale, drained completely of blood. Entire cities, once filled with millions, now silent wastelands. Whispers filled the room. The incidents are spreading fast, crossing into neighboring regions. If this keeps up, the entire wilderness region will fall into chaos. We'll lose countless potential disciples. The sect will weaken. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. And no one's seen who or what's doing this. Su Qianxue spoke up. If anyone saw it, they're already dead. She paused. The truth is we sent several disciples to investigate. None have returned. The wild region is already thin on high-level cultivators. Even a single golden core stage is rare. And Wei State lies right on the outer rim. Yi Junlin frowned. What kind of threat is so dangerous that not even one of our disciples could report back? Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Mission alert. Investigate and eliminate the source of the disturbance in Wei State. Reward. Unimaginable. Yi Junlin grinned. Just in time. I understand, he told the sec head. If the trouble began in Wei State, then the root must be there. I'll go myself. The sec head looked relieved. Very well. Junior brother, Yi, is always decisive. I trust you'll succeed. I look forward to good news. Yi Junlin didn't waste a second. Without another word, he took to the skies. The sec head chuckled. I wasn't even done speaking. Su Qianxue watched him vanish. Peak Yi's head really doesn't hesitate, does he? Zhou asked. You think he can handle something like this? Su Qianxue raised an eyebrow. Are you doubting a spirit transformation stage cultivator? There's nothing in a wild region that can threaten someone like him. One of the elders nodded. If he can't stop it, then the wild region is truly doomed. We should focus on our training and live up to our younger brother's example. Soon after, Yi Junlin returned to fetch Hong Qinya. Together, the two flew toward the eastern border, heading straight into the wilderness region, to the edge of Wei State. As they arrived, Hong Qinya surveyed the landscape. What he saw left him silent. Hong Qinya followed his mentor into this pitiful state with quiet resentment. One day, he thought, I'll find a way to settle things with him. As they reached the outskirts of the Taoa village, Yi Junlin stopped atop a nearby mountain ridge, surveying the scene below. Looks like bandits, he said calmly. They're raiding the village. We'll have to step in. Down below, the village chief bowed deeply. Respected heroes, our village is poor. We only have chickens. If you come to take, then take what you want. Just please spare our lives. From the crowd, the leader of the Black Wind Gang laughed cruelly. I don't want your chickens, he sneered. I want you. All of you miserable little worms. Without hesitation, he stabbed the village elder in the head. Obey now, he barked, and maybe you'll die quickly. The gang began to yell among themselves, warning everyone to back up. Their leader was about to use his technique. A terrifying pressure filled the air as the leader raised his hand, pointing it straight at the frightened villagers. Screams rang out. Please, don't kill us. Just then, Hong Qinya furrowed his brow. Something felt familiar. That technique. I know it. He searched his memory. It was eerily similar to one used in the central region, by someone long thought dead, eliminated by the Holy Lands. Yi Junlin caught the shift in his expression. You recognize that technique? Hong Qinya quickly denied it. No, just seems unusual. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. Watch your tone, Mutt. Speak clearly. But Hong Chinya's thoughts were racing. If my hunch is right, this could be serious trouble. Meanwhile, the villagers were on the verge of panic. They cried out for mercy, desperate for someone to stop the madness. Yi Junlin didn't wait any longer. He vanished from sight and reappeared behind the gang leader, grabbing him by the shoulder. That's enough, he said. Startled, the bandit leader twisted around, energy charging in his fist. Who are you? How dare you interfere? But Yi Junlin was already moving. He spun to the side and fired a blazing beam of fire straight into the man's chest. Calm down, Yi Junlin said flatly. We have things to discuss. The gang members stared in shock. Their leader, injured? The bandit leader clenched his chest, stepping back. He suddenly realized this man was spirit transformation stage. His tone changed instantly. Please don't kill me. I surrender. Yi Junlin didn't blink. Then talk. Who are you? Where did you get that technique? The man hesitated, then admitted, I used to be a palace guardian in the Wei State. One day, I saw something I wasn't supposed to. They sentenced me to death. I ran. And the technique? Yi Junlin pressed. While on a run, I came across a mysterious group. I don't know who they are. They gave me the technique. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed. They just handed it over? Just like that. The bandit looked at his trembling subordinates, then back at Yi Junlin. They said the technique could absorb blood to increase strength. I did it just to survive. That's all I know. Yi Junlin stood silent for a moment, thinking it over. A hidden group, using blood techniques to grow stronger. Sounds like a much bigger force is working behind the scenes. This could be connected to all the strange events we've seen. He turned to Hong Qinya. What do you make of it? At that moment, Hong Chinya's thoughts drifted to a name he hadn't thought of in years. The methods, they're too familiar. Could it really be him? Could he really still be alive? Hong Chinya's mind was spinning. And why would someone like him be here in the wild region? He kept his expression calm and said to his mentor, I'm not sure. But deep down, he was certain if that man was behind all this, then even Yi Junlin, despite being at the spirit transformation stage, wouldn't be able to handle it. If they weren't careful, the Wei state would become his grave. Just then, Yi Junlin turned to the bandit and said, "Let's see if you're hiding anything else." With a wave of his hand, he pressed his technique into the man's mind, diving straight into his subconscious. He sifted through the memories and confirmed he wasn't lying. But he left something out. Something important. Yi Junlin's face darkened. "We need to get to the Wei Imperial Palace." Now, before they could leave, Hong Qinya casually lifted a single finger. A burst of flame shot forward, and in seconds, the remaining bandits were burned to ash. Yi Junlin turned toward him, expression unreadable. Hong Qinya asked, "Did I do something wrong, master? Weren't those bandits deserving of death?" He spoke calmly, but inside, the fire of pent-up rage still smoldered. "I've endured humiliation long enough. It felt good, heavenly, even to vent it somewhere." Yi Junlin gave a slight nod. "No, you did well." Below, the villagers rejoiced. "Immortals! They've saved us. They've carried out Xuantian's will." They knelt in gratitude, shouting blessings to the skies as the two cultivators vanished into the clouds. At that same moment, in the Grand Wei Imperial Palace, the emperor stood solemnly in his throne room. "The population of Wei has dropped by 1/3, he muttered. "Just a little more, and this entire country will fall into darkness." He clenched his fist. "Will the masters from Xintian Zone even be able to save us?" Suddenly, his daughter burst into the hall. "Father, I saw them. 2 immortals flying this way." The emperor straightened. "They must be the masters from Xintian. Prepare the ministers. We'll welcome them properly." High above the city, Yi Junlin hovered, cape fluttering in the wind. "So, my disciple, what do you think of this dramatic entrance?" Hong Qinya gave a polite nod. "Wise as always, master. Very impressive." But inside, his thoughts were venomous. "I can't wait to watch you beg for your life when these dark forces come for you. Just don't expect mercy from me." Moments later, the emperor and his ministers welcomed them at the palace gates. "Honored guests, welcome," the emperor said, bowing. "We thank you for coming to aid us." Yi Junlin stepped forward. "I'm Yi Junlin, head of Misty Peak from Xintian Zone. We're here to eliminate the threat plaguing your land. You need fear no longer." The emperor bowed deeper. "The Wei family is forever in your debt. If there's anything we can do, any request at all, say it, and it will be done." Yi Junlin waved it off. "For now, just arrange a place for my disciple and me to rest." "Of course," the emperor replied. "Follow me. I'll show you around the palace myself." But hidden among the crowd, a scout was already on the move, tailing them. He sneered. "So he's just some peakhead from Xintian sect, acting all high and mighty. Perfect. Master needs sacrifices to complete his breakthrough to peak spirit transformation." And these two arrived right on time. Later, as they settled into their palace quarters, Hong Qinya cast a sideways glance at his mentor. Earlier, Yi Junlin had looked sharp, commanding, and powerful. But now, he was slouched, casual, lazy. This man, how did he even reach spirit transformation? Hong Qinya thought. At this rate, I'll surpass him soon enough. And then, ending him will be easy. But Yi Junlin was watching him too. He saw it all, the calculation behind his student's eyes, the arrogance he tried to hide. And in that moment, Yi Junlin understood one thing clearly. This disciple will turn on me sooner or later. His only mistake was choosing me as his target. Yi Junlin smiled faintly and said, "You must be wondering about my..." Yi Junlin leaned back lazily and said, "You want training? Then go fetch some water. I need to wash my feet. If I'm in a mood afterward, maybe I'll teach you a method or two." Hong Qinya froze, jaw clenching. Did this old fool really just say that? Inwardly, he boiled with fury. Some bumpkin peak master thinks he can teach me cultivation? Back in the day, even immortals sought my guidance. If anyone's a teacher, I'm the ancestor of cultivation methods. Yi Junlin gave him a sideways glance. "What's the matter? Do you think you're too good for this? Aren't you still young? Still relying on elders to take you further?" Hong Qinya's eye twitched. "I was once the great head of the fire cult, and I'm supposed to wash the feet of this clown? Maybe it was time to end this charade." Just as tension began to thicken, a knock came at the door. A voice called out, "Urgent news. It's about the strange event in Harmony State." Yi Junlin stood up. "Who is it?" The man outside answered, "I am Zhou Hong, Crown Prince of the Wei State. I asked for an audience. It concerns the survival of our nation." Yi Junlin motioned for him to enter. "Speak. What's so urgent?" As the Crown Prince stepped in, Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. "So this is the one who tried to eliminate the bandits? He doesn't seem like the type. Or is there more to him?" Prince Zhou Hong bowed deeply. "There is something I've never told my father. I believe the root of the evil in Harmony State lies in the mountains behind the palace." He paused. "Lately, I've seen strange winged demons flying into a hidden cave at night. Palace maids and eunuchs have gone missing. I suspect there's a connection. He looked up at Yi Junlin and Hong Qinya. I've heard of your legendary strength. If anyone can save Harmony State, it's you. Please, help us destroy those creatures. Yi Junlin frowned. He scanned the mountains with his divine sense, but felt nothing unusual. Strange. Either he's lying, or there's something shielding that place from detection. That could be dangerous. Still, Yi Junlin nodded. Show me the cave. Let's see what you're hiding. The prince bowed again, relieved. With your help, we'll end this nightmare. As they made their way through the night toward the mountains, Hong Qinya walked quietly, still nursing his resentment. If this prince gets himself killed, maybe then I'll finally get the chance to have a proper talk with my so-called mentor. From a nearby garden, a young woman caught sight of the group. Her eyes widened. Brother? She recognized Zhou Hung instantly. Her father had warned him time and again about his reckless behavior, but he never changed. And now, he was secretly guiding masters from Xintian? She turned quickly. I must tell father right away. Later, deep in a mountain range, Yi Junlin stood with his arms folded, surveying the surroundings. This place doesn't exactly scream den of flying demons, does it? The crown prince smirked. They're here. Yi Junlin's gaze sharpened. Finally, let's see what it is you're hiding. Prince Zhou Hung straightened. I didn't think I'd fool you forever, but I didn't expect you to walk right into it either. His voice turned cold. You're too confident. You think being a spirit transformation master makes you invincible? There's always someone stronger. Suddenly, his aura exploded. He lunged at Yi Junlin, face twisted with hatred. You want to stop us too? You think being the strongest in the Xintian sect makes you a god? Let's see if you can survive this place. It'll be your grave. The entire mountain trembled as a deadly force surged forward. He turned to the elder and shouted for immediate action. Without hesitation, the elder stepped into view, activating the fivefold god-sealing array on the spot. Out of nowhere, the blood cult elder sneered at the Shurent sect leader, taunting. You made quite a name for yourself lately. Took down the demon king of the soul nucleation stage, didn't you? But inside this array, even spirit transformation masters can't escape. Prince Zhou Hung urged them to move fast. Don't kill him just yet. Our master still needs him. As for the girl in red, strip her powers. That's all. Hong Qinya spun around, eyes sharp. What did you just say? He hadn't planned to interfere, but hearing that, he snapped. Igniting his fire power, he launched himself down in a furious attack. In a flash, Hong Qinya shattered the array in a single strike. The elder stared in disbelief. Did the head of Xintian sect Peak bring along a spirit transformation disciple? That move, it had to be an immortal level technique. No other way he could have broken the array. Zhou Heng's face twisted in frustration. He had counted on these elders to bring his master glory. Now they were a disgrace. Determined to salvage the moment, Hung turned to the immortal. Join us. With your strength, you'd earn a place by my master's side and a brilliant future. Hong Qinya was furious. How dare you say that? She roared. I'll make you pay for that. She struck out, flames roaring as she tried to incinerate the prince who dared manipulate them. Hung stood no chance. Caught in Hong Qinya's inferno, he was completely overwhelmed. Yi Junlin watched it all unfold, then calmly stepped forward. You've hit a nerve, he muttered. Hong Qinya, that's enough. Don't kill him yet. I've got questions. At his mentor's command, Hong Qinya extinguished the flames with a snap. Yi Junlin turned to Zhou Hung. Who's your master? How did he convince someone like you to serve him? Zhou Hung straightened up, defiant. He's the greatest immortal in the central region. No one can match him. You'd better submit now, because when he arrives, not even death will be a mercy. Yi Junlin's voice turned cold. Submit? That won't happen. Let your master come. We'll see how long he lasts. Then, without warning, he fired a deadly beam, instantly killing one of Zhou Heng's men. The elder was stunned. He's spirit transformation too? How can a sect from a wilderness have two of them? Yi Junlin raised his hand again. Here comes the second. Another beam. Another life extinguished. Once the dust settled, Yi Junlin turned to Zhou Hung. Only you remain. Zhou Hung, now trembling, pleaded for mercy. But just then, a deafening explosion rocked the forest. The light from it stretched to the horizon. Elsewhere, a daughter turned to her father. What is that horrible, bloody light? Her father narrowed his eyes. We have to go now. I hope the masters are safe. Back on the battlefield, Hong Qinya suddenly sensed a chillingly familiar presence. He recognized the aura immediately. It's him. Though Hong Qinya had the power to face Yi Junlin, crossing paths with him was never pleasant. Zhou Hung, on the other hand, lit up with joy. He's here. Master has arrived. Our time has come. From the depths of the Crimson Void, he finally emerged. The master of the Central Region's blood cult, Shi Tianjue. Without missing a beat, Yi Junlin stepped forward. So it was you all along. the one pulling the strings behind all this chaos. Did you really think you could just hide away forever? Sure, Tianjue's gaze swept over them, unimpressed. Cultivators from the wild region. I'll admit you've got some skill, but you're still far from worthy. Though seeing an old acquaintance among you does make this more interesting. Hong Qinya narrowed his eyes. Blood demon, I can't believe you're still alive. Yi Junlin quickly took note. What's the connection between Hong Qinya and someone like this? Sure, Tianjue stepped closer, raising a brow. Blood demon? I haven't heard that name in 2 centuries, since the Holy Lands surrounded me. I'm surprised anyone remembers. Hong Qinya answered coldly. Those of us who lived through that war will never forget. You, sure, Tianjue, once hailed as one of the strongest true immortals, feeding on human blood to boost your power, spreading your vile techniques, harvesting the life force of your own followers to grow stronger. His voice grew harsher. Your twisted path advanced so quickly that even the great sects had to unite against you. I, despite following the demonic path, was forced to join that war just to stop you. Sure, Tianjue smirked, unbothered. Zhou Heng suddenly interrupted, glancing around nervously. If word of this reaches the central region, the entire realm will erupt. But now that my mentor is finally here, he'll set things right. Zhou Heng pointed accusingly at a woman nearby. She tried to kill me. Master, you must avenge me. But sure, Tianjue didn't waste time. Without a word, his eyes glowed, and a beam of raw energy shot from them, frying Zhou Heng's brain in an instant. Hong Qinya scoffed. Still the same repulsive blood demon. No mercy, not even for your own disciple. Sure, Tianjue shrugged. A disciple? I can get another any time. But if you want me dead, you're the one who won't survive. You really still don't understand how things work here. Yi Junlin took it all in and muttered. Now this is a plot twist. This whole thing's become a theater of madness. Hong Qinya stepped forward, gaze burning. I watched your mortal body get torn apart by the 4 divine artifacts. Every drop of your blood was vaporized. So tell me, how are you still alive? Sure, Tianjue laughed darkly. Those smug fools. They didn't know I'd separated a drop of lifeblood in advance. Kept it hidden away in a safe place. After I fell, it became my salvation. His tone turned eerie. Just like back then, I find myself weakened. I'm only at the beginning of spirit transformation. But give it time. Let your blood replenish me, and we'll be united forever. You're insane, Hong Qinya snapped. I rejected you over and over, even back in the central region. Did you really think I'd ever side with you? Sure, Tianjue's eyes gleamed. The more you resist, the more thrilling this becomes. For some, a gap in cultivation is just a hurdle. But for me, your struggle is a fantasy I'm about to end. Hong Qinya didn't waste time. You talk big, he snapped. But how would you know if you've never faced me at full power? With that, he unleashed the divine way of the 5 absolutes. Sure, Tianjue's expression changed. The moment he saw it, he struck back with his signature bloody palm. But with attacks clashing from both sides, the resulting explosion was far more powerful than either of them expected. What is this fire? Sure, Tianjue reeled. How can someone at the early stage of spirit transformation tear through my bloody palm like this? And that technique, where did he even get it? Before he could regroup, Hong Qinya smirked. That was just the opening act. Then he launched another blow, this time combining flames with a chilling frost. But sure, Tianjue stood his ground. A weakling like you doesn't scare me. With a wave of his hand, he retaliated with bloody soul absorption. Still, Hong Qinya's flames punched straight through, landing a direct hit. Sure, Tianjue's eyes widened. What kind of fire technique is this? Switching tactics, he countered Hong Qinya's frost fire, neutralizing the effect. Then, narrowing his gaze, he said, You really are the one I once marked. Tell me, did you gain some Xuantian-defying inheritance? Or maybe you became a disciple of a top-tier master after fleeing the central region? Hong Qinya shot back. Who trained me is none of your concern. All that matters is, I'm going to rise again and claim my rightful place in the central region. He knew it clearly, with the reinforcement of 3,000 flame seeds. Not even someone who once terrified the entire central region could handle him now. But he couldn't let anyone know the truth, that this technique came from a spirit transformation cultivator in the wild region. Sure, Tianjue stared at him. If you let that power grow unchecked, even I won't be able to suppress it. A pity, but this ends now. It's time you saw the true force of my immortal body. Meanwhile, in Harmony State City, cries of agony echoed through the streets. People clutched their chests, calling for help as their strength was drained away. Back at the heart of it all, the air surrounding Sure Tianjue crackled with energy. He soaked in the life force he had stolen, his entire territory humming with power. Delicious, he muttered. They've been my food supply for a long time now. I could devour them all instantly and grow even stronger. Yi Junlin, watching from the sidelines, called out, Hong Qinya, don't drag this out. Finish him fast. Hong Qinya gritted his teeth. Don't order me around, master. Still, doubts crept into his mind. How did I end up like this? I thought Yi Junlin would fail against that monster. I was going to step in last minute and take the credit. Now, even I might not walk away from this unscathed. This energy, it's fusion stage. Sure, Tianjue laughed to himself. This body, this very same one once stood toe-to-toe with elite cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths. Even elders of the Holy Lands armed with immortal artifacts couldn't fully destroy it. Now, it had recovered 70%. Once I absorb every living thing in the wild region, I'll return to full strength. And when that happens, not even the central city will be able to stop me. He turned to Hong Qinya with a cruel smile. I gave you a chance. If things have come to this, that's on you. Hong Qinya's expression darkened. The monster had hit the fusion stage, and that changed everything. Hong Qinya didn't hesitate. He unleashed the violet flame that could burn the heavens themselves. He pressed forward relentlessly, launching another strike mid-battle, one that finally made sure Tianjue pause. The hit landed. Even sure Tianjue couldn't shrug it off completely. He was wounded. But the situation was clear. Going head-to-head with someone this powerful in such a state meant certain death. Hong Qinya gritted his teeth. Only one path left, burn everything. With a roar, he summoned the Xuantian-piercing golden flame and followed up with a fierce dragon flame. But sure, Tianjue laughed it off. Pointless. Your flames are just a mild-itch to me. With a sneer, he blocked the attack, then charged his fist for a brutal counter. This ends now. Hong Qinya's eyes widened. Even his deadliest move hadn't left a mark. What now? But he didn't falter. He raised his golden flame shield, bracing himself. It wasn't enough. Sure, Tianjue shouted, die, and drove his fists forward. Each blow cracked through Hong Qinya's defenses like they were paper. At that moment, the emperor arrived at the mountain, just in time to witness the battle. Fear clutched his heart as he looked at the monstrous figure. The girl by his side whispered, Father, what is that thing? It's terrifying. The emperor's heart sank. So this is the monster that destroyed Harmony State. Not even an immortal can stand against it. Is our nation finished? Meanwhile, Hong Qinya struggled to stand. Is this really where my path to immortality ends? After all the pain it took to master this technique, should I really beg for help from Yiling now? The thought disgusted him. Admitting he's stronger than me, it's humiliating. He's only at the peak of spirit transformation. It's not even close to fusion stage. What could he possibly do? Sure, Tianjue loomed closer. You cultivators chase eternal life. But you won't share that journey with me? Then you'll die, and your body will carry my will forever. He launched another devastating strike. Hong Qinya's thoughts scattered. Is this it? Is this really the end? Then from somewhere deep inside, an instinct, a flicker of survival, he called out, Master, save me. The words hit Sure Tianjue like a slap. Wait, Master? Don't tell me. You became someone's disciple. Suddenly, Yi Junlin stepped forward, calm and clear. So, my student has finally remembered where his strength came from. Sure, Tianjue stared in disbelief. You? You bowed to this backwater spirit transformation cultivator? What a disgrace to the entire demonic path. Hong Qinya's heart twisted. Yeah, Yi Junlin may have used me, but at the end of the day, he saved me. And now he's standing up to that monster. But what if he's no match? What then? Yi Junlin spoke up, his voice sharp. So, can I take that look on your face as a sign you're underestimating me? Sure, Tianjue laughed coldly. You're like an insect trying to measure the sky. I could drown you with a single breath. Hong Qinya lowered his head. I'm sorry, Master. I know I'm no match for the blood demon. But if there's still anything you can do, please just let me run. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. Run? That's not even an option. Yi Junlin stepped forward, steady as stone. Watch closely, Hong Qinya, he said. I'll finish this for my disciple's sake. Sure, Tianjue burst into laughter. You? Kill me, he scoffed. You couldn't survive even one blow. What exactly are you hoping to prove, you arrogant fool? With a roar, he launched a crushing strike. You're nothing but a clueless upstart. Don't do this, Hong Qinya shouted. Forget about me. Just let me go. This fight's already lost. But in that moment, everything changed. System notification. Host has been attacked by an opponent at initial fusion stage. Passive skill, Meet the Strong, become stronger, activated. Current level upgraded to middle fusion stage. Yi Junlin didn't even respond. He raised his hand and effortlessly shattered Sure Tianjue's incoming attack into pieces. Sure Tianjue staggered back, stunned. What just happened, he muttered. How can a spirit transformation cultivator do this? Then it hit him. You're not spirit transformation at all. You've reached the fusion stage too. Hong Qinya's jaw dropped. All this time, he was hiding it, he thought. He pretended to be a spirit transformation cultivator, when in reality, he's a fusion stage powerhouse. No wonder he kept provoking me. He knew I couldn't touch him. But at least, Hong Qinya realized he hadn't openly turned against Yi Junlin. That would have been a mistake he couldn't take back. Nearby, the girl watching gasped, eyes sparkling. He looks so powerful. I want to be like him. Her father, the emperor, stared at the scene grimly. That monster. Even with an immortal body, it's going to be a difficult battle. Yi Junlin felt the shift in his power. So this is what it means to reach fusion stage. It was like he could collapse the heavens and tear the earth apart with a single gesture. But sure, Tianjue wasn't backing down. So what if we're both at fusion stage? The difference in our techniques is like Xiantian and Earth. Let me show you what true power looks like. He summoned every ounce of strength and unleashed his full-bodied assault. Yi Junlin didn't flinch. You don't even know what real power is, he said calmly, and activated the seal of the Human King. Sure, Tianjue reached out to block it with a finger and recoiled as his body exploded with energy. His face twisted in disbelief. What was that? Yi Junlin's voice rang out. Is that what you call a difference in technique? Thanks to the system, the Human King seal had evolved to its mastery stage, far beyond its original form. Sure, Tianjue gritted his teeth. So what? You still can't kill me. You'll never win a drawn-out battle. My immortal body can't be destroyed so easily. In fact, it's time I show you my latest move. Yi Junlin raised his hand again. Then how about this? He unleashed a technique perfected to its final form, the Finger of the Great Void. One finger restrains the heavens and earth. The second flattens mountains and drains rivers. The third erases all living beings. The fourth crushes the heavens themselves. Sure, Tianjue staggered, overwhelmed. What is this? But then he laughed. I take it back. You are worthy of a real fight. No more tricks. No more holding back. Let's settle this with one final blow, he declared, and summoned his ultimate move, Blood Absolute. Blood rushing into the living springs, flooding the battlefield with overwhelming chi energy. Sure, Tianjue unleashed his devastating attack, but Yi Junlin had already made his choice. With a single, decisive strike, he obliterated the technique and his enemy. Sure, Tianjue staggered, disbelief written across his face. Who are you? He gasped. Why are monsters like you hiding in a place like this? Has the outside world grown so powerful while I was gone? Hong Qinya stood frozen, stunned. His mentor's strength was beyond comprehension. Even his own 3,000 blazing flames seemed trivial in comparison. No wonder Yi Junlin had always acted so calm. It wasn't arrogance. He just never saw me as a threat. Yi Junlin stepped forward. I am the head of Misty Peak from Xiantian's sect. Sure, Tianjue's eyes narrowed. Impossible. When I first entered the wild region, I checked everything. Even the leader of Xiantian's sect hadn't reached the spirit transformation stage yet. He clenched his jaw. I'll remember your name, he growled, and activated the Bloody Way, his ultimate escape technique. Hong Qinya's face turned grim. This is bad. He's trying to flee. If he escapes now, the consequences could be devastating. But sure, Tianjue wasn't done. Next time, I won't be so careless, he vowed, and prepared to vaporize his body. Yi Junlin's eyes sharpened. There won't be a next time. In a flash, he seized the blood demon. Sure, Tianjue thrashed, yelling, No, stop. I don't want it to end like this. But Yi Junlin had made up his mind. Feeding on human blood is a crime against all life. You shouldn't exist. He clenched his fist and, with a final 1-2 strike, ended him for good. From a distance, Hong Qinya watched the scene unfold. The once feared blood demon who had terrorized the entire central region was gone, destroyed by his own hands through the strength passed down by his mentor. The emperor, watching in awe, suddenly raised his arms. It's a miracle. The demon has fallen. Harmony State is saved. All thanks to the immortal. Yi Junlin, unfazed, turned to the system. So, where's my reward? Don't tell me you forgot. You call yourself a professional. The system chimed in. Reward delivered. Supreme bone acquired. A mysterious relic etched with ancient runes. It grants its host supreme innate power, destined only for those fated to become the greatest among the great. Would you like me to bind it to you, master? Yi Junlin grinned. Supreme bone? Oh, that's too good. Do it. Bind it now. Binding initiated. Once complete, host power will increase drastically. A few moments later, the system confirmed, binding complete. Congratulations, master. A pulse of energy surged from Yi Junlin's body. Even Hong Qinya felt it instantly. What did he do now? Waves of pressure rolled off Yi Junlin, sending shivers down Hong Qinya's spine. What kind of legacy did this man inherit? There's no way someone from the wild region should be this powerful. Gritting his teeth, Hong Qinya made a vow to himself. I need to reevaluate everything. I must accelerate my cultivation. If I don't reach the fusion stage soon, I won't be able to stop him if he ever turns. The emperor approached, bowing deeply. Immortal, thank you for saving Harmony State. We will record this day in history, so generations will remember your virtue. Yi Junlin waved it off. There's no need for thanks. Just be a good ruler. Take care of your people. That's what matters most. The emperor nodded solemnly. I promise, your words will never be forgotten. Just as things began to settle, the young girl suddenly stepped forward. Immortal Yi Junlin, can I become a disciple of Xiantian's sect too? I want to cast out demons and fight evil, just like you. Yi Junlin turned his gaze toward her, his eyes flickering as he scanned her cultivation potential. Her name was Zhou Linger, and to his surprise, she had a solid foundation. You have an excellent water spiritual root, he said thoughtfully. You're a strong candidate. If this is truly what you want, then I'll consider it. The emperor's face lit up. Truly? Then let Lena thank the immortal at once. The girl immediately bowed. Thank you, immortal Yi Junlin. The emperor continued, overflowing with gratitude. You saved the Wei state, and now accepted my daughter as your disciple. Please, allow me to host a grand banquet in your honor. Let me also offer rooms in the palace for you both to rest. Yi Junlin nodded. Very well. We'll go shortly. Just then, Hong Qinya leapt up with a loud shout. I've recovered. My wounds are healed. And I've broken through to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Since he began cultivating the 3,000 blazing flames and taking rare elixirs, his growth had accelerated dramatically. He couldn't deny, his mentor's methods were truly extraordinary. Still, even though Yi Junlin had saved his life, Hong Qinya couldn't forget the humiliation. Someday, he swore, when I reach the fusion stage, I'll pay it all back, twice over. And just the thought of seeing Yi Junlin beg for mercy made his blood run hot with anticipation. Suddenly, Yi Junlin called out, Hong Qinya, get over here. Hong Qinya scowled. Ugh, it's starting again. Yi Junlin smiled. Come on, let me thank you for calling me in earlier. Also, this martial arts novel I'm reading is quite interesting. Seems like the locals enjoy tales of someone being beaten down and rising again. I bet if I stayed in this world, I could make a fortune writing novels. He raised a finger. First up, martial arts peak. Surefire hit. The author's pen name, Mad Potato. Hong Qinya blinked. What is this old man rambling about now? Why are you calling me over? He asked, annoyed. Yi Junlin grinned. Because you're here now. Help me wash my feet. Hong Qinya's face twisted in rage. Unbelievable. The same nonsense again. But he held it in. He couldn't afford to offend him. Not after everything. Yi Junlin looked at him sharply. What's the delay? Neglecting your mentor? Get over here and wash my feet. Hong Qinya clenched his fists. This disciple wouldn't dare. This is outrageous. He thought, I'm no ordinary cultivator. I was the fire cult master. I've reached true immortality. Tens of thousands of cultivators fell before me. And now I'm washing the feet of some bumpkin from the wild region? Then, just as he approached, he paused. Wait, this water. He felt a sudden shock. Isn't this the water of boundless light? This wasn't just any bath water. It was a sacred liquid, one that could keep mortals young for 200 years. For cultivators, it purified the body and drastically boosted strength. In the central region, even a single drop of this water would sell out in a heartbeat. And Yi Junlin was using it to wash his feet. Hong Qinya's eyes twitched. This man, he must have a monstrous legacy. No one would be so wasteful otherwise. He glanced at the water again. If I drank even a little, what would happen? As the warmth from the foot-washing water spread through his body, Hong Qinya suddenly felt something strange, an immense surge in his cultivation. Then it hit him. Wait, this is foot-washing water. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. What's that look for? Don't tell me you think my feet stink. Hong Qinya flinched. No, of course not. I was just thinking about something else. Yi Junlin smirked. Guess the system really overdid it with the water of boundless light. Oh well, having my feet soaked in it and massaged by this cheap labor disciple is actually kind of nice. Then he glanced at the bucket. The water's getting cold. Heat it up. Hong Qinya sighed. Understood. Reluctantly, he plunged his hands into the bucket, channeling his fire ability to warm the water. Right at that moment, Zhou Linger walked in. Immortal. But the words stopped in her throat. What she saw completely shocked her. Her mighty, dignified mentor, having his feet washed by his own disciple. Her face turned bright red. What is happening here? Without another word, she spun around and bolted from the room. Yi Junlin looked after her. Hey, why are you running off like that? But before he could get an answer, Hong Qinya interrupted. Master, are you enjoying the foot washing? Yi Junlin nodded, completely serious. Very much. Honestly, if you were a girl, this would be a very different kind of relationship. Hong Qinya's face went dark. This guy is ridiculous. Once I reach the fusion stage, he'll pay for this humiliation tenfold. Just a little longer. Suddenly, Yi Junlin's ring glowed and let out a sharp chime. He looked down. A message from the sect leader? Apparently, the sect head had summoned him urgently. A major strategy meeting had been called, because news had just come in. An ancient secret world was about to appear in the wild region. Yi Junlin's eyes widened. A secret world? Hong Qian nodded. They're rare and full of cultivation treasures. A place like that could completely change a cultivator's fate. Even in a barren place like this, something so extraordinary was about to emerge. It wouldn't be long before news spread and chaos followed. But for Hong Qinya, this was also a huge opportunity. If I get a powerful inheritance there and combine it with my 3,000 blazing flames, I could skyrocket in strength. Then, out of nowhere, the system buzzed to life. New quest available. Enter the secret world of Taiyan and obtain an incredible reward. Yi Junlin frowned. What kind of reward? Can't tell you, the system replied smugly. That would ruin the surprise. With a sigh, Yi Junlin turned to Hong Qinya. Get ready. We're visiting the Emperor one last time. Then we head back to the sect. Got it, Hong Qinya replied immediately. At the palace, Zhou Linger hesitated. Father, maybe I shouldn't go. Maybe I should stay here after all. The Emperor smiled gently. Nonsense. Being accepted into Xiantian is an honor few ever receive. This is your chance. Don't waste it. Then he turned to Yi Junlin. Thank you, Immortal. I will remember everything you taught me. I swear, I'll protect my people and be a better ruler. And please look after my daughter. Yi Junlin gave a slight nod. Her path is her own. I won't bind her. How far she goes will depend entirely on her. He gestured to the others. Let's move. As Yi Junlin and his group stepped away, the citizens erupted into cheers, shouting their heartfelt thanks to the Immortal who had saved their land. After bidding farewell, Zhou Linger promised she'd return to visit her father. Meanwhile, far away in the true legacy hall of the Xiantian Ascension sect, a serious discussion was unfolding. So many things are happening in the wild region. The sect leader said gravely. It's rumored that an ancient secret world is about to be revealed there. And on top of that, the Wind and Thunder sect has been destroyed. Shower size narrowed. Destroyed? Who is responsible? The rumors say the head of Xiantian sect's Misty Peak. Shower's expression sharpened. What level of cultivation are we talking about? The leader replied, judging from what's being said, someone who recently stepped into the nascent soul stage. Shower scoffed. Nascent soul? That level? For him, killing those types of cultivators is like chopping vegetables. Then, with a tense voice, he asked, what about my father, Elder Mu? The head's face darkened. Still unconfirmed, but all signs point to Xiantian's sect. The issue is, could a low-tier sect like that have taken him out? Supposedly, they're relying solely on that Cloud Dao Peak Master, who's only at the soul nucleation stage. Shower's voice was cold. So someone else did it. Still, Xiantian's sect must be eradicated. And that man from Cloud Dao Peak will pay for my father's death. The sect head remained calm. Revenge can wait. First, focus on the mission. That secret world has drawn the attention of every major sect. You'll be heading there with a team of elders. Don't forget, you represent the Xiantian Ascension sect. You'll face elite cultivators from the strongest factions. Keep your priorities straight. Is that clear? Yes, teacher, Shower replied, bowing. He understood. Revenge would have to wait. The sect leader held up a glowing green pill. We'll show our strength there. With the resources gained in the Great Sect Tournament, you might finally break through the Great Completion stage and step into the Transition stage. He continued. In the heavenly realm, a spirit transformation cultivator is called a Divine Lord. A fusion stage, cultivator becomes a Heavenly Lord. But one who reaches Great Completion is honored as a Supreme. And if you touch the Transition stage, then you'll bear the title of a Lookery Immortal. Even touching that level gives you the power to dominate entire regions. And now, the most overlooked corner of the eastern region, the wild region, long dismissed as backwards and barbaric, had suddenly become the center of attention, all because of the secret world that could hold the key to immortality. At that moment, a group of cultivators made their way toward the mountain range. One of them laughed. We're in luck. The wild region cultivators are so weak, there's no way they'll keep this treasure for themselves. Another scoffed. This place was always called a land of savages. How could this be where the path to immortality opens? The third chimed in. Either way, we better hurry. Once the Xiantian Ascension sect gets there, there won't be a single scrap of treasure left. And so, the eastern region began to stir. Outside the ancient secret world, a massive crowd was already forming in the wild region. One elder spoke solemnly. The discovery of this secret realm has already drawn 4 out of the 5 great sections. Only Xiantian's sect had yet to arrive. Some believed they had given up the fight, but a warrior standing nearby shook his head. Unlikely. After what they just did, Xiantian's sect had absorbed the remnants of the Wind and Thunder sect, and now it looked like they had their sights set on becoming the leading sect among the 5 great powers of the wild region. At that moment, the moving mountain sect's elder, Ouyang Feng, burst into laughter. "I've been in seclusion for years," he said with a grin, "and now some minor sect like Xintian sect dares to challenge my moving mountain sect's place at the top." One of the warriors turned to him. "Elder, spirit transformation." Ouyang Feng nodded. They might have gained 2 soul nucleation cultivators, which would have been enough to put them in the spotlight, but a spirit transformation cultivator has actually emerged in the wild region. That changes everything. The warriors immediately straightened into formation and cupped their fists. "We greet the elder." Ouyang Feng looked out at the horizon. "I never expected that the moment I stepped out of seclusion, I'd witness the appearance of an ancient secret world. This is fate, and this secret realm, it will belong to the moving mountain sect." He raised his voice. "If anyone dares to challenge that, step forward now." The crowd fell silent. It was clear, now that Ouyang Feng had reached the spirit transformation stage, he was officially the strongest cultivator in the wild region. The elders surrounding him quickly bowed and declared, "We obey the divine lord. Long life to the sect lord." The warriors murmured amongst themselves, "Now that we've got a spirit transformation cultivator, who dares to go against us?" Just then, someone shouted, "The Temple of Battle Sky is here." Another voice chimed in, "The barbarians from the savage region are showing up again. Kick them out." But the atmosphere shifted as a new arrival stepped into view, the ruler of the southern borders from the Heavenly Lord Empire. A cultivator at the late stage of spirit transformation. The chief of the Heavenly Lord Empire narrowed his eyes. So it's true. The wild region really does have someone who's reached the spirit transformation stage. Ouyang Feng sneered to himself. Another one? There are already hundreds of spirit transformation cultivators here. He had fought tooth and nail to break through, becoming a prominent figure in the wild region over the past decade. But outside of it, spirit transformation wasn't even special. Trying to remain composed, he turned to the dignitary beside him. "I am Ouyang Feng, elder of the Moving Mountain sect. No need for formalities, just call me Brother Ouyang." One of the warriors scoffed. "What, you want to act young now? Shouldn't you be ashamed? Shut your mouth and get lost. No one here invited you to speak." Even some of the other elders chimed in. "You're just a backwater bumpkin. So what if you reached spirit transformation? You're still nothing. Don't think you're qualified to stand beside us." Ouyang Feng's smile faded. His jaw clenched. He turned slowly to the crowd. "You think just because I come from the wild region, I'm beneath you?" he said. "Maybe the land is harsh, but that doesn't mean we're weak. Why should spirit transformation cultivators like you get to trample on us?" He glanced around and saw his disciples looking at him with hope in their eyes. "If I back down now, the wild region will never have a future." His voice rose. "Yes, our land is poor, but we will fight. Anyone who disagrees, step forward." The elders bristled with fury. This arrogant old man's looking for death. Enraged, they prepared to strike, but the chief of the Heavenly Lord Empire raised his hand and stopped them. "No," he said coldly. "He's just a wild region cultivator. If we all gang up on him, people will laugh at us." He pointed at Ouyang Feng. "Let him act brave. Let him humiliate himself. One of you go and crush him with just one hand." Old Pesh realized just how outmatched he was. In desperation, he launched a palm strike, but Headphone didn't flinch. Without backing down, he countered with a roar of power, shouting for Pesh to die right there. The old man's attack was so fierce that even the enemy didn't notice it had been blocked until it was too late. That's when the enemy knew he had severely underestimated him. Ouyang Feng stepped forward, unfazed. "Is that all you've got?" Enraged, the enemy drew his weapon, lashing out with fury. "You ungrateful old fool." Ouyang Feng couldn't parry in time. The blow landed hard, leaving him wounded. Still, he glared at his opponent and spat back. "You said this would be a one-on-one. Now you go back on your word? You're a disgrace to the entire eastern region." He straightened up, blood trailing from his mouth. "But to die with honor, that's a death I'll accept. Just know this, the cultivators of the wilderness region will never be humiliated." The eastern chief nodded. "Then I'll grant you that wish." But before he could strike, a seal flared to life nearby. Everyone froze as a voice echoed through the air. Quite the lively scene today. Gasps rang out. It was the abbot of the heavenly temple from the Buddhist province, the Golden Buddha Master himself. And behind him stood none other than young Master Amitabha, heir to the first cultivator clan of the Ice Ocean. Even the chief felt the crushing pressure they brought with them. They had both stepped into the fusion realm. That alone meant one thing. There was no way the savage region could win now. Then came another shock. The Xintian Ascension sect had arrived from the Jade Gorge province. All the top sects of the eastern region were now gathered. Whispers spread like wildfire. "It's him, the holy son of the Xintian Ascension sect. Chen Zhao's." People stared in awe. He He was known for possessing the solar immortal physique, unmatched by anyone in his generation. No doubt, he would become the Eastern region's brightest star for the next 100,000 years, a living legend in the making. The Eastern chief narrowed his eyes. Wait, wasn't he the crown prince of the Wind and Thunder sect? From the wilderness region? The realization stung. That region had brought him nothing but disgrace. Just the thought of it made him sick. One of the elders stepped forward, rage flaring. The Holy Sun isn't someone the lowly ants of the wilderness region have the right to mention. Anyone who does dies. Suddenly, the wilderness region's chief walked up. Calm, composed, he looked at Zhou and said, "You don't need to dirty your hands with these nobodies. Leave them to me." Zhou gave him a cold glance. "Do as you wish." At that moment, the head of the Xintian sect arrived, his gaze sweeping over the scene. Just as I thought, with the secret world appearing, the son of Elder Mu from the Wind and Thunder sect has shown himself. Luckily, they hadn't jumped blindly into the chaos. Zhou turned to their leader and said, "While the others fight over scraps, maybe we should pull back and let the wilderness region disappear for a while." Su Qianxue responded calmly. "That depends on Junior Brother, Yi. He's Xintian sect's last hope." Just then, the head raised his voice, eyes scanning the battlefield. "Where is Junior Brother?" Ye had already made his way into the chaos, and now Shower was there too. Was this a death wish? The moment he spotted Yi Junlin, he called out, "You're from Xintian sect, aren't you? Don't act so rashly." But Yi Junlin didn't hold back. "These arrogant upstarts have run wild for long enough. Without me, the wilderness region's finished. Everyone else, stay back. No one moves." Shaoan narrowed his eyes. "Who's coming? Name yourself." Yi Junlin stepped forward. "I'm Yi Junlin, the one who killed your father." A murmur spread through the crowd. Someone gasped. "Wait, isn't he the Misty Peak Lord from the Heaven sect?" But another chimed in with disbelief. "He's only at the soul gestation stage. Is he trying to get himself killed?" Hearing where Yi Junlin was from made Shower's blood boil. His fury surged out of control. Yi Junlin stared him down. "What's with the rage? Got a personal grudge or something?" Shower snapped. "Did you kill the patriarch of the Wind and Thunder sect?" Yi Junlin shrugged. "That underdog? I remember him rambling about how his son was destined for immortality. So what are you really, his kid?" That hit the nerve. Shower stood speechless, his anger drowning out all thought. But Yi Junlin wasn't done. "Then you're the son of that fool." "Figures." Shower exploded. "I'll kill you." But before he could move, a servant turned to Saint Chunyan Hai. "Allow me to capture this lunatic and deliver him to you." One of the warriors turned to Yi Junlin. "You're just a brat who dared to insult a saint. You'll pay the price." Just as he raised his weapon, Hong Qinya stepped forward. He stood between Yi Junlin and the warrior. The warrior blinked in confusion. Where did this beautiful girl come from? Hong Qinya didn't answer. At that comment, he attacked immediately. Fire erupted in a blazing arc, launching a flaming ripple straight at the warrior. In a flash, the man was engulfed and burned alive. Everyone froze. A stunned elder muttered, "A spirit transformation stage cultivator. Dead just like that?" Headfong's eyes widened. When did such powerful fighters show up in the wilderness region? He took a deep breath. "I used to think I was a pioneer here, but clearly there are new peaks hidden behind these mountains, and skies even higher than I ever imagined." Hong Qinya calmly walked up to his mentor. Ouyang Feng stared in disbelief. "Is that the female disciple of the Misty Peak Lord?" But someone questioned aloud, "Wait a minute. Isn't the Misty Peak Lord only at the soul nascent stage? How does a spirit nascent level disciple make sense?" It was becoming clear that the Xintian sect wasn't just powerful, it was full of monsters. Then, the head turned toward Junior E and asked quietly, "Do you understand what you're facing now?" Cries rang out. "This is the Xintian Ascension sect. Don't let him escape." Zhou echoed the call. "Catch him. As long as he lives, the Xintian sect still has a future." But Yi Junlin stayed calm. He turned to the clan head. "No need to worry. I'm fine. In fact, it's time to introduce our newest apprentice." Zhou Linger stepped forward, her tone respectful. "Greetings, elders." Yi Junlin nodded and continued. "After settling matters in the Harmony Realm, I came across an extraordinary talent. Daughter of Emperor Wei, born with a root water soul of the purest quality. She's a perfect fit for the heavenly fragrance peak." Zhou Linger walked over to Su Qianxue. "It's an honor to meet my mentor." Su Qianxue looked at her in awe. This girl radiated spiritual energy. She was a natural. But Shower wasn't done. He shouted at Yi Junlin, "Don't look down on me. You and your sect. All of you will pay for what happened to my father. I'll make sure you suffer." Yi Junlin glanced at him, unimpressed. "You? Compete with me? You're not even qualified." He gave a simple order to Hong Qinya. "Go. Teach him a lesson, just like I taught you." Without hesitation, Hong Qinya took off after Shower like an unleashed beast. Shower sneered. Coward, hiding behind your disciple. Afraid to face me like a real saint. But Hong Qinya didn't flinch. You don't need my mentor to put you down. Shower changed tactics. With that strength and beauty, why waste yourself in that pathetic sect? Join us. The Xiantian Ascension sect will give you everything. Power, status, favor. Hong Qinya replied coldly. I'm not interested. Shower laughed mockingly. What's wrong, girl? Can't even consider the offer. Hong Qinya shot back. My mentor was right. Your father was a fool. And you? You're twice the idiot. That stung. Shower snapped. If you reject kindness, then prepare for pain. He unleashed a blazing whirlwind of fire. But Hong Qinya stood firm and countered with his meteoric flame. A surge of power so intense it tore right through the attack. Shower's eyes widened. What? You shatter my technique? So easily? Hong Qinya stepped forward. Was that all? Grinding his teeth, Shower growled, don't get cocky. That was just the warm-up. He pushed his power to the limit, summoning his ultimate move, Solar Deity's Fist. The head of the sect looked on. That's the Holy Sun for you. With a solar immortal body and a celestial rank technique perfectly fused, even spirit transformation cultivators would be obliterated. If his enemy were in the fusion stage, they'd still suffer badly. Shower roared. You asked for this. A thunderous explosion followed. The entire battlefield was silenced by the sheer force of it. Smoke and dust filled the air. Shower smiled, convinced he'd finished off Yi Junlin's disciple. But as the haze cleared, Hong Qinya stood, still alive. Not just alive, unscathed. Shower's face twisted in disbelief. No, that's impossible. I was born to be immortal. I'm invincible among my peers. But even now, Shower wasn't done. He kept swinging, punch after punch, desperate to finish it. But Hong Qinya stood his ground. Like a frog in a well. You have no idea how vast the world is. You think you're strong? I'll show you real humiliation, the kind you'll never forget. Everything I've bottled up since Ealing. I'll unleash it now. His counters landed hard and fast. Shower never stood a chance. Hong Qinya tore through him like he was nothing, like snapping twigs with 2 fingers. Shower panicked. Why are all my attacks melting away? Like I'm punching into a sponge. There's no impact. Is she really stronger than me? He gasped aloud. I've never seen this kind of martial prowess. Not even among the top cultivators of the Xiantian Ascension sect. How could a sect like yours raise someone like you? Hong Qinya looked at him coldly. You're weak. That's all there is to it. An elder cried out to Shower. Don't falter. You're the Holy Sun. You were born for immortality. Shower gritted his teeth. That's right. I am the Holy Sun. He unleashed his chi again, roaring, I'm not finished. Calling on the power of his solar immortal body, he activated the initial divine eclipse technique, channeling its destructive force straight into Hong Qinya. But Hong Qinya didn't even flinch. Child's play, he scoffed. You want to see what invincible among equals really means? I'll show you the gap between us. With that, he released the 7-colored flame, unleashing everything he had. Headphone watched in shock. Is he really just at the spirit transformation stage? That level of power, it's unreal. Even one of the elders murmured. This power. Could it even crush someone in the fusion stage? Who's going to come out on top in this battle? But the answer came quickly. Shower collapsed. Whispers echoed through the stunned crowd. That's the Holy Sun from the Xiantian Ascension sect. Hong Qinya stepped forward and asked coldly, how can a flicker of a spark ever challenge the brilliance of a full moon? The sect head turned to his brother. That disciple of yours. He's far too powerful. Zhou nodded. Shower may be down, but we still have more elders. We should retreat while we can. But Yi Junlin stepped in calmly. No need to worry. I've already made arrangements. He turned to Hong Qinya and smiled. You've earned yourself an extra meal tonight. Hong Qinya bowed slightly. Thank you, teacher. Meanwhile, Shower lay stunned. I lost. A voice behind him spoke. Turn around. Shower turned slowly. He admitted, I was defeated. That one. He's invincible in his realm. I brought shame to the Xiantian Ascension sect. The fire elder stood nearby, still reeling. No one had expected the Holy Sun to be beaten by a disciple from the wilderness region. His Taoist heart trembled. If this goes on, he thought, our sect's reputation will crumble. He stepped forward, addressing Shower. Don't dwell on this. You still have a brilliant future ahead. You will become immortal. But we must harden your Taoist heart and wipe out these savages. Only then can we restore the glory of the Xiantian Ascension sect. Then, turning to the crowd, he shouted, to insult the Holy Sun is a grave offense. Who among us will strike back and destroy these wild region barbarians? One of the Xiantian Ascension warriors stepped forward. The others nodded. As expected, they said, the Xiantian Ascension sect's roots run deep, and they're not done yet. The Xiantian Ascension sect had sent in 9 fusion stage masters. As powerful as Hong Qinya was, she was still only in the spirit transformation stage. Against fusion cultivators, she was outmatched. A nearby monk sighed. Such a waste, talent like hers, lost in a fight like this. What a shame. Just then, Hong Qinya sensed an incoming threat. Should I take this one? Yi Junlin raised a hand. No need. Let them come. I'll handle this myself. The crowd stirred. That's the head of Misty Peak. Yi Junlin himself. Wait, he's already reached the fusion stage? The chief narrowed his eyes. I thought his disciple was dangerous enough. Turns out, the man behind her is even worse. He scoffed, calling himself the #1 in the wilderness region. How laughable. One of the Shintian Ascension warriors stepped forward and sneered. So you've merged. Big deal. You think that's enough to insult our holy son? Barbarians like you deserve to die. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, deadly and fast. But Yi Junlin didn't even blink. Sitting calmly, he muttered, "Is this a joke?" The next instant, Yi Junlin appeared right in front of his enemy, effortless, like a shadow in the wind. Before the warrior could react, Yi Junlin struck with a crushing foot to the chest, sending him flying. Yi Junlin looked down. That's it. Even he was surprised. Since fusing with the Supreme Bone, his body's natural strength had become monstrous. He didn't need spirit energy, just raw physical power could overwhelm anyone at the same level. The elder barked in order. All of you attack him. Don't hold back. The warriors surrounded him on all sides. But Yi Junlin didn't move. He activated the seal of the Human Lord, an ancient divine ability. The moment it released, the warriors couldn't even touch him. They fell one by one, unable to get past his aura. Not a single strike landed. Wounded and stunned, one gasped. What kind of divine technique is that? He's too powerful. Use artifacts. Now, one warrior drew the Jade Serenity Immortal Sword, and all of them attacked at once, their weapons glowing, energy shaking the battlefield. Still, Yi Junlin didn't budge. He stood still, waiting for the storm to hit. Watching this, the monk muttered solemnly, "This is a fearsome, coordinated assault. May the Buddha have mercy on this man if it actually hits him." But another warrior sneered. That bald monk preaches compassion, yet works in shadows darker than anyone here. Even so, both he and the monk agreed. People like Yi Junlin, with secrets like Eeling's, needed to be erased. From the sidelines, the clan head cried out, "Ye is in danger." Other man added quickly, "I told him to run. Why didn't he listen?" But Hong Qinya shook her head. "You don't get it." And Hong Qinya, she understood now. Everything he'd seen back in the Harmony State, all the strange signs, it made sense. Yi Junlin had been hiding something far greater. Yi Junlin laughed. "So that's how it is? Fine. Then let me show you something." He activated one of the divine techniques of the Supreme Bone. Blinding radiance erupted. People cried out, shielding their eyes. "What is this? What kind of energy is that?" But Yi Junlin wasn't finished. He followed it with divine, punishing radiance, and the entire battlefield was engulfed in light. The warriors didn't even have a chance to respond. They were overwhelmed, burned, shattered, and thrown back like leaves in a storm. Not one of them could understand what they were even facing. Battered and broken, they turned to the Fire Elder for help. "Save them," a voice cried out. The Fire Elder gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected Yi Junlin to be this much of a problem. With the Holy Sun already seriously injured, and now the Elder's getting overwhelmed, how could he possibly return to the sect and explain this disaster? He couldn't wait anymore. He launched his own attack straight from the ship. Gasps rose from the crowd. It's the Buddha Tower, his strongest weapon. A 3-star spiritual artifact. Finally, hope. People thought they were saved. The Elder hurled the Buddha Tower down with full force. "It ends here," he roared. But Yi Junlin was smiling. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Suddenly, the system activated. Collision detected. Peak fusion stage cultivator. Passive skill activated. Strength increases in the face of stronger enemies. Full fusion stage power acquired. The Elder advanced, firing off waves of power, but nothing landed. Every attack was effortlessly repelled. Eyes wide, the Elder gasped. Was he hiding this power all along? Yi Junlin said nothing. He simply raised a hand and blasted a wave of pure energy directly into him. Cornered, the Elder shouted, "Enough. We concede. The Shintian Ascension sect will withdraw from the battle for the secret world." But Yi Junlin's eyes turned cold. "You showed up on your own terms. And now you want to leave on your own terms? No. If that's how it is, then you die here." The Elder shouted, "You've gone too far. Aren't you afraid of what the Shintian Ascension sect will do to you?" But then a dark realization crept into his voice. "Wait, now I understand. The Elder from the outer court. You killed him too, didn't you?" Yi Junlin smirked. "That's right. I've already made enough enemies. So why not kill a few more?" Before the Elder could say another word, he was engulfed in flames. Yi Junlin didn't even give him a moment to beg. He was incinerated on the spot. The battlefield went silent. He killed the Fire Elder in one move. This barbarian from the wilderness region took down the Fire Elder of the Xiantian Ascension sect. Just like that, the blow shattered them. Shinji's Taoist heart cracked. The very strength and reputation of the Xiantian Ascension sect was falling apart. The monk watched silently. The real war in the east had only just begun. Shower was shaking with fury. Even the Fire Elder had fallen. Is my father's killer really this strong? Can I ever get revenge? Panic spread fast. Warriors started shouting, "It's over. Get the Holy Sun and retreat. Activate the golden ship." But Hong Qinya stepped forward, rage burning in his eyes. "You boast and threaten, and now you're running?" He launched a surge of flames straight at the ship. No one leaves alive. The flames hit hard, fire swallowing the golden vessel. They killed our elders. Now, they're targeting the Holy Sun too. This master and disciple are mad. Just as all hope seemed lost, a monk appeared. He stepped up to protect the ship, raising his palm. Facing Hong Qinya, he spoke calmly. "Young mistress, when does this cycle of vengeance end? Do they really want to wipe out every last one of us?" Someone cried out. Hong Qinya turned to the bald monk. "Don't act like I don't see through your Buddhist tricks. You step in now, pretending to be righteous, just so the Xiantian Ascension sect owes you a favor. That kind of hypocrisy makes me sick." The monk shook his head. "You speak falsely. Your hatred toward Buddhism runs too deep. You're teetering on the edge of the demonic path. I suggest you take a step back." Hong Qinya scoffed. "Back in the central region, people like you disgusted me the most. Always chasing benefit, hiding behind virtue. Even if I walk the demonic path, I don't need your preaching." The monk's tone shifted. "In that case, allow me to show you the true path myself." Hong Qinya suddenly felt the weight of overwhelming pressure. The monk wasn't ordinary. He was at the peak of the fusion stage. But before he could react, Yi Junlin stepped between them. "Someone dares to go after my disciple while I'm right here?" The monk bowed slightly. "You misunderstand, Mr. Ye. I only wish to guide him." Yi Junlin's gaze turned sharp. "Guide him? Do you think yourself qualified to teach my disciple?" Hong Qinya thought the same. Letting a true immortal reborn be lectured by a mere fusion stage monk? Absurd. "I appreciate your concern," Hong Qinya said coldly. "But I had their ship cornered. That old monk got in the way, and now they've escaped." The monk answered calmly. "It simply seemed things had gone too far. I stepped in to bring balance. If you see that as a fault, I've nothing more to say." Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. "So you stepped in, made your move, and now you want to walk away? Why stop now? Finish what you started." The monk raised a brow. "You do realize that the Misty Temple is one of the Eastern region's great Buddhist sects, yes? You've already clashed with the Xiantian Ascension sect. Now you wish to provoke us too?" Yi Junlin laughed. "You've got a talent for playing both sides, racking up favors, letting others get their hands dirty, and leaving the consequences behind. You're so clever. Why not predict your own death while you're at it?" The monk's expression darkened. "You've taken this too far." But Yi Junlin didn't give him a chance to recover. With a surge of fire, he struck without warning. The monk responded instantly, casting the Golden Bell defense, but it wasn't enough. Yi Junlin's attack cracked through it, leaving the monk staggered and injured. Still, the monk managed to steady himself midair. "Do you think we're so easy to mock? The Misty Temple isn't weak." Yi Junlin replied coldly. "If you're so determined, then don't blame me for what happens next." With a solemn chant, the monk unleashed one of his strongest techniques, the Dharma Buddha manifestation. A towering golden image emerged, divine and awe-inspiring, holding the famed 3-star, 9-ring iron artifact. Gasps spread through the watching crowd. "That's the Buddhist great manifestation technique. He's using a spiritual artifact. He's serious now." And Yi Junlin, he's completely lost it. He's already made enemies of the Xiantian Ascension sect, and now he's picking a fight with the Buddhists too? Is he asking to die? One of the warriors muttered as the tension soared. The monk's mentor stepped forward and addressed Yi Junlin. "I gave you a chance, but you're too stubborn. Now, I'll be the one to calm you down." With that, the monk raised his weapon, channeling a resolution attack into the sky. But Yi Junlin didn't move. He looked almost puzzled, then spoke plainly. "If you're finished pretending, go ahead and make your move." As the monk attacked, Yi Junlin responded with a single motion, activating the Xiantian burial casket. The artifact appeared with a hum, and Yi Junlin stopped the powerful strike with just one hand. The monk was stunned. He didn't even know what had just happened. That's when Yi Junlin realized something. With his rising cultivation, the Xiantian burial casket had evolved. No longer a 4-star, but a 6-star artifact. He looked at the monk coldly. "That divine ability, is that really all you've got?" And with that, he activated the artifact fully. The burial casket opened, pulling everyone nearby into its dark interior. The monks screamed in shock. What is this? Perceptor, help us. Their leader froze, horrified. He's a cursed evil. There's a demon hiding inside the Shuren sect. The monk turned to his allies, shouting, he's a heretic. Eliminate him now. But hesitation spread. Would anyone dare risk it now? Watching it unfold, Hong Qinya finally understood. This was the hidden power he'd always sensed in his mentor. The monk gritted his teeth. You've already made an enemy of the Xiantian Ascension sect. Now you want to take on the Eastern region's strongest Buddhist order too. Yi Junlin's voice rang out like iron. What disgusts me most are hypocrites like you. I don't care who my enemies are. If you hide behind false virtue, I'll wipe you out. He waved his hand, silencing the monk's protests. Go to the coffin. With a final gesture, the monk was sealed away. Yi Junlin lifted the casket with one hand and turned to the battlefield. Anyone else want to try me? The clan head erupted into laughter. Brother Ye, that was magnificent. Zhou Dezhu added jokingly. Is he dreaming or asleep? Someone should hit him and find out. Su Qinxue stepped up immediately and punched him right in the face. Why are you hitting me? Zhou Dezhu asked, rubbing his cheek. Su Qinxue blinked. Does it hurt? Of course it does. Then it's not a dream, she said simply. The elder stared in disbelief. Did the wild region actually win? Whispers turned into cheers. The Heavenly Lord. The wild region's Heavenly Lord. The invaders looked around in shock. This really is the wilderness region, and we didn't come to the wrong place? They had believed he had merely defied fate 3 times. But they were wrong, so wrong. Yi Junlin had shaken the mighty Xiantian Ascension sect to its core. And now, he had turned even a high-ranking Buddhist temple into rubble. He had made enemies of the strongest forces in the East. And revenge would come hard. But some among the wild region clans whispered, if he keeps turning the eastern region upside down like this, it might work in our favor. Then suddenly, the sky split open. A massive beam of light descended from above, casting divine brilliance across the land. Gasps echoed. The secret world, it's opening. It's never been this majestic before. Even Yi Junlin paused, gazing up at the blinding brilliance. Finally, it was time. The gateway had opened. But before stepping in, he turned toward the remnants of the hostile sects still lurking. This isn't over, he said coldly. There's still a few things left to clean up. Yi Junlin's voice rang out clearly. Everyone from the wilderness region has the right to enter and explore this world. As for the rest, leave. Grumbling broke out across the crowd. One young man stepped forward angrily. Our Shui clan has never clashed with the Shuren Tian sect. Why are we being blocked? What injustice? He scowled. If our elders were here, they wouldn't have let this slide. But a nearby warrior leaned in and said quietly, the higher the sun rises, the brighter its fall. Fighting a battle that's already lost is nothing but defying fate. The young lord's expression hardened. True. Let him bask in arrogance. Let him feel untouchable. That will be his downfall. He turned and waved his hand. There's nothing more for us here. We're leaving. Whispers followed in their wake. Even the Shui clan is backing down. No one dares oppose Ealing now. Other warriors reluctantly retreated. We came all this way and walk away with nothing. But the young noble only smiled. Let them have their moment. This isn't over. We'll be watching. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin turned to his disciple. Time to go. Together, they stepped into the radiant entrance of Luotian's secret world. The moment they entered, Yi Junlin's eyes widened. I didn't expect the atmosphere inside to be this incredible. Just then, the system activated. A suitable location for activation has been found. Do you wish to receive your reward? Yi Junlin responded instantly. Accept. A projection formed before him. An echo of the golden Buddha form from earlier. Yi Junlin studied it. Not bad. That monk's divine form was more trouble than I thought. If I hadn't used the Xiantian burial coffin, it might have turned into a real fight. He turned to his men. Scatter. Search for rare herbs. Don't wander too far. Stay within each other's sight. Yi Junlin didn't care about the resources. He only wanted to complete his task. But with the team so fired up, he figured it was worth exploring a bit more. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the distance. A few scouts were ambushed by a monstrous beast. The warriors shouted, be careful. These creatures are dangerous. The head's expression turned grim. We're surrounded. Even the wildlife here is golden core level. Stay alert. Hong Qinya smirked. You want resources? Show some strength. No one hands them out. But it was more than just difficult. Things turned chaotic fast. Birds scattered overhead. And from the treetops, a horde of demonic monkeys descended like a storm. Ready yourselves, the head barked. The warriors drew their weapons and rushed into battle. These monkeys weren't just savage. They were sinister, vicious creatures that attacked with terrifying coordination, aiming to tear humans apart and feast on their flesh. Then came a scream. A girl was grabbed midair by one of the monsters. No, please. Help me. Several warriors dashed toward her, blades swinging. But their attacks bounced off. The monkey's fur was like steel. Nothing that had even scratched it. The girl kept screaming, struggling beneath the beast. "Stop, please. Someone help me." And just then, Hong Qinya appeared. Hong Qinya saw what was happening and calmly walked forward. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a fire attack that completely incinerated the monkey in one strike. Turning to the girl, he asked, "You okay?" She nodded quickly, still shaken. "Thank you, Sister Hong Qinya." Just then, the head approached. "Brother Hong Qinya, things feel much more stable with you here. I'll leave the younger ones in your care. Be cautious. These white monkeys have soul-originating power. They're quick, and there are too many of them." Hong Qinya glanced at him. "If you're still worried about me showing up, better start worrying about yourself instead." But even before the words finished leaving his mouth, another wave of monkeys launched a full-on assault, swarming him from all directions. Hong Qinya had already sensed it coming. "You're all doomed," he muttered, and with a snap, fire surged from his palms, consuming the swarm in a blaze. The warriors around him watched in awe. Big Sister Hong Qinya is incredible. Totally. He's mastered Teacher Ye's style to perfection. But Hong Qinya waved them off, annoyed. "Enough with the chatter. Shut up already." He looked around. Now where the hell did that lazy bastard Yi Junlin run off to? Probably relaxing again somewhere. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Yi Junlin was indeed alone. He looked around and asked, "System, are you sure this energy anomaly is in this direction?" The system responded instantly. "Confirmed. The special energy anomaly is ahead. This task offers rewards far superior to normal activations." Deeper within the Luotian secret world, atop the great tree of peace, an ancient council was gathering. One of the old natives gazed up. "The fruit of the great tree, it's finally ripe. But now this world's been invaded by humans." A towering figure, head of the stone bloodline, growled, "We should act at once." The giant clan's chief spoke next, calm but imposing. "No. First priority is sharing the fruit. Once we fully consume it, we'll inherit the power of the great tree itself. Then, crushing the invaders will be easy." But the winged clan leader frowned. "Too late. That white mousy already stole it." The dragon clan chief added, "It ripened too fast. We didn't even have a chance to react." The Pisces clan elder shook his head. "Now that it's eaten the fruit, the tree recognizes it. We can't touch the mousy while it's still digesting. If we try, the tree will turn on us." The tree clan's head nodded solemnly. "Then we wait. Once digestion is complete, we'll take it, refine the energy, and split the gains." But the giant clan chief wasn't convinced. "No, that greedy little rat will pay. I swear it." Suddenly, someone gasped. "Look, the light's fading, it's almost done." And then it happened. Tiny paws peeked out of the glowing fruit. The mouse popped its head out, yawning. What a nice nap. Everyone froze. The mouse blinked at the furious crowd and casually waved. "Oh hey, brothers. Were you looking for me?" She could already feel the heat in the air. The room, seconds from exploding. She knew they might hurt her, or worse. Slowly, she began to back away, warning them not to stop her. The giant clan leader scoffed, remarking how fast the little rat had become. The power of the great peace tree's fruit was truly remarkable. The tree clan's leader wasted no time. He unleashed his roots, ordering the others to stop standing around and catch her. Now, Mousa glanced back, spotting the roots slithering after her. She shouted, "Can't we talk this out? I'm not unreasonable." Just then, a strange portal shimmered into view before her. Without hesitation, she leapt through. Inside, her head spun. She clutched her stomach. "I feel sick. Where is this place?" Meanwhile, the winged clan's leader frowned. "So, she's unlocked spatial travel. If she escapes, fully absorbs the fruit, and learns cultivation, she'll be unstoppable. We can't allow that. She has to die here." Without warning, the winged clan had launched a flurry of feathered attacks. One struck Mousa hard. She screamed as her tiny body slammed into the ground. "I don't want to be eaten," she cried. "I just want to live." But the Stone Clan's leader stepped up behind her. "Live? You're already dead." He unleashed a gust of energy that sent her hurtling into the abyss, too weak to resist. The winged clan leader followed, sneering. "A filthy rodent dares to eat the fruit of the great peace tree? Do you have any idea how priceless that is? Who do you think you are?" The giant clan leader joined in, scoffing. "Why aren't you running? Did you really think eating that fruit would let you escape us?" Mousie lifted her head. "The fruit didn't have your names on it. Why shouldn't I eat it? Why are you blaming me?" The tree clan leader stepped forward. "Do you even understand what you've done? That fruit comes from the tree that sustains the entire secret Taiyan world. It has taken countless generations to grow. Anyone who eats it gains the body of the Great Lo, the most powerful body in the immortal realm. Our clans have waited hundreds of lifetimes for this moment, and you stole it." He raised his hand. You must die, so the fruit can return to its rightful heirs. Mouse stared at them, shaken. Was it really such a terrible thing? Am I going to die for this? She called out. Please, someone save me. The tree clan leader moved to crush her. But then, an attack came from behind. He froze mid-motion. Feeling the powerful aura, he turned. Who are you? And then, Yi Junlin stepped into view. She glanced at the system. What did you say about the energy wave from that white mousey? The system confirmed it. The mousey had just consumed the fruit of the Great World Tree. Her body had already begun forming the Great Luo physique, brimming with untapped potential. That piqued Yi Junlin's interest. The peace tree again. Huh? Mousey hurried over and pointed at her attackers. Hero, you saved me. These villains, they wanted to eat me. Yi Junlin paused, thinking. This felt oddly familiar. Every time he took on a disciple, he ended up saving someone first. Was this his fate now? Was he becoming like Tanjin? Still, unlike that stubborn Hong Qinya, this round little mousey seemed like she'd actually listen. Maybe she wouldn't be a bad apprentice if she didn't disappoint. Suddenly, the giant clan leader roared and charged. An intruder dares interfere? You'll pay for this. But Yi Junlin didn't even flinch. With one hand, he caught the massive hammer mid-swing. She's mine now, he said coolly. Leave, and I'll let you live. That only fueled the rage. The Stone Clan head stepped forward next. You? Also at the peak of the fusion stage? You dare act this arrogant. The giant clan head, emboldened by backup, growled. Good, then let's crush him. Together. But Yi Junlin didn't even blink. He walked straight at them, calm and unbothered, then struck. The giant clan leader flew backward, stunned. What kind of strike was that? That power. Not waiting, the winged clan leader leapt into action, feathers slicing through the air. You've signed your death warrant. Yi Junlin deflected the flurry with ease. So that's how it is. Well then, don't blame me for what happens next. He activated his technique, Great Wasteland Finger. The sky erupted with fire, and a blazing inferno surged down as he sealed the heavens. The clan leaders struggled beneath the weight of a massive stone. Hold the line. Push back, they shouted, rallying. But Yi Junlin was already thinking ahead. Looks like Stone over there is walking right into a trap. Huh, this might actually be fun. Then he grinned. Time to test his new bonus. He summoned the guise of a celestial emperor, his aura exploding with dominance. The giant clan head staggered near him, sneering. You curse, man. Under the overwhelming presence of the colossal illusion he unleashed, they felt like ants. Was this something they were supposed to handle? Just who was this man? From the distant battlefield, others noticed too. Whispers spread. It was a divine incarnation. Stronger even than the monk from the martial sky temple. An elder squinted at the sky, baffled. Could it really be the heavenly lord himself? But no, this incarnation was beyond what even the mightiest in the Central Lands could summon. They would have bowed without question. Hong Qinya, watching from afar, clenched his fists. Again with the secrets. Just how many cards is my master hiding? Above them, Yi Junlin's spiritual form roared. The heavenly emperor has arrived. Who among you dares resist? Without hesitation, Yi Junlin gave the command. Kill them. No mercy. The tribes weren't the type to back down. They surged forward to fight. The Stone Clan leader led the charge. Yi Junlin smirked. Stone, huh? The toughest of the bunch. He unleashed the Xuantian slashing fist. Fire erupted around the Stone Clan head. There was no room to dodge. In an instant, the leader was vaporized. Gone. The Tree Clan's leader trembled. That power, it's terrifying. The Giant Clan's leader saw where this was going. He stepped forward, raising a hand. Celestial Lord, we acted out of line. There's no need for more destruction. Let's stop this, here and now. But Yi Junlin wasn't listening. His fiery hand came crashing down. The villagers could hardly believe it. You curse, man. How can you be this cruel? This ruthless? We'll never forgive you. Yi Junlin looked back at them, cold. If you had the power to kill me, you would have done it already. And you want me to believe you want peace. His imperial form was powerful, too powerful, but it had drained 80% of his energy. It wasn't something to throw around carelessly. Now, it was time to take on a disciple. He glanced around. Where's that little mousey? She was just here, looked so tame too. But the mousey was already long gone, racing through the forest. That guy's terrifying, she panted. He saved me, sure, but he's even scarier than those 6 maniacs. I thought I was going to die. Still, the pain was gone. Her legs felt stronger than ever, carrying her at lightning speed. Is this all from a fruit? She wondered. Then a chill ran down her back. Was that terrifying two-leg chasing her? Yi Junlin took off after her. System, is she ahead of me? She is, the system replied. Put in a bit of effort. You'll catch her easily. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. So, she's a fast one. Guess the Great World Tree really does work wonders. He pushed forward. If not for the system's help, I'd never catch up. He's never going to stop chasing me, is he? The mouse had thought, glancing back nervously. That's when she remembered. She had a horse. But even with that, how was he catching up so fast? How did he even find her in this endless forest? Before she could think further, Yi Junlin appeared right in front of her, blocking the path. She skidded to a halt, stunned. H, how did you? Yi Junlin gently rested a hand on her head. Didn't you say you didn't want to die? You promised to be my servant. So why run? The mouses stammered. It's just your aura. It's too scary. I thought you were going to eat me too. Yi Junlin tilted his head, curious. I've tried beef. Had horse meat too. But rat? Never. Maybe I should find out what it tastes like. The mouse panicked. No. Rat meat's awful. Sour, chewy. It'll upset your stomach. Yi Junlin chuckled, eyes gleaming. Now I'm even more intrigued. He scooped her up casually. You've got the strongest immortal body, one form from the great world tree. And yet, you're terrified at the sight of a little scuffle. Maybe I should just keep you as a pet. 2 hours later, deep in the forest, they had stopped to make camp, while the mouse napped. The smell of cooking stirred her awake. She sniffed the air. That smells amazing. Wait, I'm still alive. Then she spotted the massive cauldron and froze. Is he planning to cook me? Yi Junlin looked over. Come here. Don't make me chase you again. The mousie crept forward, staring at the fire. Her legs trembled. Yi Junlin handed her a piece of meat. Coward. She took a cautious bite, and her eyes lit up. This is incredible. What kind of meat is this? Yi Junlin replied calmly. Hare meat. The mouse froze. Bee bunnies. Why would you eat something so adorable? Yi Junlin shrugged. They're listening to you now. She blinked. Well, I don't taste like a bunny, so it's fine to eat bunnies instead. Then she looked up. Can I have another bite? Yi Junlin smirked. You can, but on one condition. I'm not just your master anymore. I'll be your mentor too. She stared at him wide-eyed. Why your disciple? I get to be your disciple? Isn't that dangerous? You sure do talk a lot, he replied. As my apprentice, you'll eat well, and if there's danger, I'll protect you. The mouse nodded eagerly. Then I'll be your apprentice. I love food, and I love generous patrons. Yi Junlin crossed his arms. Well, hurry up and greet your mentor. The mouse stepped forward and bowed. By the name of Xiao's, your disciple greets you, master. Just then, the system chimed in. Congratulations. You've successfully taken on a disciple. Reward. Divine technique. Great 5 wheels of rebirth. Yi Junlin felt the surge of power. A technique capable of tearing through everything, unleashing devastation across entire regions. He grinned. Another powerful skill. Not bad at all. Then he glanced upward. System, don't tell me you're underestimating me. I'd never hurt defenseless animals, noble nature, and all that. The mousie tilted her head. Teacher, were you talking to me just now? Yi Junlin looked down at her. No, but now I'm going to pass on a technique. Pay attention and don't waste it. Yi Junlin told her to practice the technique seriously and become a worthy disciple. Then, he released a beam of energy that struck her forehead. You've now learned the way of the great Luo, he said. She blinked in awe. This technique, it's incredible. It's like my entire mind just lit up. Thank you, teacher. Yi Junlin nodded. Now, get up, drink your soup, and eat the meat. It's ready. She took a bite and smiled. Delicious. My mentor's cooking is amazing. Being your student feels like a true blessing. I'll definitely repay your kindness one day. But suddenly, the sky above them began to break apart. What's happening? Yi Junlin looked up. Why is the sky in the secret world falling apart? The system quickly responded. The ancient Luo world tree is at the end of its life cycle. It can no longer support this realm. I recommend evacuating immediately. Yi Junlin's face turned serious. The secret world is collapsing. We have to get out now. Then he noticed tears streaming down her face. Why are you crying? I don't know, she said quietly, but I feel so sad. Yi Junlin looked at her. It's probably because your body is now linked to the Luo tree. But right now, that's not what matters. We need to find a sect leader and escape. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal. The sect leader began calling out. Everyone, get out of the secret world immediately. Be careful and watch each other. One of the elders added, I didn't expect something like this to happen here. The sect leader scanned the area. Where's Junior Brother Yi? Should we wait for him? Just then, Yi Junlin stepped out of the portal. The situation's urgent, he said. We need to leave now. Good, the sect leader nodded. You're here. Now only your disciple is missing. Zhou pointed. Wait, who's that you're holding? Yi Junlin looked at the rat in his arms. My new disciple. The sect leader blinked. You're what? But what about your old disciple? Sure, he was difficult, but his talent was legendary, and his appearance was, well, impressive. He looked down again. This one's just a giant rat. No cultivation at all. Yi Junlin shrugged as he walked away. Don't worry. I'm sure he'll show up. We'll meet him outside. Once they exited the crumbling realm, the elders cheered. We made it out. That place was full of danger, but thanks to Yi Junlin, We secured a ton of rare resources. Hong Qinya walked up to his teacher. I've returned too. Yi Junlin studied him thoughtfully. This might be my next disciple. From now on, we'll live in peace and harmony. Hong Qinya raised an eyebrow. I understand, master. Meanwhile, Mousy had landed elsewhere, looking around in confusion. Where am I? She peered into a glowing red portal, and tears welled up in her eyes. I miss home. Am I going to disappear now? But what came next was far worse. Out of the portal, strange creatures began pouring into the real world. One of them stepped forward and asked coldly, "So this is the world outside?" One of the monsters stepped forward, eyes scanning the land. "So this is the outer world? Why is the spiritual energy here so weak?" Snake slithered beside him, narrowing her eyes. Are these two-legged beings the same ones mentioned in the ancient records? Their cultivation, it's pitiful. Rhino rumbled, "Doesn't matter. We're in new territory now. We adapt, we conquer. Let's claim the land and divide it." The winged clan head snorted. "No. First, we enslave them. Then we split the land." But just then, the expression on the clan head's face darkened. "Wait, this is bad. These creatures, they're ancient relics. Survivors from the depths of the secret world. Their strength is unlike anything we've ever encountered." He gestured toward the horizon. "Look, hundreds at the spirit transformation stage. Dozens already at fusion. This is a real threat." One warrior gaped. "Ancient relics?" The leader nodded grimly. "The cultivation world is vast, filled with races and beings from every realm. The stone tablet in the secret world explained it. These beings come from distant corners of existence. They've endured for eons. And if they unite, they could rival the 5 strongest sects in the eastern region." Zhou swallowed hard. "Can't we reason with them?" The leader shook his head. "Impossible. We destroyed their home. They won't negotiate. They'll come for revenge and claim our wilderness region as their own." A warrior whispered. "Are we doomed, then? What can we even do?" Elder stepped forward, his voice steady. "Do not fear. We have Yi Junlin." The warriors lit up with hope. "Yes, with Yi Junlin here, we can win." Hong Qinya watched silently. Judging by the confidence in their eyes, his mentor must be even stronger than they imagined. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "New quest activated. Gain the trust of the 10,000 native beings from the secret world and recruit them into the Shanshan sect." Yi Junlin stared blankly. "Are you serious? Fighting this horde isn't enough, and now you want me to persuade them? What next? Convince them with a song and dance." The system simply responded, "You may proceed however you see fit." Before he could answer, a towering chief approached. "Are you Yi Junlin, the strongest warrior among them?" Yi Junlin met his gaze calmly. "That's right. That's me." He looked ahead and saw an overwhelming tide of monsters, all closing in. Strange forms, fierce auras, every one of them ready to fight. The monsters hissed among themselves. What's there to fear? He's just one man. Even at peak fusion, he can't handle all of us. And with that, they launched their assault together. Yi Junlin raised his defenses, standing firm. "Fighting, I know. Running, not really my thing. This won't be easy." Behind him, the mouse who watched everything unfold, heart pounding. "He's been kind to me, taught me, fed me, protected me. I can't let him face this alone." Hong Qinya turned to her. "What are you doing?" Without hesitation, she sprinted forward, shouting, "Teacher, I'm coming." No more hesitation. No more fear. She placed herself between Yi Junlin and the oncoming storm. And then something changed. A surge of energy awakened within her. Her eyes lit up. Power surged through her veins. The transformation didn't go unnoticed. The sect leader watched in awe. "Junior brother Ye's disciple. She's not as simple as she looks. That aura, it's commanding reverence." The monsters stood frozen, shocked. "That's the aura of the ancient Luo tree," one whispered. It hit them all at once. The Luo tree hadn't abandoned them after all. In unison, they dropped to their knees before her. "Great Luo, please guide your people once more." Hong Qinya watched silently, realization dawning. Just as I thought. Every step he takes, every decision, it's all calculated. His true self runs deeper than anyone realizes. Yi Junlin understood instantly. So that's it. The Luo tree bore a single fruit, a vessel for rebirth. And when she consumed it, the ancient body of Luo awakened within her. The trees will still lives, and now it's trying to take control. He stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "Are you all right? Answer me." She stood still, unresponsive. Yi Junlin rushed to her side. "Wake up." Inside her subconscious, Mousy heard the voice of her teacher echoing through the void. Slowly, she turned toward it. Her eyes opened, and she looked at him. "Thank you for waking me." Yi Junlin studied her. "You sure you're all right?" Around them, murmurs broke out among the monsters. Outrage and confusion mixed in their voices. The great Luo tree became his disciple, one gasped. How? How could a two-legged mortal become the teacher of the great Luo? Yi Junlin leaned in and whispered to her, do exactly as I say. She gave a small nod. Then, stepping forward, she addressed the crowd. The destruction of the secret world. It was the will of Xiantian. But do not despair. You are all my children, and I will never abandon you. Yi Junlin turned toward the massive tree behind them. The heavens have shown mercy. Though your world is lost, the Heaven Sect offers a new home. Stand with us, and together we'll survive this catastrophe. Mouse had turned and bowed. Thank you, teacher. The crowd remained uneasy. One of the monsters stepped forward, confused. Wait, does this mean the great Luo wants us to submit to humans? She looked up, eyes gleaming with power. Do you doubt my words? The monster stepped back, trembling. And no, I wouldn't dare. She turned again. Then follow me, and my teacher, to the Heaven Sect. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. Congratulations. Quest complete. Reward, Heavenly Sundial. Yi Junlin blinked at the item. A sundial? That's the reward. He sighed. Sure, I've got a golden hand that makes me stronger without training. So this? Kinda useless to me. He glanced over at Hong Qinya. But, for him, this might be perfect. He's got the drive, the hunger to learn. All he needs is guidance. Hong Qinya noticed Yi Junlin staring at him. Why is he looking at me like that? Is he mad I didn't help with the bee situation? The sect leader approached wide-eyed. Am I dreaming, or did those powerful beings just join the Heaven Sect? Zhou Dezhu stepped forward. From today on, we'll rise. Heaven Sect will stand among the 10 most powerful sects in the eastern region. Elder Ouyang Feng chimed in. Is that really possible? He looked around, still stunned. Well, I'm just glad the wild region has been saved. No one seemed to care about the mountain-shifting sect anymore. When she confessed to the teacher's face that it was her doing, everyone actually listened. Yi Junlin smiled and said that was impressive. It made him happy. But curiosity got the better of him. He asked her how she felt about the will of the great lit tree. She shook her head, saying ever since she woke up, she hadn't sensed a thing. Yi Junlin nodded and said they should gather everyone and return to the Shuren Tian sect. Meanwhile, enemies of the Heaven Sect arrived at the Xiantian Ascension sect. The servants were shocked to see the saint. He looked completely drained. When asked what happened to you, you were full of life when you left for the wild region. Shower could barely stand, let alone speak. The elders rushed out, concerned. Saint, what's going on? One demanded. I need to see the teacher, Shower said faintly. The elder hesitated. But the great teacher is in seclusion. What happened to the others who went with you? They're all gone, Shower said. The elder froze. What? Who did this? Tell me. I'll report it to the sect. Shower didn't want to answer. But finally, he said it. It was the Heaven Sect and the head of Ealing Peak. Outside the temple, news spread fast. People couldn't believe it. How could this happen? The elders dead? And even a saint almost didn't make it. There were whispers of breaking news sweeping across the eastern region. A shocked voice echoed. Wait, what? A saint from the Xiantian Ascension sect was beaten by a girl. Same cultivation level. They said 9 of the Xiantian Ascension sect's top elders had been killed. The one behind it all? The head of the Shuren Tian Ealing sect. Over at an inn, a traveler from another sect overheard and muttered, the world is changing. Barbarians from the wild region just took down Xiantian Ascension's strongest. Another responded, sure, they're strong. But if they really face the Xiantian Ascension sect, the outcome's already decided. Even a girl with them added, don't forget, Xiantian Ascension sect has been the top power since ancient times. They've produced immortals. Barbarians can't touch that level. Far off in the eastern capital, at the Buddha temple, a senior monk spoke gravely. The Xiantian Ascension sect has officially declared war on the Shuren Tian sect. The Buddha temple must now seek justice. The younger monk bowed. Understood. I'll make sure everyone hears. Back in the wild region, after the secret realm collapsed, a massive surge of spiritual energy burst out. A new age was beginning for that barren land. Countless beings rushed to absorb the energy and grow stronger. After clashing with 10,000 opponents, the Shuren Tian sect's strength had skyrocketed. But now that war had been declared, things were about to get messy. At the Martial Square in Shuren Warrior sect territory, the Shuren warrior stood before his disciples. The Xiantian Ascension sect is on the move, he announced. They've even roped in the Buddha temple, accusing us of terrible crimes. Someone whispered, it's strange though, no one's seen their leader or senior advisors for days. They said the leaders were all deep in meditation. Even Yi Junlin, already powerful, chose to continue cultivating. It was truly a blessing for the Shuren Tian sect. High up on Void Peak, Yi Junlin was stretched out under the sun, not thinking about responsibilities, just enjoying a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, she appeared beside him and said, Teacher, I did it. She had made something incredible, an unbelievably delicious drink infused with lightning energy. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, surprised. Then hurry up, bring it here. She was already holding out, the tube sealed and ready. He took a sip, and the taste was perfect. Exactly what he'd imagined. Not bad, Yi Junlin said with a nod. Make me 50 more. You can keep one for yourself. She was stunned. Thank you, teacher. Yi Junlin thought to himself. These drink recipes he got from daily missions were leagues better than anything he'd had before. Even the Ice King would approve of this masterpiece. Hong Qinya walked in, shaking his head. My teacher is seriously out here making money off weird drinks. Yi Junlin turned and asked, what about my fried calamari? Why isn't it ready? Look at her. She's doing her best. You're slacking harder than a rat. Hong Qinya quickly replied. Almost done, teacher. I'll bring it over now. He brought in the food. Please enjoy, Minter. Let me know if anything's missing. It's fine, Yi Junlin said. Keep it coming. Then out of nowhere, Hong Qinya asked, can I train in the Sundial realm? I'm desperate to grow stronger. Yi Junlin looked at him. Impatient again. I just want our sect to be safe. If I'm stronger, I can protect it better, Hong Qinya explained. Yi Junlin assured him. You don't need to worry. The sect is already safe. Just stay by my side and back me up. But Hong Qinya couldn't shake the thought that his teacher was holding him back out of fear, that he'd surpass him one day. Just then, she turned to Yi Junlin and said, if Big Brother wants this so badly, let him go. I'll handle his responsibilities. Yi Junlin stood up slowly. If my little sister insists this much, fine. He can go. Thank her properly. Hong Qinya dropped to his knees. Thank you, teacher, and thank you too, sister. As Yi Junlin walked off, he told them to continue with the meal prep. He was heading back inside. Watching him leave, Hong Qinya clenched his fists. One day, when I come out of seclusion, you'll bow your head to me, Yi Junlin. But Yi Junlin had already sensed it. He could see Hong Qinya's impatience flaring up. He thought he could flip the game, but Yi Junlin only sighed. What a waste. A true mentor only gets stronger when challenged by someone worthy. He'll have to stay humble and keep working. She turned back to Yi Junlin, cheerful. 50 cups are ready. Can I try this immortality herb tea? Of course, Yi Junlin said. Pick whichever cup you like. Her eyes lit up. Thank you, teacher. Yi Junlin smirked. Other people stroke cats. I stroke mice. Still soft to the touch. Marvel, the little mousie, suddenly froze and trembled. Where's the cat? She squeaked. I'm terrified of cats. Yi Junlin chuckled. Seriously? You inherited the ancient Lu body and you're scared of cat? That's pathetic. You got 10,000 warriors from the secret world under your wing, and you're still trembling like this. She lowered her head. Mousie is just scared. Then why not train in the Sundial realm? Yi Junlin asked. 100 years in their pass, like a single day outside. It'll supercharge your ancient Lu body. She shook her head quickly. Mousie doesn't want to. If I go there, I won't see teacher for a long time, and Mousie will be lonely. Plus, training is boring. Mousie prefers to stay with teacher and snack on tasty treats. Yi Junlin couldn't help but laugh. You really are something. Then he remembered something. Hey, they say that when demons reach the spirit transformation stage, they can take human form. So why haven't I ever seen yours? Ah, Mousie forgot, she said sheepishly. Then let's see it now, Yi Junlin said. She nodded, and in a blink, she transformed. Now standing before him was a tiny girl with mouse-like features. Yi Junlin was stunned. What is this? She looked at him innocently. What's wrong, teacher? Yi Junlin shut his eyes and groaned. This is terrifying. Are you messing with me on purpose? She looked down, disheartened. No, Mousie really tried her best. But for some reason, this is the only human form she can do. I feel bad. Yi Junlin softened. All right, turn back. But as he waited, time passed. Half a stick of incense is burned, and you're still not changing back? He asked. Mousie looked up. I forgot how to turn back. Yi Junlin sighed. Are you sure you're even a Mousie? Maybe you're a pig instead. Mousie panicked. Don't be mad, teacher. I'll figure out soon, I promise. But, do you still want to keep petting me? Yi Junlin waved her off. Nope, I need silence right now. She scurried off toward the water, peering into her reflection. Weird, but I do look kind of cute. Elsewhere, at the border between the wild region and the spiritual region, ships sailed steadily toward the eastern region. A man aboard one of them spoke grimly. The fury of the eastern region's first immortal sect. That's something no one survives. The Heaven sect is finished. Another scoffed. That guy was so arrogant before. Now he's probably shaking in fear. All bark, no bite. Suddenly, a servant burst into the room. Young master, the battle's already started. It's happening right outside. The master spun around, his face twisted in anger. Can you speak clearly? Or should I wring your neck and toss you into the cesspool for the maggots to feast on? Who's fighting who? The Xintian Ascension sect, the servant gasped. They've just launched an invasion into the wild region. The master's mood shifted instantly. He stepped out of his room, grinning. Finally, the Shintian Ascension sect has made their move. Those filthy savages dared challenge us. Now they'll pay. Their doom is sealed. Back in the wild region, the mountain-moving sect's leader stood tall as the earth rumbled. The enemy forces were closing in fast. How many cultivators are we dealing with? Someone asked urgently. An elder turned to the old man beside him. Please don't try to play the hero this time. If there's no way out, run. You're the strongest protector we have, the symbol of hope for every cultivator here. If you fall, we won't recover from it. Back at the Heaven sect, the training grounds were already in motion. A loud voice rang out. The enemy is at our gates. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We're under attack. Zhou Dezhu clenched his fists. 500 years of relentless training, and I was this close to reaching fusion steel. But locking myself away clearly isn't enough anymore. Su Qianxue looked at him and said, you should still be proud. Without the techniques and pills from little brother Ye, you wouldn't have made a single step of progress in all these centuries, no matter how long you lived. Nearby, a few warriors looked around in confusion. Where's the sect head? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Just then, the leader stepped out. The battle's unavoidable, he announced. All we can do now is fight until the end. He paused, glancing into the flames swirling in the distance. A shadow began to emerge from the fire. His eyes narrowed. Someone's coming, and that aura, it's terrifying. Even stronger than junior brother Ye's. A moment later, Hong Qinya stepped forward through the flames. Zhou's eyes widened. That's senior apprentice Hong Qinya, a true disciple of a legendary teacher. His talent is unreal. Tell us, what stage have you reached? But Hong Qinya frowned and snapped. How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? Before anyone could respond, Hong Qinya launched an attack. Su Qianxue jumped in. Wait, he didn't mean anything by it. We're all from the same sect. Hong Qinya scoffed. Same sect? Don't make me laugh. He started laughing wildly. I'm the greatest master of the demonic path, a true immortal, and you think you can stand beside me? If it weren't for Yi Junlin, I wouldn't even be here wasting my time with you. His expression turned cold. But things are different now. Su Qianxue shouted. You've gone mad. You're losing yourself in your cultivation. Watch your mouth, or I'll go straight to little brother Ye. Do what you want, Hong Qinya replied coldly. He's nothing to me now. He can't even protect himself. He stepped forward. If he dares to face me, we'll see who ends up bowing. That kind of power, what a waste to leave it rotting here. It would be better off in my hands. Zhou was stunned. Have you lost your mind? Aren't you afraid of what little brother Ye will do to you? But Hong Qinya didn't answer. He raised his hand and shouted, out of my way. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of fire, blasting through the crowd as he stormed toward his own forces. The sect head gasped. What terrifying spiritual pressure. I've just reached the fusion stage, and I still can't handle it. Who is this disciple of junior brother Ye? Hong Qinya looked around and sneered. Nothing but a swarm of weak insects. But suddenly his eyes narrowed. Wait, why hasn't the sundial moved at all? The sect head yelled. Hong Qinya, remember who you are? You're junior brother Ye's disciple, the greatest genius of our generation. He's part of our sect, the head shouted. We've supported him from the very beginning. Why would he betray us like this? Hong Qinya's expression darkened. And who are you to question me? He snapped. Without waiting for a response, Hong Qinya lunged forward, striking without mercy. The head staggered back. What kind of power is this? He gasped. A disciple had only taken a light blow, but was already down, completely unable to fight back. The transformation Hong Qinya underwent inside the sundial realm was terrifying. Hong Qinya scoffed. Why should I take orders from weaklings? You should be grateful I haven't wiped you all out already. The head turned sharply. The Shintian Ascension sect's army has arrived. Yi Junlin, this is all because of you. Come out now and face your fate. But while chaos swirled outside, Yi Junlin was calmly reclining inside, sipping tea. To live in peace with good tea and sweet milk, he said softly. That's the real cultivation path. Hong Qinya clenched his fists. What a disgrace. Calling that the life of a cultivator? He dares to call himself an immortal? He's nothing but a lucky fool who stumbled upon divine blessings, rare techniques, and treasures. But it'll all be mine soon enough. Yi Junlin looked up with a smile. Ah, my disciple. So you've finally left seclusion. Your teacher missed you dearly. Hong Qinya's tone was ice cold. The Shintian Ascension sect is already here. People are dying, and you're just relaxing? Aren't you afraid? Wait, what? Yi Junlin asked, raising an eyebrow. They attacked already? No one told me. You've been hiding in your cozy little world behind that soundproof barrier, Hong Qinya snapped. Of course you didn't hear. But listen now. The enemy is at our doorstep, and they're calling your name, demanding you come out and die. Yi Junlin took another sip of tea, then glanced toward the noise. So the war's already started? Huh? You can see it with your own eyes, Hong Qinya said. But if you're smart, hand everything over. And maybe I'll consider sparing your life. Yi Junlin blinked. Hand over what, exactly? Hong Qinya shouted, stop pretending. We both know you're not stupid. So don't play dumb with me. Just then, a small figure darted over. Stop everything. Hong Qinya barked. Wait, what now? It was C, the mousy girl, holding a steaming plate. Teacher, these are the spicy chicken wings you asked for. Try them while they're still hot. Hong Qinya froze. You came out of seclusion that fast? He asked. But something about her gave him chills. His eyes narrowed. Wait, is that the same white mouse from before? What happened to her? That form, it's just creepy. He took a step back. What kind of insane taste does my manner have? I thought I understood him. But this is beyond good, evil, or even basic logic. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin was deep in thought. Why is he looking at me like that? Surely he's not thinking anything weird, right? I'm a respectable man. At that moment, the sect head arrived at the peak. His eyes locked on Hong Qinya. You unruly disciple, he growled. What in the world do you think you're doing? Hong Qinya suddenly shouted, eyes full of fury, as if ready to strike his own teacher. The sect head called out urgently, Younger brother Ye, watch out. But their attention shifted the moment they spotted a girl nearby with the head of a mousy. Everyone froze in shock. Don't be scared, she said quickly. It's just me, your friendly neighborhood mousy. The head squinted, studying her more closely. Ah, she's little brother Ye's second apprentice. He turned to the others. Well, her appearance might be a little shocking, but junior brother Ye's talent is matched only by his, let's say, very unique taste. No one could have predicted this. Enough, Yi Junlin snapped. What are you all even talking about? Why is everyone acting so tense? The sect head stepped forward. It's your first apprentice. He tried to steal the Sundial realm and attacked us. Yi Junlin looked at Hong Qinya in disbelief. Is that true? Hong Qinya smirked. And if it is, what are you going to do? The Shintian Ascension sect is right outside. You're already as good as dead. Still don't get it, do you? The sect head shouted. You traitor! Little brother Ye treated you better than anyone. But Hong Qinya glared back. Did he really? You all treated me like some errand boy. I was never your equal. I've had enough. Yi Junlin stepped forward and gently took hold of Hong Qinya's face. This is my fault, he said quietly. Don't blame him. I ignored his feelings. I failed as a teacher. I'm sorry. Walked over and held her teacher's hand silently. The sect head stared at his younger brother. I've never seen you like this before. Hong Qinya sneered. Do you think I'll fall for this act? Spare me. You're just putting on a show, but it's too late. I've already seen your true face. Yi Junlin looked at him with regret. I admit my mistake. Can we start over, Hong Qinya? We're teacher and student. We can still fix this. Don't even dream about it. Hong Qinya snapped. I've had enough of you. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Task complete. Temporary mission. Full emotional sincerity. Reward. Immortal lore technique. Yi Junlin blinked in surprise. So, I actually completed it. What a bizarre mission. But the reward? Worth every second. So that's why I played it all out like that. He thought to himself, time to enjoy myself now. But his thoughts were interrupted by an image of a mousy drinking tea and milk in exchange for monthly vote tickets. And somehow her spiritual energy had skyrocketed. She had even planned to take on a more lowly appearance to win his favor. But now realized Yi Junlin wasn't into that look. What she really needed was more tea and more milk. That was the key. Yi Junlin turned back to Hong Qinya. No matter what happens, from the day I became your master, I'll always be your teacher. Forever. He smirked. Let's see how long he can hold out. If he lashes out, I'll take that as his way of trying to get stronger. With that, Yi Junlin turned to see. Come on over. My shoulders are a little stiff. Help me out, will you? Of course, teacher, she chirped, hurrying over. She immediately followed his instructions with enthusiasm. Zhou watched wide-eyed. Brother, is little brother Ye really this? Hong Qinya looked shaken, on the edge. So much so, it was like he was battling two voices in his own head. It almost seemed like his mind had started to fracture under the pressure. But Su Qianxue had had enough. Stop spouting nonsense, she snapped. Get a grip. Meanwhile, Hong Qinya was still trying to understand what his teacher was planning. Yi Junlin calmly turned to him and said, So, after 200 years locked away in the Sundial realm, you've convinced yourself you're invincible? Hong Qinya sneered. Enough with the useless talk. Give me everything you've got. Then, maybe I'll consider helping you. Refuse, and you'll rot right here at my feet. Overheard and leaned toward the sect head. He's still willing to help. That means there's still some part of him with a conscience. If he steps in now, we might have a shot at turning this battle around. The sect head replied with a sigh. Everything now depends on little brother Ye's decision. At that moment, Yi Junlin casually sipped his lemonade, completely unfazed. Tell me, Hong Qianye, are you absolutely sure you're stronger than your teacher now? Hong Qianye didn't hesitate. You've been holding me back all this time, wasting my potential. But in those 2 centuries inside the sundial, I surpassed you completely. Yi Junlin stared at him. Then don't stall. Make your decision. The Xintian Ascension sect fleet is already approaching Misty Peak. Or are you going to try and rob me of my treasures and techniques by force? Watched in fear. Her big brother, so powerful and now dangerously unstable. Zhou, too, saw through Hong Qianye's true nature, a wolf hiding beneath a sheepskin. He wasn't trying to protect the sect. He wanted to steal everything Brother Ye had ever earned. Zhou made up his mind. He would support little brother Ye no matter what. From high above, he summoned his spiritual energy and launched an aerial attack. But Hong Qianye was furious. How dare you? Without hesitation, Hong Qianye struck back with lightning speed, reversing the attack and launching it straight back at them. Zhou Deju's face turned pale. The attacks rebounding, everyone dodge. Now, too late. The counterstrike crashed into the ship from which the attack originated, obliterating it in a blinding flash. The warriors on the battlefield were stunned. Who did that? One shouted. Come out and face your death. Hong Qianye's eyes burned with fury. Someone dared to meddle in his business. But as far as he was concerned, Yi Junlin still wasn't a threat. Eventually, all of his resources, his techniques, his treasures would belong to him. But first, he'd swat away these annoying flies. He stepped forward and faced the crowd. I did it. The senior mentor of the Xintian Ascension sect's inner circle narrowed her eyes. You? A mere boy, speaking so arrogantly? I'll teach you your place. She rushed in, spiritual power flaring. Prepare to die. Hong Qianye didn't flinch. You're nothing but an ungrateful insect. Her attack never landed. In a flash, Hong Qianye's fire burst erupted, tearing through her aura and blowing her straight off her path. He barely moved. You've got half a stick of incense, he said coolly, to leave this land. Stay longer, and you die. The elders were shaken. Such arrogance, one muttered. Does he actually think he can command the eastern region's first immortal sect? Even if one fire elder fell, does he really plan to face hundreds of cultivators at the fusion level? The elders of the Xintian Ascension sect had seen enough. He's just one man, one shouted. Brothers, kill him. The Shuren sect must be erased from existence. But Hong Qianye's reply was cold and merciless. Since you've refused to leave peacefully, I'll show you a bloodbath. He unleashed the soul-devouring flames. Dark fire erupted, bringing with it the screams of the dead from the underworld. Even the fusion stage mentors didn't get a chance to react. Within moments, a third of them had been reduced to ashes. Then the sky darkened. Countless green skulls, like a plague of locusts, tore through the battlefield, devouring everything in sight. Screams echoed across the land as the enemies were swallowed up one by one. Don't let them bite you, the elder yelled. They're poison. But it was too late. The hellfire consumed all. Groans, screams, and cries for help filled the sky as the battlefield turned into a nightmare. Suddenly, monks descended from the clouds. We're from a misty Buddha temple, one of them shouted. We've come to your aid. Hong Qianye heard the voice and sneered. Ah, more people choosing to die. The senior monk furrowed his brow. The report said Yi Junlin's disciple was only at the spirit transformation stage. So how in the world is this happening? Even the wisdom instructor of the Misty Buddha Temple, one who stood at the pinnacle of the fusion stage, was shaken. If the disciple is this strong, then the master must be beyond terrifying. Once we're in, there's no turning back. Without hesitation, the monks launched a full assault. Hong Qianye stood his ground. Lying bald monks, he said coldly. I'll finish this in one move. He unleashed all his mana. The explosion that followed tore through the battlefield like a divine punishment. The monks were sent flying, their seals useless against the hellfire that devoured them. That fire, one of them stammered. It's not normal. It won't extinguish. Then they saw him, the devil cloaked in flames, walking toward them. The youngest monk trembled. Please don't. This is my first time on the battlefield. But Hong Qianye showed no mercy. He unleashed his full strength, obliterating the monks in a single burst. The elder watched in disbelief. One move, and his entire army of tens of thousands was just gone. He looked around at the scorched earth. What kind of force has the Xintian Ascension sect provoked? The senior monk gritted his teeth. You know, cultivator, you're a demon. Buddha himself will not forgive this. He summoned a massive golden palm strike and hurled it at Hong Qianye. But Hong Qianye didn't even blink. Even if the Buddha appears, he said calmly, I'll turn him to dust. His eyes ignited, literally, and a wave of fire surged forward, colliding with the golden palm in a deafening explosion. Ash rained from the sky. Hong Qianye stood tall, unmoved. Just a swarm of pathetic insects, he muttered. The sect head turned to junior brother Ye. Your disciple's power, it's beyond terrifying. I'm starting to think our Shuren sect might be too small to contain a force like him. Zhou agreed. Right now, he's the one protecting us. Fighting him is suicide. We do better to give him what he wants and survive this. She looked toward the battlefield. Big brother Hong Qinya is amazing. Don't back down. Yi Junlin watched silently. His eyes narrowed as he observed his disciple in action. So, this is the strength you gained during your reclusive training. He activated his insight eye, peering deeper into Hong Qinya's cultivation. Yi Junlin's insight eye activated, revealing the truth. Hong Qinya's cultivation had reached just half a step below the great transition stage. No wonder he now dared to defy his own master. Yi Junlin exhaled slowly. So he's nearly at the threshold. It was clear now. Hong Qinya's ambition wasn't just madness. He was aiming high. Yi Junlin simply had to wait for him to finish crushing the opposition, and then perhaps use that moment to absorb his momentum for his own breakthrough. But suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. An eerie manna gathered in the air. The elders stiffened. They're here, one shouted. Everyone dropped to one knee in reverence. The venerable preceptors of the Xiantian Ascension sect had arrived. The sect heads' eyes widened. The mentors, they brought 18 cultivators at the great transition stage. This was the true force of the Eastern region's so-called First Immortal Sect. These 18 were legendary. They had once crushed the North Sea Demon Emperor and obliterated the Southern Annihilation Church. They were the undefeated spearhead of the Xiantian Ascension sect, known across the land as the Invincible Immortals. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. Being half a step from the Great Transition is one thing, but the real thing? He smiled. Now, that's tempting. Among the newly arrived powerhouses, one of the spiritual wind mentors sneered. What a bunch of useless cowards. They've soiled the Xiantian Ascension sect's name. The Golden Snake mentor added coldly. The mightiest sect in the Eastern region, disgraced by a girl? If we hadn't stepped in ourselves, we'd have become a global joke. Hong Qinya looked up, unimpressed. Who do you people think you are, mouthing off like that? The Golden Land mentor's face twisted. What did this brat just say? A chief elder stepped forward. Ignore him. Don't waste your strength. He's just some no-name cultivator, barely at the edge of the Great Transition. He won't last long. Another elder joined in. Right. And instead of showing his face, his master sent his disciple? Is that not the biggest insult of all? A third added with a twisted grin. Let's kill this student first. I want to see if that coward in hiding will flinch when he watches her die. Hong Qinya's fury flared. Get lost. I'm not some pawn, and no one controls me. One of the elders chuckled darkly. Touching. The bond between teacher and student. How sweet. Then let's capture her, disfigure that pretty face, rip her tongue out. The elders advanced, overwhelming mana swirling around them. You're insolent, one of them roared. Under my heavenly palm of azure birds, thousands have fallen. Today, you'll vanish without a trace. Another chimed in. We could crush a dozen like you with one hand. The third unsheathed his blade. Today, I'll offer your head in a sacrificial sword ritual. Maybe then I'll awaken the true spirit of my weapon. But Hong Qinya only laughed. A sword sacrifice? He echoed mockingly. Sure, let me show you what real hell looks like. Let's see, he thought. When I crush these pests, will Yi Junlin still pretend to be powerless? Let's force the truth out of him. With a roar, Hong Qinya unleashed his power. His arm attack surged forward like a tidal wave, easily swatting away the elders' attacks as if they were made of paper. They tried to fight back, but it was useless. How? How is this possible? One of the stunned elders stammered. How can a mere cultivator, barely a step from the Great Transition, stand against all of us? The celestial azure bird palm, strengthened with the soul of an ancient demon, had been their trump card, but even that had failed. Hong Qinya wasn't slowing down. His flames surged with relentless force, hammering the elders again and again. Then the sky cracked open. The firmament, it's collapsing, someone screamed. This devil's fire, it's burning through souls. On the battlefield, a warrior stood frozen. She's not even fully at the Great Transition, and yet she just tossed aside 3 elders who already are. One elder could only nod grimly. I never thought such a rare genius could emerge from this backwater region. The second snake elder snarled. We cannot let her live. If she survives, we're finished. Then we all strike now. One elder launched the palm of the great obelisk, another unleashed the star-reaching hand, and a third summoned the overwhelming dragon fist. But Hong Qinya didn't flinch. Instead, with one smooth movement, he summoned the blazing dragon flame, a strange, ghostly fire that moved slowly and deliberately, gliding over their powerful techniques. Then, without resistance, it consumed them, each and every... The sect head looked on in disbelief. I can't believe it. He's actually fighting off multiple elders at once. But he squinted. Wait, his flame is flickering. He might be nearing his limit. If he doesn't dodge this next attack. Hong Qinya, however, had no intention of dodging. He stared down the incoming force, then invoked the infernal, annihilating flame. A red dragon erupted from the inferno, teeth glowing white-hot as it tore into the enemy's assault. With a flash, Hong Qinya activated his absorption technique, draining their power. The Shantian Ascension sect only knows how to recycle the same useless tricks, Hong Qinya scoffed. Might as well rename yourselves the Useless Sect. Gasps echoed across the battlefield. What is that fire? One elder gasped. It's consuming everything. There's no way, another said. 15 mentors held off by a single person. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. The fear elder shouted. Are you all blind? That's a demonic flame. If we don't destroy her now, this entire region will be doomed. Hong Qinya grinned. Old witch, if you've got something to say, why don't you come say it to my face? I'll give you 3 free hits, just so you can't say I bullied you. The elder's eyes narrowed. Lousy brat. I'll rip your mouth open and see if you're still so bold after that. Another elder added. If we let him live, in 100 years he'll be the greatest threat to the entire eastern region. We have to destroy him, soul and all. All of them charged at once, surrounding the flaming dragon with their most powerful clan techniques. Hong Qinya burned with rage. All of this because Yi Junlin refused to hand over the treasure sooner. And now the Shantian Ascension sect sends 18 great transition cultivators just to destroy one pathetic sect? This is overkill, like using a cannon to hunt a sparrow. One of the elders closed the distance, roaring, "It ends here," as he activated his deadliest technique. Yi Junlin's Heavenly Overlord strike came out of nowhere. Hong Qinya didn't even see it coming before the blow landed, knocking him flat. She rushed over, panic in her voice. Senior brother, Hong Qinya, are you all right? But Yi Junlin just glanced over and said coldly, Didn't you just say you'd win? Why are you crawling around like a whip dog now? Pathetic. Fuming, Hong Qinya glared at him. You've got some nerve mocking me. At least I'll make it out alive. You'll die right here. Just then, the elders activated some strange mechanism. A radiant light burst out above the sect. One of the elders declared, As long as I stand here, none of you will escape the Shantian sect. The sect leader's face changed. That's the spatial compass. Zhou turned to his brother. Do you remember what the ancient records said? 300 years ago, during the Northern Sea calamity, Elder Spirit Wind used that compass to wipe out 1/3 of the Northern Sea. Over many demons gone. They even say he sealed away the ancient demon god with it. They all realized there was no way out. Hong Qinya clenched his fists, furious. Am I really going to die here? With this bunch of losers? No way. You wouldn't go down like this. Then, the sect head suddenly shouted, Why is Brother Yi just sitting there so calmly? Hong Qinya snapped. You're just sitting there munching while we're all about to die. Are you even paying attention? Yi Junlin looked over and said casually, You've really got a gift for cooking. Next time I want to try something honey-flavored. She hesitated. Will there even be a next time? Yi Junlin didn't miss a beat. Of course there will. Without warning, he stepped forward and faced the elders head-on. One of them sneered. So, you finally show yourself. Yi Junlin stood tall. You ganged up on my disciple. As his teacher, I'm not about to let that slide. Hong Qinya's rage boiled over. How dare he pretend to care now? But the elders weren't impressed. Your fate is sealed. We'll flay you alive, grind your bones, and scatter your ashes. Even the old woman among them looked startled. So you're Yi Junlin. The reports said you were only at the fusion stage. But if your disciple's that strong, you must be hiding something. The elders didn't wait. They all launched at him, swords flashing, shouting, Die. But at that moment, a voice rang out. Enemy detected. Great transition stage. Activating passive effect. Power scales with enemy strength. Great transition. Middle stage achieved. Yi Junlin moved. One technique was all it took. He unleashed his full power and wiped them out. He looked at their fallen forms and muttered, Too weak. The sect leader was stunned. Brother Yi, he's really cultivated the great transition. A future immortal has risen in our sect. Hong Qinya was in disbelief. This is insane. Just how strong is he? Has he been hiding everything from us? Is he even following the rules? The remaining elders froze. One of them whispered, This is true great transition. He must have reached it long ago. But Yi Junlin just laughed. Now you realize? If Yi Junlin had ever doubted his strength at the fusion level, those doubts were long gone now. Still, the old woman barked out in disbelief. Even if our info was off, he's only in the middle stage of great transition. He's just an insect before the storm. Without wasting another second, she gave the order. Formation. Now. She bit into her lip and prepared a blood sacrifice, fuel for the deadly 15-fold Xuantian's judgment blade. But Yi Junlin just looked at the entire setup and smiled. He didn't care. In his eyes, none of them mattered anymore. His power had already soared so far beyond theirs, they couldn't even compare. As energy crackled through the air, everyone could feel it. The sect leader stared in shock. Why isn't junior brother Yi fighting back? This is the 15 Heavens execution formation. It's powerful enough to suppress even a peak Great Ascension cultivator. But Yi Junlin stood still, watching. Then he asked them, "Is this seriously the best you've got?" Their attacks didn't even graze him. Not a single strand of hair was touched. That's when he realized it. His undying tyrant body technique was no ordinary defense. It could tank blows meant to crush Great Ascension masters without flinching. The elders started to panic. No, impossible. This formation has been used by peak Ascension experts for centuries. How could a mid-stage Great Ascension brat stand through it? Hong Qinya watched in growing envy. Just as I thought, this guy's hiding something big. Some sort of divine treasure or secret technique. If I could just take it. An elder stepped in close, trying to size Yi Junlin up again. He's not just some mid-stage Ascension cultivator. But before he could say more, Yi Junlin stepped forward like a true warrior and sneered. Why is a corpse still talking? He didn't give them a chance. One punch, and the elder's head exploded. Yi Junlin didn't slow down. He barreled through the others like a storm, ripping through every elder in his path. One elder gasped, too fast, and screamed for the great elder to save them. But Yi Junlin wasn't finished. Flames erupted from his hands. He charged into the remaining group, unleashing hell. Each strike carried the full weight of his power, and by the end of it, nothing was left of him. Just as he was about to land one final, devastating blow, a powerful figure arrived. The chief elder of all the clans, the strongest among them. The surviving boys sighed in relief. Thank the heavens, we're safe. The blow hit hard, but the elder withstood it. Barely. Yi Junlin looked him over and laughed. Let's see how long you can keep standing. The elder's instinct screamed. Yi Junlin's strength wasn't just physical. It was enhanced by some sort of beast imprint. The strike had nearly pierced him clean through. One more like that, and even he wouldn't survive. Yi Junlin spotted the old woman again. Oh, this little lady wants him too. She snarled back. I don't believe you can handle 3 peak Great Ascension cultivators at once. No time was wasted. One elder launched his chaotic breath destruction technique immediately. The strongest elder yelled to his brother, "Brace yourself. He's about to use another of those insane skills." Warning. Incoming enemies at late stage Great Ascension. Passive ability activated. Strength through adversity. Advancing host to peak Great Ascension stage. The elders could hardly believe what they were seeing. Yi Junlin's power had surged again by several folds. It's impossible, one of them gasped. His cultivation just spiked again. They exchanged looks of horror. The sect's intel was wrong. Yi Junlin isn't mid-stage. He's at the very peak of Great Ascension. And now, there was no doubt, they were about to be annihilated. Yi Junlin stared them down. You've been so generous with your attacks. Now, let me return the favor. Panic spread. The old woman shouted, "We have no choice. Activate the sect's forbidden art." One elder nodded grimly. Agreed. The honor of the Feathered Immortal sect is on the line. He turned to Yi Junlin and roared. You forced us to use the ancestral technique passed down by our founder himself. Consider it a privilege. The legendary Feathered Tao imprint art, the foundation of their entire sect, was being awakened. It channels the might of the immortal void realm, the elder declared. Prepare to die, Yi Junlin. From the sidelines, Hong Qinya's heart pounded. This secret art, it's on par with the ultimate techniques used by the Central House's great sects. Even the sect leader was rattled. Is this really one of their trump cards? How many secrets does the Immortal Feather sect still hold? Junior brother, be careful. The elders could feel their bodies overflowing with unimaginable energy. This is the strength of our founder's art, one shouted. Another growled. There's no time to waste. We know the cost of maintaining this. There's no going back now. The group moved as one, pouring everything into a single devastating move, the magnificent annihilation technique. But Yi Junlin only smirked. Now this is getting good. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his heavenly emperor manifestation. The sky shook. Divine power descended. Yi Junlin towered over them like a god among mortals. You insects, he said coldly. Kneel. In one move, he brought them all crashing down. Hong Qinya's jaw dropped. It's him, that same manifestation from the secret realm. The pressure, it's stronger than the ancient demon gods from the abyss. The elders were shaken. None of them had ever witnessed a divine manifestation this powerful. Yi Junlin spoke calmly. Watch closely. This is where the real battle begins. The old woman clenched her fists. Is he trying to scare me? I've seen horrors beyond imagining. Yi Junlin just smiled and vanished. A moment later, his sky-splitting fingers sliced through the air, striking like a divine blade. The old woman barely had time to react before it swept across her at blinding speed. The elders panicked. Run! He's not human. He's a demon. The immortal feather sect must survive, one yelled. He must be a reincarnated void immortal. Yi Junlin chuckled. The art of destroying reincarnation was made for enemies like you. No need to thank me. I'll scatter your ashes for free. With a flick of his hand, his power tore through them like a force of nature. Screams echoed as he closed in, leaving a trail of devastation. He just ripped a great Ascension cultivator apart with his bare hands, one elder screamed. The survivors tried to flee, but Yi Junlin was already on their heels. Their nightmare was far from over. Terrified by what they had just witnessed, the elders tried to flee. But Yi Junlin grabbed them with both hands, his grip like steel. You really thought you could escape? They screamed in panic. He's a demon. The immortal sect won't forgive this. A great demon has risen in the Wasteland province. Yi Junlin didn't flinch. Flames erupted from his hands, consuming them where they stood. You didn't want to die? Then you shouldn't have started this. This is the price of facing the highest divine art. Sure, it drained a ton of energy, but it was worth it. Now, it was time to deal with someone else, his cowardly apprentice. Yi Junlin slowly descended, eyes locking with Hong Qinya. Hong Qinya already knew he was done for. Zhou ran up beside Yi Junlin, grinning. Boss, need an assistant? I'm ready to help. Su Qinshu strolled up as well, smiling sweetly. You've been working hard, little brother Yi. Want a shoulder massage from your big sister? Even the sect head approached, her expression softening. So this is your true strength. How much longer were you planning to keep it from us? Yi Junlin looked at all of them and said calmly, just remember one thing. Stay humble. True experts always do. Hong Qinya watched as everyone praised his mentor. At this rate, I'll never be able to shake him off. That sly bastard. He still had peak Great Ascension strength, but kept pretending he was just a body integration cultivator. Hong Qinya had never seen anything like it. Yi Junlin turned to him. Still here. Hong Qinya flinched. Didn't he already throw me out? Yi Junlin looked at Zhou. Mind if we grind him into a paste? We could use it to fertilize your phoenix tree. Zhou didn't hesitate. Already got the tools ready. Sounds like a great plan. Hong Qinya dropped to his knees, panicking. Please, spare me. I was wrong. Let me redeem myself. I'll do anything. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. Weren't you acting all high and mighty earlier? What changed? Hong Qinya, Zhou hung his head. I was arrogant. Blind. Please, master, just give me one more chance. Yi Junlin didn't miss a beat. Fine. Start slapping yourself. I'll tell you when to stop. Hong Qinya froze, but slowly lifted his hand. I'll do it, and began smacking himself without hesitation. Yi Junlin watched him carefully. For all his flaws, Hong Qinya had potential. If he steered him right, he might even have what it takes to lead his own sect one day. The sect head stepped forward. Betraying the sect is punishable by death. But, in the end, he protected the Deep Sky sect. Maybe redemption's still possible. She looked to Yi Junlin. What do you think? Should we exile him to the back mountain for reflection? Yi Junlin nodded. He can keep his life, but punishment is necessary. Send him to the back mountain. Let him think over his mistakes. Hong Qinya, bruised and swollen, bowed low. Thank you, master. Then limped off, disappearing toward the mountain. As he left, the sect head turned to her brother. Your disciple's wild, but you're the only one who can keep him under control. Without you, who knows what kind of chaos he'd cause. Yi Junlin didn't even spare them a glance. Zhou Dezhu scoffed. With talent like his, we should be thankful he's still in the Deep Sky sect at all. Let's be real. It's only because of younger brother, Yi. Yi Junlin gave a faint smile. That's on me. I'll let him run wild. But for now on, I'll raise him right. He leaned back, stretching. Honestly, watching Hong Qinya try to fake a smile while boiling inside, it's priceless. After everything settled, Yi Junlin headed to his hammock. Your master's starving. Got any hot cutlets? Mousa didn't miss a beat. Understood. On it. Meanwhile, in the Deep Sky sect's backyard, Hong Qinya was stewing. There's no way his luck will hold forever. I'll keep training. I'll break through the peak of Great Ascension and go even higher. Across the land, in the Eastern Demon Buddhist state, whispers were spreading like wildfire. It can't be true, right? Someone muttered. That guy from the Profound Sky sect. Yi Junlin. He's really a peak Great Ascension cultivator. He wiped out all 18 elders from the Immortal Feather sect. Another confirmed grimly. A monk nodded. Not just that, 1,000,000 cultivators gone. An entire army erased. Someone slammed their fist. My brother was in that army. I thought I'd be marrying his widow soon. The monk's expression darkened. This blood-drenched devil. Divine retribution will find him. For now, He's the most wanted man in the entire Eastern Domain. In the Eastern Demon Spirit Province, another warrior couldn't believe it. That barbarian from the Wastelands. Not only did he survive, he crushed the entire Alphaida army. He let out a shaky laugh. Good thing I didn't join the fight that day. I'd be a corpse by now. He turned to his servant. Bring me more female cultivators. I need to calm my nerves. Why are you just standing there? Want me to call your mother instead? That might be more fun. Back at the Feathered Immortal sect, the sect leader turned to his servant. Are you sure? The servant bowed. Yes, young master. Words spreading everywhere. Our sect suffered a devastating loss. The young master clenched his fists and exploded. Yi Junlin, that schemer. He was hiding his strength the whole time. A peak great ascensionist, pretending to be weak just to humiliate me. He gritted his teeth. I thought reaching the body integration realm meant I could finally challenge him, but I was just fooling myself. Elder Mu stepped forward. Don't lose heart, young master. That white-haired devil. He might be an ancient beast wearing a human face. For him, great ascension could be the end of his path. But for you, it's only the beginning. The young master straightened up. You're right. I will rise too. He hugged Elder Mu tightly. Report to the top elders. I've decided. We're awakening Supreme Treasure Yang ahead of schedule. Elder Mu's eyes widened. Young master, you can't. It's too soon. Please reconsider. The young master turned to Elder Mu, his voice sharp and cold. Trust me, I only want one thing, power. The sun's true flame belongs to me. I'll rise again, reborn through nirvana. Elder Mu nodded solemnly. As you wish. I'll report at once. You should begin preparations. The master's hatred for Yi Junlin burned so deep, he was haunted by it, even in his dreams. But next time, he'd make sure Yi Junlin never woke up from the fight. 3 months later, on Misty Peak, Yi Junlin lounged in his chair, relaxed as ever. Hong Qinya, he called lazily, give me a glass of 1982 Lafite. Hong Qinya didn't argue. He poured the wine and handed it over. Please enjoy, master. Yi Junlin took a sip and gave a satisfied nod. Not bad. Hong Qinya clenched his fists. This again? Another fantasy episode? When will he stop acting like a total maniac? Just then, a system notification chimed in. Daily registration updated. Would the host like to sign in? Yi Junlin didn't respond. But then ding. Congratulations. You've hit the jackpot. Reward. Ancient Divine Beast Mount. Yi Junlin shot up from his seat. What? Hong Qinya nearly choked. He dropped to the ground, smacking his own face and bowing repeatedly. Master, I was wrong. So very wrong. Yi Junlin turned back to the system. Don't tease me. What kind of mount are we talking about? The system answered smoothly. Though still young, it's already at the Great Ascension level. An ancient divine beast with boundless potential. It soars through the skies and glides across the seas. One of the most powerful creatures in existence. Yi Junlin blinked, and then he saw it. A majestic, radiant figure. It wasn't just a beast. It looked like a flawless, otherworldly cultivator. It's perfect, Yi Junlin murmured. It deserves a throne on the highest peak. Hong Qinya gawked at his master. Why? Why is he always this lucky? He's not even mad about anything. This is insane. Just then, a disciple burst into the room. Lord Yi Junlin, the sect leader got the invitation and told me to bring it to you. Yi Junlin glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. An invite to the Shui clan's banquet in the Spirit Province. He smirked. Ah yes, I heard that old man recently broke through to the Tributes realm. The entire Eastern Domain felt the shock. And now, he invites the Deep Sky sect? Sounds like a challenge. Hong Qinya's expression darkened. The Shui clan's ancestor is a pseudo-immortal. Not a true immortal yet, but still way beyond our level. With all the enemies we've made lately, isn't this banquet a death trap? Yi Junlin shrugged. Never heard of such a thing. I'm going. Besides, he thought that so-called pseudo-immortal causes chaos just by existing. This is the perfect chance to flex my new mount. The system buzzed again. New quest activated. Attend the Shui clan banquet. Arrive in style on your divine mount. Successfully shocking the audience will earn a special reward. Yi Junlin grinned. Right on time. Glory's calling. Poked her head in. When do we leave, master? Yi Junlin didn't even hesitate. Right away, Yi Junlin replied, without missing a beat. But Hong Qinya watched him and thought, why is he so confident all of a sudden? That's when Yi Junlin decided to show them. He snapped his fingers. In an instant, the sky trembled. Winds howled out of nowhere. Animals shrieked and fled. The air turned ominous. People started panicking. What's happening? Is it another beast attack? The sect leader narrowed her eyes. That's the aura of a supreme beast. Great Ascension level. Someone muttered in fear. Did the Immortal Feather sect send this thing? The leader shook her head. Doesn't matter where it came from. Activate the sect's defensive array. Now, they all channeled their energy. In seconds, the deep heavenly barrier burst to life, cloaking the entire sect in shimmering protection. Hong Qinya stood frozen, overwhelmed. What in the world is going on? Even she looked terrified. It's a monster. But Yi Junlin, he stood there calmly, taking it all in. He smiled. Not bad. This is just his juvenile form. If Kimping ever reaches full maturity, even those 18 elders wouldn't stand a chance. If a beast like that ever attacked a sect, utter destruction was guaranteed. Yi Junlin turned to Hong Qinya. Do you see now? This is karma. Just for you. Hong Qinya's eyes widened. What is he talking about? Has he really lost it? Is he summoning this thing? Then Yi Junlin rose into the sky, flying straight toward the beast. Hong Qinya could barely process it. Is he trying to get himself killed? Or take us all down with him? But then he saw it with his own eyes. Yi Junlin hovered before the divine creature. No fear, no hesitation. He gently patted the beast and smiled. Good boy. From now on, you're with me. The sect leader stared in disbelief. Is he hallucinating? Did he just tame that thing with one gesture? Zhou shook his head. No hallucination. That beast already knew him. Su Qianxue chimed in, her eyes shining. It matches the ancient descriptions of the queuing, one of the mythical beasts in the old texts. The sect leader suddenly remembered. Yes, the queuing. Fully grown, they could devour planets and wander across worlds. But this one seems smaller than the legends suggest. Zhou nodded. That's because he's still young. But once he matures, his strength will be unimaginable. Yi Junlin floated back down. No need to panic. He's my mount. The sect leader blinked. Your mount? This ancient beast is yours. She shook her head. You must be blessed by the heavens. This has to be fate. Hong Qinya looked on, bitter and disbelieving. Even the wisest elders just accept it. How can this be real? That beast didn't just appear. It chose him. Why? Why him? A lazy, smug slacker who does nothing and still ends up with everything. Meanwhile, I grind and bleed just to survive, only to kneel at his feet. Yi Junlin turned to the sect leader. We're ready to leave. With Akuin by our side, there's nothing to worry about. Then he paused. Something's missing. He made a few quick gestures, complex techniques flowing from his hands like art. Moments later, a glowing structure materialized atop the beast's back. Yi Junlin looked at it with pride. Perfect. Our new home. The sect leader could only stare, stunned speechless by what she was seeing. Yi Junlin gave a casual wave. All right, everyone, onto the ship. We're heading out. She nodded and followed. Of course I'm coming too. Big brother Hong Qinya. Master's calling you. Hong Qinya gritted his teeth. Fate always sides with the strong, huh? But I'm done being someone else's stepping stone. One day, I'll steal his luck and make it mine. As long as I don't give up, there's still a chance. As the group prepared for takeoff, the sect leader turned to Yi Junlin. Junior brother, are you really going to be all right at the Shui clan banquet? Their ancestor is a pseudo-immortal, after all. Su Qianxue just smiled. You're worrying too much. Since when has little brother, ever needed our protection? Zhou nodded. Honestly, the best we can hope is that he doesn't cause a scene. The leader let out a breath. The Shui think they're trapping us, but they've invited the tiger to their doorstep. They might regret this. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Province, at the Shuin floating island, nobles, clan heads, and cultivators from every corner were arriving for the grand banquet. The news had spread far and wide. The Shui clan's ancestor had achieved the realm of pseudo-immortal. It was a major event, and the perfect excuse for all the highborn clans to gather and show off. At the heart of the island, inside the Shui clan's grand estate, guests raised their cups. To the Shui clan's ancestor, a newly ascended pseudo-immortal. May divine protection bless him for 300,000 years. And if he becomes a true immortal, even 1,000,000 more. Young Master Shui responded with modesty. You flatter us. But rest assured, the Shui clan never forgets its allies. An elder leaned in. Did you invite the Deep Sky sect? Of course, the young master scoffed. But do you really think they'll dare show up? If they send some nobodies to brush us off, we won't even let them through the gate. Another guest asked with a smirk. And what if Yi Junlin shows up himself? The young master's eyes narrowed. Then that backwater upstart will finally see what true power looks like. The strength of our clan will crush him. One elder chuckled darkly. Young master's fuming again. But Mr. Yi Junlin, or not, even he must bow respectfully and offer a toast when standing in your presence. Laughter rippled through the crowd. A good joke. No matter how strong this Yi Junlin is, he can't compare to a void immortal. The Zhang bloodline flows in your ancestor. No one dares defy that. The young master gave a stiff nod. Fame means nothing if you can't be humble before true might. Suddenly, the sky darkened. People looked up. What's that? What's that massive shape over the clouds? A colossal shadow loomed overhead. Yi Junlin descended from the heavens, seated atop his divine beast. And built into the beast's back was an entire celestial residence. Gasps rang out. What is that thing? Is it really Kuanpung? That's not just any beast, one of the elders muttered. That's the ancient god beast, long thought extinct. Someone ran over to the young master. Sir, that's a divine beast. An actual Kuanping has come to the banquet. That creature brings omens of Xiantian itself. But another scoffed. He dares ride him like a god descending. Who does he think he is, placing himself above even the honored clans? Everyone was whispering now. No wonder they're treating this man with such respect. He must be someone truly important if even the Shui family ancestor acknowledges him. The young lord turned to his companion and explained he was once considered a close guest of our family, someone deeply connected to our ancestors. When he was born, my parents welcomed him with joy, believing he'd be raised as a refined scholar. But later, he hesitated. After facing too many consequences, they had no choice but to decline further contact. Thinking back on it now, it feels like a mistake. The guest nodded, impressed. It's no surprise the Shui family is so highly respected. But truthfully, we still don't know who this great figure truly is. No one's ever seen him in person before. One guest leaned closer. He must be fearless. Maybe one of the Taoist wanderers, those who cross mountains and rivers to reach events like this. The young master replied. He sent word personally. It came to me. Yi Junlin stood quietly and said, this is either the profound heaven sect or perhaps the Canton order. Some call it Taoist Choka. But make no mistake, they're real. Everyone listened, stunned. So it's true. The outside world speaks of the profound heaven sect as one of the oldest known orders. We were skeptical, but now we're starting to believe. Another guest whispered, back then, when the Kuanping was first summoned, it was taken away and sealed. But now that it's back, what secrets does it still hold? The young master watched Yi Junlin closely. That's just who he is, a man full of mystery and power. One guest turned to him with admiration. Young master, you've truly brought someone remarkable to this event. He's clearly your match in status, maybe even more. But the young master was still unsure. I need to understand what's really going on here. Everyone, think carefully before you act. Another guest chuckled. With all due respect, Master Shui, I don't think you understand anything. None of us do. The young master frowned. This guy, his presence is overwhelming. His aura, almost too much to comprehend. Suddenly, the Shui clan's ancestor appeared. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the massive divine beast. I never expected it, he said. The one who could control a Kuanping crossbow turns out to be from the Canton sect. He eyed the beast with a calculating gaze. If such divine beings could be brought under our banner, the Shui clan would rise even higher. If not for the risk of offending the Canton sect, the recent chaos in the Great Realm, and the proximity of a Quan cultivator, I would have acted already. With a firm voice, the ancestor addressed Yi Junlin. This divine beast, this crossbow of light, brings a new breath of life to our family. We welcome its presence. Just then, Yi Junlin's system buzzed to life. Congratulations, host. Task completed. All divine techniques and methods now gain a 30x training speed bonus. Yi Junlin smirked. Doesn't feel like much, but sometimes even a small gesture earns great return. Respecting the right people goes a long way. He looked across the banquet and spoke calmly. On behalf of the profound heaven sect, I offer our hopes that Kuang overcomes the storm ahead. The ancestor nodded with rare sincerity. Come, let's speak inside. He turned, adding with a wry smile. Over in Fujian, those stinking monks all call me the old demon of Wan. But today they'll see I've changed. With a disciple like Yang Zhen by my side, things are very different now. People in the crowd whispered among themselves. Is this still the same Shui clan? Everything's shifting and fast. After seeing Yi Junlin in person, some guests couldn't help but whisper. He's just a kid. Doesn't even look threatening. Kinda cute, actually. He doesn't have the aura of some ancient enemy. He just feels different. She sat down at the banquet table, eyes lighting up. There's so much good food here. Brother Hong Qinya, come take a look too. Yi Junlin glanced her way. If you're hungry, just go eat. Don't hold back. Really? She grinned. Then I won't be shy. But just as she reached for a dish, a voice interrupted them. Please, don't worry yourselves, came the smooth voice of the young master. Yi Junlin raised a brow. So, he's showing up now. Guess they really do know each other. The young master stepped forward with a confident smile. I'm the youngest son of the Shui family, a direct descendant of our clan's ancestor. Yi Junlin didn't even glance at him. He just casually picked his nose. The young master didn't miss a beat. There's still time to understand where we stand, friend. This banquet is the perfect setting. Yi Junlin leaned back, clearly unimpressed. Sounds like nonsense to me. The young man straightened his robe proudly. I may be the youngest, but I'm also the heir to the Shui family. My ancestor rules the wasteland. Another guest raised his voice. How can he talk like that? Who does he think he's threatening? The master looked around. Why are you all staring? Is there something worth seeing here? Meanwhile, Hong Qinya had been watching everything closely. This guy, he actually defeated a Saint's son, someone who could transform into a celestial being. That kind of power is terrifying. I can't even come close to it. This guy plays in a different league. From a young age, the young master had always been praised, brilliant, talented, and worshipped by countless girls. But now, if I step forward, the young master thought, I can still win her attention. And once I have her, I'll use her to draw in Yi Junlin. The young gentleman strolled over to Hong Qinya, flashing a smile. Hey, beautiful. Do you like flowers? Hong Qinya blinked. Is this guy serious? In the center of the hall, a rare flower star shimmered. High-grade spiritual material that could be used to brew elixirs or power artifacts. Instead, it was stuck in a vase-like decoration. This is absurd, Hong Qinya thought. Doesn't he even know what he's holding? The young master held up a bloom. Red fairy. Don't you like flowers with a voice? I'm not a fairy. I'm a man, Hong Qinya growled. The young master laughed. So witty. Such grace. Meeting you is like meeting joy itself. He leaned closer. How about we go to a quiet room and exchange cultivation insights? That was it. Hong Chinya's fury exploded. Flames burst from his body as he spun around. I'm busy. The entire hall turned toward the outburst. What's happening? Is that a fire spirit technique? The young master stumbled back, shocked. What was that aura? That blazing red figure? Was that the red fairy's true form? Even the Shui family's fairy ancestor, rumored to have reached transcendent levels, was now being overshadowed. The young master dropped to his knees. This guy's insane. Is this really how people pursue partners these days? Then, the Shui clan's patriarch arrived with a solemn expression. He sighed, losing someone like this is like losing a priceless pearl. Before another word was said, the young master collapsed to the floor, utterly defeated. The atmosphere turned heavy with fear and confusion. The village chief approached Hong Qinya nervously, blaming everything on his overly strict and ill-fated son. But Hong Qinya calmly replied, I'm actually a man. The chief froze in disbelief. A man. Looking closer, he was stunned. Hong Chinya's frame was slim, his movements graceful, reminiscent of a girl from the Mao family. But beneath the soft appearance, there was undeniable weight and strength, not just the swirl of the skirt. Even this, the old man muttered, must be fate. The chief stared at him, wide-eyed. You're clever and bold too. You pull this off again and again like it's a game. But Hong Qinya had had enough of the old man's chatter. His gaze sharpened, his aura shifted, and he made it clear his strength was no joke. If I really went all out, you'd be dead. Before anything more could be said, a girl suddenly burst onto the scene. She turned toward Hong Qinya, Red Brother, while chasing after the Winter Mouse director who had stolen their wine. But she didn't mind. At least it's good wine. Hong Qinya watched her run off, thinking how his failed escape attempt was no one's fault but his own. I lacked strength, and following the wrong path too far only leads to death. Then he noticed the Shui family's oldest ancestor, completely drained, barely able to stand. The chief, humbled, admitted again that Hong Qinya was indeed a man, and that he'd even lost his sword. Hong Qinya lifted a cup. Might as well drink. The girl laughed. Let me enjoy my reputation while I still can. Gasps filled the room. What is that thing? And that white path? Is it some tumor? Or is it Demon Yang again? Out of nowhere, Yi Junlin walked up to her. Time to go. I'm starving. Yes, master, she replied. At that moment, the young master strolled by. With a snap of his fingers, he asked his servant for some intimate company. Right now, Hong Qinya, hidden nearby, watched all this unfold. Eyes narrowed. The young master always seemed tense, constantly looking for enemies, even among the Shui family. Treating people like ants, it was crossing the line. Then something shifted. A strange figure slipped in behind the young master. Danger clung to the air. Hong Qinya could sense it. The young lord sat down, lost in thought. How can I ever meet the woman I desire? The girls around him scoffed. With your luck? Don't hold your breath. Suddenly, an attack. A wooey who'd been tailing him lunged. The young lord barely had time to raise his hands. I just want a kiss. But before the blade could touch him, it shattered into pieces. The Li Wujia cursed under his breath. He'd underestimated that brat. That boy had access to something, some secret space. And now, the perfect chance was gone. Furious, the young master stood. How dare you, mutt? This is Shui family territory, and in front of Mr. Minfan. Guards rushed in, surrounding the Li Wujia instantly. Realizing he was outnumbered, the Li Wujia muttered to himself. If I don't act fast, I'll be cornered and alone. He knew it. This man could kill him, and once he was dead, there'd be no coming back. Still, he had no choice but to fight. The young lord's anger flared. That dog had followed him too closely for too long. Now, he burned with the need to prove himself, match his peers in power, in reputation. The Li Wujie didn't hesitate. Like a bolt of lightning, he tore through the guards without mercy, cutting down anyone who stood in his path. In a flash, he reached his target. His blade slipped past the young master's defenses and slashed his arm. The guard sprang into action. There's an intruder. Eliminate him now. But as the Li Wujie closed in, he noticed something. This wasn't just any foe. The mark on the young master's back, it was from the west. The young lord, wounded and shocked, turned toward him. Why are you doing this? I didn't touch you. Why chase me down like a beast? The Li Wujie didn't answer. Instead, he raised his sword and shouted, I'm the one who created the orchid, yet even its flowers remain unclear. So now you must die. Chaos erupted. Word spread quickly. There was an assassin in the backyard targeting Mr. Shui. Servants scrambled to block the attack, pushing him back with all they had. Yi Junlin caught wind of it too and turned to Hong Qianya. Any idea what's going on? Hong Qianya shrugged. The disciples are just guessing. Nothing concrete yet. Let's go check it out ourselves, me, my sister, and you. Chimed in, pouting, I'm just thirsty. Right then, the chief himself stepped into the fray. He caught the Li Wujie's sword mid-strike with just 2 fingers. How dare you meddle in Shui family affairs? The chief growled. The Li Wujie gasped, struggling against the overwhelming pressure. The chief looked him over. You're here to deliver a message, aren't you? The Li Wujie clenched his jaw. I acted with force, not words. If not for your interference, I would have ended this already. Suddenly, the young master called out. You call yourself a saint? Don't flatter yourself. You're nothing but a lunatic with a sword. Keep going, and I swear, I'll kill you myself. The Li Wujie's expression darkened. I'm no saint. Listen carefully. I won't change my name or my bloodline. The crowd had started to gather. Curious whispers spread through the square. Who is this guy? He's a demon swordsman, someone said. His sword strikes fast and deadly. He follows no code. If he hates you, he'll cut you down without a second thought. Others murmured in agreement. They've been searching for someone like this in Yunzhou for years, a true opponent. And all who challenged him were crushed. He came here to challenge the Shui family heir. The chief's eyes narrowed. Impossible. He's a representative. He's one of the Shui family's own. And yet he's fallen into the clutches of the demonic world, the chief muttered. The Li Wujie stepped forward, voice cold. Save your outrage. This is about Gochi. The young master's expression darkened. We've got bad blood with that name. Even if it's his dying breath, he's trying to strike me down. But the Li Wujie looked at him sharply. And what if I told you my sister died because of you? The young master blinked. Your sister? She was always with me, the Li Wujie said, eyes distant now. After we survived 8 major events, we discovered a cultivation path, met kinmen, explored shadows and landscapes. She started studying alchemy. Her dream? To reach Lukyuan and see the sea's finest flowers. He paused. And me, I fell in love with the sword. So I went with her. But everything changed. A few months later, all she left behind was a broken jade bracelet. That's when I found out she'd shown up in Chuanzhou. I rushed there, desperate, asking everyone I could. Hope nearly ran out. He clenched his fists. Then I learned she'd been taken. By you. By your family. And after that, nothing. She vanished. His voice hardened. Even people in Anjuxing know. The Shui family's junior master. Everyone says he's an idiot with a sick obsession for women. Rumors say he trains in secret up on Mount Lyman, and that many women have died under his hands. His voice shook slightly. My sister, she was a golden core cultivator. If she really fell into your clutches, I can't imagine what she suffered. He exhaled slowly. That's why I swore I'd take revenge, even if it cost me everything. So he trained, relentlessly, found masters to help him break barriers, fought to reach the unification level. But still, every time he tried to strike, he failed. The Shui family was always too guarded. So he waited, watched. Then came the feasts, public, grand, surrounded by people. The most dangerous place is also the safest. It was the only chance he'd get when the Shui heir would let his guard down. I'll become a disaster within their own house, the Li Wujie muttered. Strike when no one expects it. That's when I'll succeed. The young master looked at him, grinning. You're like a wild beast. I'll give you that. I respect it. Then, with a strange gleam in his eye, he added, but you're still missing something. He licked his lips. That girl, your sister. Now she had fire to her. My other flings? Forgettable. But her. He leaned back, smiling to himself. Some women leave a mark. Even after years, you don't forget. She was one of them. Gorgeous figure. Fiery temper. Like fireworks, explosive when provoked. The Li Wujie's jaw tightened as he remembered her voice. Don't fight, she once told him. Just stay with me. But now, the young master licked his fingers and said with a low laugh, that kind of woman? They drive me wild. The harder they resist, the more I. The more she resisted, the young master said with a twisted grin, the more satisfying it was to break her. He leaned back like he was reliving a fond memory. That figure, unforgettable. But that temper, like a firecracker. Just one spark, and she'd explode. He laughed to himself. But a woman like that, once you tame her, it's a whole different level of satisfaction. I took her to the drunken tower of immortals, he said casually. She didn't behave, so I dragged her into my room. At first, she screamed and cursed like a wild animal. But after what I did, she cried. Begged me to stop. That sound still echoes in my head. His smile turned cruel. She was a strong mare, but I broke her. For 3 days straight, she couldn't speak. Her cultivation crumbled. She passed out. And when I got bored, I snapped her neck. Let her die quickly. That was mercy. He looked directly at Li. You should be thanking me for how well I treated your sister. Li Wujia snapped. His eyes burned with fury as he roared. Why is this monster still breathing? He charged forward like a man possessed, but the elder calmly raised a hand. With a flick of his technique, Li Wujia was sent flying, crashing to the ground. To you, she was precious, the elder said coldly. To us, she was a furnace, used for cultivation. That was her purpose, her redemption. She was worthless, he continued, and her death meant nothing next to our young master's future. And you deserve death just for daring to strike him. Li Wujia, shaking with rage, spat back, shut your mouth. Don't you dare compare her to that filthy beast. You're all animals. But the young master just scoffed. Your sister should be honored to have served me. And you? Just a mutt barking in public. She was lucky. You whine like a child. He rubbed his fingers together mockingly. I touched her. I broke her. And you? You're beneath me. Li Wujia, still on the ground, screamed. You're all insane. But he didn't even try to stand. Yi Junlin, who had been silently watching it all, finally pieced it together. The man who trained endlessly to avenge his sister. He's branded a demonic cultivator. And the Shui heir, praised as noble, commits the vilest acts behind closed doors, all while parading around with the air of righteousness. Then, something blinked in front of his eyes. The system. Secondary task unlocked. Protect Li Wujia. Accept him as a disciple. Convince the Shui family ancestor to execute his own heir. Reward. Eternal gratitude of the Shui family elder plus divine martial art. Xuantian splitting holy strike. Yi Junlin's eyes widened. 10 spirit crystals too? That seals it. He grinned. Whether or not he wanted to step in before, the decision was clear now. Simple mission, crazy payout. All I gotta do is make the old man kill his own grandson. A little twisted? Definitely. Just then, young Master Shui drew his sword. This ends now, he said darkly. Next life, try not to be such a fool. In response, Shu unsheathed his own blade. Shu raised his sword high, ready to bring it down, and end Li Wujia's life right there. But before the blade could strike, Yi Junlin stepped forward, calmly raising his hand and catching the blow mid-air. The young master stared at him, stunned. What do you think you're doing? Even the elder's face twisted in shock. Is the Shantang sect seriously stepping in to protect a demon? He barked. Is he from a cult? Do you have any idea where you are? This is Shui family territory. Do you want to disgrace us? Elder Shui turned to Yi Junlin, voice rising. Explain yourself. Why stop our young master from finishing him? Yi Junlin replied without blinking. Because I felt like it. I'm taking him as my apprentice. Anyone who wants to touch him, go through me first. A hush fell over the room. The guests exchanged glances, their faces a mix of awe and disbelief. Is he serious? One whispered. Did Mr. Yi Junlin really just say that? From the ground, Li Wujia forced himself up and turned toward Yi Junlin. You're famous all across the eastern region. Why take a risk like this? Why me? One of the senior guests, furious, stepped forward. Yi Junlin, think hard about what you're doing. Walk away now, and we'll forget this ever happened. Even Li Wujia added, voice low, thank you for stepping in, but please go. If I get another life, I'll repay you, even as a horse or ox. Hong Qinya, standing off to the side, had remained silent until now. He pitied the guy, but risking your life over a stranger? That was just reckless. Yi Junlin suddenly turned to him. Hong Qinya, how long are you planning to just stand there? Hong Qinya blinked. What? Get over here. Protect your new little brother, Yi Junlin said, matter of fact. Hong Qinya stiffened. Why yes, master. Inside, he was freaking out. What is happening? What is he doing? Meanwhile, Elder Shui's rage boiled over. You think the Shui family is just something you can push around? You've overstepped. With a burst of power, he unleashed a terrifying energy wave, so strong it rippled across the outskirts of the city. Hong Qinya felt it instantly. My spiritual energy, frozen. Even a mouse hiding behind him whispered, Brother, this is bad. Yi Junlin, on the other hand, stood completely still. If only the old man had struck me already, he thought. The mission's not done yet, but I've already gained a level. This is a guaranteed profit. But suddenly, Elder Shui flinched. He heard something, a strange, echoing sound. Another pseudo-immortal? Is this Yi Junlin's backup? Yi Junlin turned to Nara, confused. Where is he? The elder growled. Who's making that noise? Show yourself. And then, in that moment, Yi Junlin's presence shifted. It was as if he'd ascended, like a saint emperor standing high in the sky, gazing down at the world. Someone muttered, "Who is that? What elder gave him such power?" Elder Shui fumed. "I threw a banquet to show off my breakthrough into pseudo-immortality, and now someone else just appears, stronger, and steals all the attention." Yi Junlin raised a brow. "So, who's the loudmouth trying to show off now?" That's when a figure stepped forward from the crowd. "I am from Muhammad," the man announced. "People call me Dao Jiyang." A warrior in the back gasped. "Dao Jiyang? From Muhammad? The strongest of them all? He's the saint's son's personal teacher," someone whispered. "And rumor has it, the saint was crippled, and 18 elders were killed. You think he's going to let that slide?" But the Shui elder's eyes narrowed. He quickly realized this Jiyang wasn't a savior. He was a threat. And Yi Junlin? He just dug himself into a pit. "Looks like I won't even need to act," the elder thought with a smirk. "Jiyang," he said casually, "Yi Junlin's the one behind you. Handle your business however you like." Jiyang turned slightly. "Since when do I need your permission?" Yi Junlin didn't flinch. He casually raised his middle finger. "I'm right here." "What now?" Hong Qinya blinked. "Master, that's Jiyang. Doesn't he realize there's a massive difference between himself and a pseudo-immortal?" Jiyang's brows twitched. His aura flared. "You got a death wish?" he growled, unleashing his full pressure. But Yi Junlin stood there calmly and said, "Why are you barking? Are you trying to act like a stray dog?" The words hit hard. Jiyang exploded with rage. "You little bastard." With a surge of energy, he activated a golden orb, dense, hot, and deadly. "Die." Yi Junlin's eyes widened slightly. The surrounding space had turned to a forbidden zone. The temperature climbed dangerously. Even the elder flinched. That orb, if it detonates, all of human could be vaporized. This isn't worth it. Not over some nobody. But Yi Junlin didn't budge. He stepped forward, straight toward the deadly sphere. He wasn't going to run. He was going to finish the mission now. Guests began panicking. "What is that? Why is it so bright? I can't even keep my eyes open." Right then, the system chimed in. "System alert. Host has encountered a pseudo-immortal enemy. Passive stat boost activated. Strength increased to mid-stage pseudo-immortal." Hong Qinya nearly dropped to his knees. "My master, he's also a pseudo-immortal? This pressure, it's worse than a demon lord's." Somewhere in the abyss, even ancient demons stirred. Yi Junlin faced the orb, unshaken. "That's it? This is your big move?" he said. "This wouldn't even scratch my fingernail." Without hesitation, Yi Junlin struck back. The force of his counterattack stunned Jiyang. He never saw it coming. The crowd gasped. "He's not just a madman. He's a half-pseudo-immortal." "Impossible." Li Wujie stared in awe, trembling. "Master," another guest muttered. "Now it makes sense. No wonder he was so arrogant. He had the power to back it up. All this time he played us all. If not for this banquet, how long would he have kept hiding it?" Jiyang seethed. "You've been a pseudo-immortal all along, and you kept it hidden. You've humiliated us all." Yi Junlin raised his hands innocently. "I swear, I just advanced. I was already on the verge, just needed one final push. I swear on the heavens." But Jiyang growled, "Liar. You think I'm some idiot you can trick?" Yi Junlin grinned. Jiyang scoffed. "I don't care if you're telling the truth or not," he said. "But one thing's clear. You're the most outrageously gifted freak I've ever met." He stepped forward, summoning energy. "I've never seen someone so shameless." With a roar, he launched the Solar Seal Annihilation, a technique known for melting even pseudo-immortal defenses. But Yi Junlin didn't move an inch. He just smiled and said, "Go on. Let's see what you've got." Senior Shui folded his arms, muttering, "This guy's just showing off now. Acting tough because he's strong. But he needs to be put down. Doubt Zhuang will humble him." Jiang stared in disbelief as his technique was easily brushed off. How was that even possible?" he muttered. Even the elder couldn't believe it. "No injuries? Nothing? He must be using some powerful defensive artifact." Yi Junlin, starting to look bored, said dryly, "That all you've got? Come on. I've seen sect buildings tougher than that. Even my pecs could tank that hit." He squinted slightly. "Wait, this is the tyrant's unshakable technique, isn't it? And that's a mind expansion amplifier. You're boosting your physique." Jiang grit his teeth and activated his next move. "This solar wheel," he barked, "was forged by Wahiga's top craftsman. Late-stage pseudo-immortals don't even dare face it directly. Let's see how your body holds up to this holy artifact." But Yi Junlin still didn't flinch. "All right," he said, stretching his neck. "Let's see how far you get." Jiang, furious, poured everything into his next strike. But Yi Junlin just yawned. "You're really starting to annoy me. Too loud." And in the blink of an eye, he caught Zhuyang's full-powered attack with his bare hands. Then, with one smooth motion, he grabbed him and hurled him into the sky, suspending him like a toy. Elder Shue's voice trembled. This has to be an ancient beast in human form. If it were me up there, I'd already be a bloody smear. Zhuyang couldn't believe it either. This attack is designed to shatter pseudo-immortals, and it didn't even pierce his skin. Yi Junlin looked up at him. You jealous of this body? Yeah, tough luck. I was born this sturdy. He casually tossed Zhuyang's ore to the ground like junk. Here's your broken toy back. Try again if you think you're lucky. Zhuyang growled, shaking. That's it. I'll never forgive you. This means war. He soared into the sky, energy spilling around him like a storm. Then he summoned his trump card, Feathered Ascension Art. Yi Junlin tilted his head. Feathered what? Is this some flying chicken move or something? Silence. Zhuyang bellowed. How dare you mock Wahaman's secret technique? He unleashed a flurry of brilliant, explosive attacks. But Yi Junlin, calm as ever, countered with the Royal Knight's seal. Blades of celestial energy surged above Zhuyang. Multiple strikes from every direction. Zhuyang gasped, realizing he was surrounded. Too many. I can't block all of them. You're strong, he admitted. I'll give you that. But let's see you handle this. Zhuyang's aura surged again. With a roar, he activated his final move, 9 suns burning the sky. Zhuyang's eyes burned with fury. I'm sacrificing 1,000 years of life for this. He roared as flames surged around him. I summon the fiery sun of the immortal realm. I'll make you kneel in the heart of the sun and beg for mercy for all eternity. The guests backed away in panic, sweat pouring down their faces. It's too hot. The whole place is burning up. He's going to scorch everything. But Yi Junlin just rolled his eyes. Brat, he said calmly. Open your eyes. This is the finale. With a single breath, he activated his ultimate move, Fivefold Sansera of Oblivion. A wave of overwhelming force rippled across the entire territory, blanketing the battlefield in pure obliteration. Zhuyang's eyes widened, but he didn't back down. Only one of us is walking away from this. He hurled blazing fireballs, one after another, each more violent than the last. Yi Junlin smiled coolly. Still at it, huh? Are you seriously trying the same move again? Zhuyang's laughter turned manic. It's all fake anyway. What does being a pseudo-immortal even mean? What's the point of power if I can't surpass you? I've cultivated for 3,000 years. Then his expression twisted. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. Yi Junlin, may the wrath of Xiantian devour you. From the sidelines, Hong Qinya watched in silence, barely able to process what he'd seen. The strongest pseudo-immortal in the eastern region, reduced to madness. All from a single battle. Just how much power is Yi Junlin hiding? Yi Junlin calmly took off his glasses and sighed. Much better. Not so blinding anymore. He turned his back on the smoldering battlefield. Time to finish this quest. He walked straight towards Senior Shui. The elder bowed respectfully. Honorable Yi Junlin, your divine power is awe-inspiring. This humble one is filled with admiration. May I ask, do you have any further commands? Yi Junlin glanced toward Li Wujia and said, I've taken on a new disciple. You have no objections, right? Shui's head bobbed quickly. Of course not. Who would dare oppose your will? Take him, take anyone you want. Just show mercy. But Yi Junlin's voice turned sharp. My student, Li Wujia, was humiliated and crushed by your family. As his teacher, should I not help him get justice? Shui forced a smile. That's perfectly reasonable. Entirely justified. But, may I ask, what are your intentions? Yi Junlin's reply was cold and simple. I plan to kill every single member of your family, right here. The elder went pale. What? Is that too much to ask? Yi Junlin asked, tilting his head. But then again, he continued. Life on the Ringong Islands is hard. The Shui clan, their burden, discontent. So tell me, how should one respond to such suffering? Senior Shui swallowed hard. See, could the terms be adjusted? Many in the Shui clan are still wooey. But Yi Junlin narrowed his gaze. You've only lost some kin. My disciple lost his sister. And you're just a withered old man with no sympathy. The elder lowered his eyes in shame. Please look at me. Look at my son. We've already paid a price. What we sowed, we've reaped. I only asked for a sliver of grace. Yi Junlin turned and walked away. I'll go my own way. But if that's the case, he said over his shoulder, then hand over the one responsible. The root of all this. The old man lowered his head. So be it, he whispered. I can't carry this burden anymore. He looked to Yi Junlin. Do you really mean it? Wiping out the entire Shui clan. That's no small thing. Taking even one life is a heavy sin. Then he sighed. But the one who grants mercy is the one who holds true power. Without another word, he turned toward the elder behind him. The moment their eyes met, the old man didn't speak. he simply raised his hand and fired a searing electric beam straight through him. Junior Shui gasped in shock. Father, what are you doing? What's the point of this? What happens after this? The elder stood still as the light faded, then turned back to Yi Junlin. Is that enough? He asked quietly. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. You're assuming something. Want me to help you spell it out? The elder smiled grimly. You speak of punishment and blame, but children don't teach their fathers. Still, maybe I need someone to challenge me on that. Yi Junlin gave a small nod. Then so be it. Without hesitation, the old man spun around, leapt into the air, and in a flash, he was at his son's throat. Literally. Junior Shui gasped. Father, no. But the elder didn't stop. His grip tightened. His face was resolute. And then it was done. The body went limp. The silence afterward was thunderous. The elder lowered his arms and turned toward Yi Junlin. Master, he said solemnly, on behalf of my son, thank you for your judgment and your mercy. Suddenly, Li Wujia's boyfriend burst into laughter. Did you all see that? The beasts were punished. For once, justice. Yi Junlin stepped forward, his expression steady. Fate's cruel, but your enemies have now paid in full. So, are you ready to follow me? Li Wujia dropped to his knees. My life is yours now, he said. From now on, I belong to you. I'll follow any order, no matter what it is. He bowed low to the ground. Master. But Yi Junlin knelt and rested a hand on his shoulder. No need for all that. I'm glad to have a disciple like you, one who rose through the fire. He smiled slightly. Sounds dangerous, but maybe, when the time comes, this kid will shine. Since you've now officially become my disciple, Yi Junlin said, I'll give you your first technique. It's time you had a proper sword path. Li Wujia's eyes lit up. Truly, Yi Junlin raised his palm, and an ethereal sword light shimmered in his grasp. This is the mixed heavenly sword. In that moment, a radiant flash enveloped them, and Li Wujia's hands moved instinctively. His new ability gathered every nearby blade like a magnet, orbiting him in perfect unison. He stared at his hands in awe. This is a sword-wielding technique. But it's more than that. It's like the will of the heavens is etched into every motion, hidden inside each carving. His voice trembled. Compared to this, even the so-called great sword techniques are like scraps. My carving, my art, it's finally part of something higher. He looked up, eyes wide. Just who are you? Yi Junlin chuckled. You're getting ahead of yourself. But fine, he said, stepping back. I'll give you the art. You'll forge your own path, and someday, create a legend of your own. Li Wujia stood tall, his power growing, but Hong Qinya watched from the side, unsettled. This guy, Hong Qinya thought, he came in like a loyal dog. Now he's turning into something else entirely. There was something unnatural in his aura, something dark. Hong Qinya's chest tightened. That art, that blow, it shattered space itself. If he keeps toying with that kind of power, he's going to burn out. And that flame, that's underworld fire. Even a shattered blade would turn to ash in his hands. Suddenly, Li Wujia dropped to one knee, coughing violently, then vomited a gush of strange, dark liquid. Yi Junlin walked over and looked down at him. If you keep using those secret arts, he said flatly, your body won't last much longer. You've already damaged your foundation. At this rate, you'll collapse. He sighed and pulled out a small balloon-shaped capsule. Here, eat this. Li Wujia blinked. What is it? It's medicine, Yi Junlin replied. Don't waste time thinking. Just take it. Li Wujia hesitated, staring at the strange, mushroom-like elixir. It had a bitter smell, and something else, like resentment baked into the roots. Yi Junlin watched him closely. Let's hope he doesn't ignore the effects. This mix was crafted with more than just herbs. It carries the hatred of a fallen land. It may just awaken the demon blood sleeping inside him. He continued, your body's full of toxins. You've pushed yourself too far, but this will stabilize you. Eat it. You're almost like a faithful dog. Don't let fear get in the way. This isn't poison. It's salvation. Reluctantly, Li Wujia swallowed the elixir. Within moments, his body convulsed. And then, it changed. Muscles surged, veins glowed red, and power radiated from him in violent pulses. He wasn't just standing anymore. He was towering. Gasps echoed around them. He had become a walking storm. But then he turned to Yi Junlin, voice low and shaky. Master, I'm so tired. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. Something wasn't right. That energy, it wasn't just power. It was twisted. His aura felt unstable, wild. There was something ominous in the way he stood, something that made everyone step back. He's been affected. Yi Junlin realized. This is demon blood magic. It's warping him inside and out. Right on cue, the system interface flickered into view. System alert. Host disciple has awakened latent demon blood. Side effects include increased aggression and instability. Caution. Monitor behavior closely to avoid harm to allies. Hong Qinya, now visibly sweating, remembered something. Su Qianxue, what kind of techniques did he use to shatter through his disciples' barriers like this? From initial fusion to great fusion, in one move. No, even I've reached deification in the central region, and I've never seen anything like this. What did Yi Junlin just feed him? What is this transformation? Li Wujia's laughter suddenly burst out. Loud, broken, manic. He gripped his sword and began swinging wildly. The surrounding warriors stepped back in alarm. He's in the fusion stage, one of them muttered, but this power, it's monstrous. Even if I gave everything I had, another said, I wouldn't survive one strike from him. Too powerful, too fast, too unstable. Yi Junlin watched it all unfold, arms crossed. This, he said quietly, isn't even the full extent. And with that, he activated. With the awakening of his bloodline power, Li Wujia felt unstoppable, like a tiger granted wings. But just as he surged forward, he caught sight of his master standing ahead. Without slowing down, Li Wujia hurled his attack straight at him. Yet Yi Junlin didn't move an inch. Instead, he calmly said, let him carve out his own destiny. From this moment on, may he awaken to the greater path. Even though his future disciple had just struck at him, Yi Junlin chose not to retaliate out of anger. Instead, he responded with a lesson, unleashing the Heavenly Emperor technique. But he held back. There was no need to go further. After all, his disciple had only reached the fusion stage, and yet, he was already challenging Phazon. That kind of breakthrough was not to be taken lightly. The master looked on and said that Li Tai had fulfilled his purpose. If not, there was no way someone as weak as his disciple could have handled what came next. Yi Junlin then called out, his voice sharp, focus, snap out of it. This isn't the time to be lost in thought. Li Wujia tried everything to penetrate his master's defenses, but his energy eventually waned. As the heat of battle faded, reality set in. Confused, Li Wujia asked what had just happened. He'd felt completely consumed, lost in fear, even daring to act against his master. Now, he could only brace for punishment. Yi Junlin walked toward him and said, let's see what's changed since last time. Li Wujia answered there was nothing, but after taking a closer look, his face lit up. His level had risen. Yi Junlin noticed it too. Despite everything, Li Wujia's path remained steady. The root of his strength hadn't faltered. In fact, he was growing rapidly, like iron being forged stronger through flame. Li Wujia dropped to one knee and said, this student is grateful for Master's guidance. Yi Junlin nodded and explained, you just triggered your madness bloodline. It grants incredible strength, but it won't last long. You'll need to learn to control it, to keep your balance. Li Wujia bowed his head. I'll remember, Master. Senior Schwest laughed heartily and clapped Yi Junlin on the shoulder. You found yourself quite the disciple. Come, we must toast to this day. Yi Junlin blinked, a bit surprised. Won't we be interrupting the main celebration? The feast was prepared for overcoming the crisis. The elder waved it off. Don't worry, that just adds to the joy. But you know, people are already talking. They say the Shui family elder just took out 2 of his own men, and now he's cozying up to Mr. Yi. It's hard to believe how fast things change. Hong Qinya overheard and nodded silently. It was true. In this world, strength ruled above all. This man had forced an elder to turn against his own, and still earned his gratitude. If he didn't become strong too, he'd always be living under someone else's shadow. Yi Junlin agreed. It's settled then. Let the Shui family enjoy their celebration. Hong Qinya, go pick up your sister. It's time to head out. Hong Qinya bowed slightly. Understood, Master. As they turned to leave, the elder shouted, everyone, come see Li Wujia showing off. Senior Shui smiled and told Li Wujia to stop by when he could. Our doors are open. You've brought honor to our Shui family. We welcome you. But not everyone was pleased. Senior Shu growled under his breath, frustrated and bitter. Everything was supposed to be a grand celebration, a glorious victory. But just like that, it all came crashing down. Suddenly, someone shouted, Lord, we found the young master's hand. The boy asked anxiously, where is he? Senior Shui snarled, throw that cursed hand in the backyard. Let the dogs chew on it. His voice turned harsh as he yelled at the others, get out. This party's over. Meanwhile, Li Wujia stood aboard the divine beast, riding through the clouds. The experience felt surreal, like a dream. He'd avenged little, and now, he was officially Lin Xiaoan's disciple. It was almost too much to process. Then there was Red Little. She was every bit as stunning and graceful as the rumors claimed. Now that he was part of the sect, maybe it was time to formally greet her. Approaching, Li Wujia said, Elder Sister Red, your talent is unmatched, but your beauty is out of this world. I look forward to learning much from you in the days ahead. Hong Qinya sighed as she watched from a distance. Why are all these guys like this? Mr. E, still reeling from having slain the mighty Susan, was visibly irritated. Taking on such a promising disciple only made the situation more complicated. As Sha turned to leave, someone asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Just then, a mouse-alike figure scurried over and muttered, "You guys keep messing up Big Brother's gender. He can't stand that." The mouse paused and blinked. "Wait, who are you again?" Li Wujie introduced himself politely. "I'm a new apprentice under the Shui house. Just arrived, really. Thanks for the heads up. So that's why Big Brother ignores the flattery. I see now. He's a man. I stepped right into that one." Mouse nodded. "Exactly. Big Brother Hong Qinya takes that seriously. It's a big no-no." Li Wujie laughed awkwardly. As expected, Master sure attracts some unusual people. A ridiculously handsome Big Brother and a cute little Mouse's sister. Mouse smiled sheepishly. "I always wanted to be like my older brothers, but for some reason, I'm stuck in this weird half-mousy, half-human form. I end up causing trouble for Master." Li Wujie replied gently, "Sister, I don't think you do it on purpose. You're unique and, honestly, kind of cute. Actually, back when I was traveling through the eastern region, I stumbled upon a secret transformation technique. If you're interested, maybe it could help you return to full human form." Mouse's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? If it works, I won't cause Master any more headaches." "That's amazing." She bounced over to Yi Junlin, beaming. "Teacher, if this works, I might finally become fully human again and stop giving you so much trouble." Yi Junlin raised his brows, clearly surprised. "Is that so? Well, that's wonderful news. But honestly, I might miss that soft, fluffy mousy head of yours." Mouse giggled. "No worries, teacher. I'll be able to shift at will. If you miss the fluff, I'll bring it back anytime." Then she paused. "Oh, wait. Do we really need to return to the sect now?" Yi Junlin looked at her, slightly confused. "Return? To the sect? Of course not. We've got a divine beast to ride." He was beyond thrilled. Riding this beast was just too cool, and he wanted the whole world to see it. "Give it some juice," he shouted, and the creature surged forward. After Misty for months, news of what happened at the Shui family banquet spread like wildfire across the eastern region. Everyone was stunned. The cult of mystery, once cloaked in secrets, had become a true enigma. Meanwhile, deep in the eastern lands of Tongha, a fierce battle raged. Warriors were locked in brutal combat with invading monsters. Their creed was simple: die if you must, but never surrender panches. At that moment, Li Wujie jumped off the ship and reported, "Teacher, demons are launching an assault from below." But Yi Junlin? He was casually playing dominoes. Hong Qinya stared, bewildered. Whose cannon could smash through every obstacle on the board and strike the enemy king directly? He'd never met someone so brazen and shameless. Then, without even looking up, Yi Junlin commented, "You're too weak. I've barely used a tenth of my strength, and you already lost." Hong Qinya fired back. "To use a siege cannon properly, you need a solid platform. Its movement is restricted. Even a 3-year-old knows that." Yi Junlin shrugged. "It's a hammer gun, not a siege cannon. Same difference." He paused, thinking aloud. "Could I just fly off with that mortar?" He chuckled at his own thought. Hong Qinya really has a knack for bending the rules. Then he noticed the look on his disciple's face. "What? You disagree? You think my strategy skills are lacking?" Hong Qinya quickly bowed. This disciple would never dare. Yi Junlin turned a little mousy. "What do you think of my tactics?" Without hesitation, she replied, "Teacher's the best. No one can match you." Hong Qinya glanced over and muttered to himself, "This mousy really knows how to suck up." Then Yi Junlin turned back to Li Wujie. "You were saying?" Li Wujie stiffened. "A wave of demons has been detected attacking the city. The situation's critical." Yi Junlin's expression turned serious. "These demons, they came from a place long thought sealed away, Nether Abyss. An ancient, forbidden land hidden deep within the eastern region. It was said to be home to dark races and deadly creatures. Long ago, beings from Nether Abyss had tried to invade the world, but humans and masters banded together in a massive war. Eventually, they pushed the invaders back, forcing them to retreat into isolation. Since then, the two sides had kept to their own realms. But now, demons were back. Was the ancient truce broken? "This isn't just an attack," Yi Junlin said grimly. "Something bigger is happening. Let's meet them face to face and find out what they're after." The super demons burst into laughter upon seeing the humans before them. One of them mockingly remarked that a human monk had approached earlier and ordered his men to stay silent, so as not to spook their food. They were told to wait patiently for the humans to come closer on their own. Yuang looked at them and calmly stated that among the 800,000 monsters, there were so many at the body unification level that they couldn't even be counted. In the past, he wouldn't have had the courage to face such a force. But now, he stood shoulder to shoulder with exceptional warriors like Big Brother Hong. Despite that, Yuang admitted to Big Brother Shirao that his swordsmanship wasn't exceptional, so he would reveal his weaknesses first. Without wasting time, Wang activated his sword technique and charged straight into the horde of monsters. The demon leader quickly ordered his minions to capture the human monk. Seeing their advance, Shirao launched a long-range attack using the Golden Sparrow Flame. The monsters tried to resist the blaze, but it was relentless. Many were burned alive on the spot. Wang turned to Big Brother and said he truly admired his power. However, Shao suggested they end this quickly before they became a laughingstock. He understood that even if some crooked figure managed to control a monster, Shao remained the strongest among them. From the castle, the commander and the others observed the battle and were impressed by its intensity. Even the prince acknowledged that Shirao wasn't called the disciple of the white-haired assassin for nothing. After all, he had annihilated 500,000 enemy troops in an instant. One of the monsters asked, "Who are these two?" Another replied that they had appeared at a critical moment and seemed to be defenders of the Zhou Empire. They should be eliminated quickly. However, one demon sneered, saying it didn't matter who they were. Nothing could derail their people's plans. He then ordered a full attack. Before they could make a move, Shirao was already preparing his next strike, unleashing another wave of searing flame. Suddenly, the monsters opened a portal, summoning half a dozen reinforcements. Upon seeing them, Shirao smirked. Interesting guests have arrived. The aura from one of them revealed him to be an Indian commander at the Great Ascension level. Realizing the danger, the monsters began to panic. Some reported to the elder demons that the two humans were extremely powerful, one at the body unification level and the other at the beginning stage of the Great Ascension. Despite that, a spear-wielding monster stepped forward, confident he could crush them without his boss's help. Wang stepped up to face him, saying this was the perfect chance for him to train against a Great Ascension-level enemy. The monster attacked without hesitation, but Wang struck first. Though hit, the monster laughed, saying it didn't hurt and instead helped him improve. Those observing the battle were shocked. How is this possible? Can someone explain this cause and effect? One asked. Even the prince was surprised at the strength of Master Ye's disciples. Fueled by their praise, Wang flew forward to demonstrate more of his power. Targeting the strongest among the enemy, he unleashed his Great Ascension-level technique. But another monster at the peak of the Great Ascension blocked his path. That happened only because Senior 9 underestimated him and got killed. The monsters, now on alert, launched a full-scale assault to get rid of Wang once and for all. Overwhelmed, Wang realized he had overestimated himself. To survive, he considered using the Mad Demon's blood. But before he could, he saw Brother Shirao jump in to help, casting his jade glass flame. The monsters were caught off guard by the flames. One of them, however, broke free and shouted at a nearby human woman, vowing to take her life. Using his power, he summoned his brothers and prepared to attack. Wang, watching this, acknowledged the monster's strength. It was clear this was a peak Great Ascension-level being. But the monsters simply laughed, saying it was too late for fear. He declared that both Wang and the stinking woman would die. Hearing that, Wang muttered, "Stinking woman," just as Shirao prepared to strike again. The younger brother coldly declared they were already dead men. Shirao confirmed it, unleashing his soul-consuming black flame. Terrified, one of the blue monsters turned to his older brother for help, but it was already too late. Shirao had let loose his full power. The monster shouted in disbelief, "Impossible!" But he didn't even realize he'd already been hit. The rest of the monsters looked on, stunned. Shirao simply said, "You're nothing but ants unaware of your fate." Wang silently agreed. At his current level, an enraged big brother Shirao was practically invincible. It made sense, given he was their master's first disciple. Wang even thought to himself that if a fight ever broke out between them, Shirao could probably cut him down without mercy. Suddenly, Shirao glanced to the side and saw his younger brother coolly pointing his finger. Shirao paused, wondering, was this really happening or was it just his imagination? All the ghosts were shocked and terrified by the overwhelming energy released by Shao, a strange mix of pink and blue that pulsed through the air. As the master of the ghost is just behind the soldiers muttered in disbelief and said, "He cut General Zhang, the strongest among us, in half with a single strike. We're finished. We can't win this." Just then, two other soldiers turned their heads and noticed even more ghost soldiers arriving in a frenzied swarm. The master of the ghosts appeared and stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding as he said, "Stop this pointless resistance. Taking this city is only the beginning. Every fortress will fall to our ghost race. Your entire dynasty will soon be wiped out." Suddenly, the scene shifted. The battlefield was littered with severed ghost heads and upper bodies, and blood flowed freely across the ground. At that moment, Manhua, commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and a powerful Yuaning cultivator, appeared, riding a roaring lion at high speed. She charged straight toward the master of the ghosts, who stood confidently atop a mountain. The Ghost Master let out a cruel laugh as he struck Wang, and she had to leapt off her lion and got thrown on the ground, her eyes blazing with fury. The surrounding soldiers froze in surprise, whispering among themselves, "Commander Wang." The Ghost Master sat on a dark, monstrous horse with a sword in hand. He sneered at her and said, "Lowly humans kneel before this general." But Wang stood her ground and snapped back. "I serve as the commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry under the great Zhou Emperor. I stand for the dignity of our dynasty, and I will never bow to a beast like you. Kill me if you dare. I won't back down." "Very well," the Ghost Master growled. "Then I'll grant your wish. I'll tear you to pieces and hang your head on the city gate tower, so you can watch as our race slaughters your nation." Before the battle could begin, the giant blue whale appeared out of nowhere and swam in the air toward the Ghost Master with incredible speed. The Ghost Master's eyes widened and shocked as a swirling circle of blue energy formed around the beast, and powerful currents surged in its wake. The whale opened its mouth, unleashing a surge of energy that started to pull all the enemies. In the next instant, the Ghost Master got sucked up by the blue whale, and he could only cry in resistance. The human soldiers began to panic. One of the soldiers shouted, "They've all been eaten," while another questioned, "Is this some kind of illusion?" Back on the battlefield, Wang Hua looked toward the sea, her expression firm and intense. "A divine beast sent by the heavens. Has it come to protect the great Zhou?" As the whale reached the shore, one of the soldiers noticed something strange. Someone was riding it. That divine beast had a master. A human cultivator had come to save them. He called out, asking for the senior's name and where he came from. Sure enough, the man sat there sipping juice like he had all the time in the world. He looked down at the stunned soldiers while drinking and calmly said he was Yi Junlin from the Xintian sect, then asked who was in charge. In an instant, Wang Hua and the others dropped to their knees in respect. Her eyes widened in realization. It's him, Yi Junlin, the man who once cursed the strongest sect in the eastern region. She couldn't believe the great Zhou was blessed with someone of his caliber. Stepping forward, Wang introduced herself with full formality, stating that she was Wang Hua, commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, and offered greetings to all the seniors. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow and asked who governed the land and why the Ghost Army was attacking the dynasty. Wang responded with a troubled expression, explaining that the land belonged to the great Zhou. She admitted she didn't know why the ghosts had launched the attack, but mentioned that according to the Fallen Ghost Journal, this was only the first wave and a full-scale invasion was coming soon. As the tension thickened, Yi Junlin wondered aloud if the creator of the Nether Abyss dared to attack so openly. Weren't they afraid of another alliance of human cultivators like in ancient times? Before the thought could settle, Yuang cut in and shook his head, saying that ghosts preferred damp, rich environments and questioned what they would even gain from seizing the great Zhou. Xiao didn't wait for logic. He scoffed and tells that it didn't matter if the ghosts came because they would just wipe them out. Wang Hua quickly turned to Yi Junlin, asking if the esteemed immortal would help them survive this calamity. On behalf of all great Zhao citizens, she thanked him. But while she spoke, Xiao grew visibly frustrated. Junlin wonders that the master's divine body just naturally attracts trouble. The more he tries to avoid it, the more it comes chasing. He feels something is off, because tens of millions of Nether Abyss creatures wouldn't just show up like this without a reason. Right then, a glowing screen appeared in midair with a message congratulating the host for triggering a new mission. The task was to repel the ghost army invading the Great Zhou, and completing it would grant a valuable reward. Yi Junlin smirked and welcomed the challenge, calling it quest time. He suggested using this place as a base and planned to extract information from the ghosts. Raising his hand, he declared that the invaders were slaughtering innocents, and as a cultivator of the human race, he couldn't just stand by. He urged everyone to spread the word and let it be known that he would step in. Wang Hua bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude and saying that Great Zhao would never forget his grace. Yuang, beaming with admiration, praised the master's wisdom. But standing behind him, Xiao glared and muttered under his breath, calling Yuang a nosy busybody. Without wasting another moment, Yi Junlin gave the order to move and asked to be taken to their emperor. The massive divine beast Kuan Peng, the whale-like protector, nodded in response and guided him ahead with respect. The scene shifts to just outside the Great Zhao capital, where the main army encampments were busty Junlin with movement. Rows of soldiers stood in formation, alongside war elephants and battle wagons. Inside a command tent, generals huddled over a map, their faces grim. One soldier reported, "Moments ago, several ghost armies broke through our defenses. They're advancing fast, and it's clear their target is the capital." Another added, "Reports from across the realm say their generals are at soul integration level. Some even believe a great Ascension ghost commander is leading them." A third soldier frowned and asked, "Why now?" Why are the ghost race suddenly obsessed with taking Wide Aberdeen Street? Could there be hidden treasures drawing them in? The commander, who also happened to be the Crown Prince, sighed. I understand your suspicions, but even as Crown Prince, I have no idea. A soldier quickly apologized. Forgive me, Your Highness, I spoke out of turn. It's fine, the prince said, shaking his head. Right now, all we can do is hold the line for as long as possible. If we can't, then we must protect and evacuate the people. As long as they survive, there's still hope. Just then, someone burst through the doors. Your Highness, it's urgent. You need to see this immediately. Everyone in the tent turned to him, startled. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me the ghosts are attacking again. His thoughts spiraled. Damn it. These last few days, the ghost army's been wearing us down with raids. Our troops are exhausted. We're outnumbered, 800,000 to our 400,000, and they control the initiative. How the hell do I turn this around? Suddenly, tremors rippled through the ground. Outside, the divine beast Kuan-Pung landed with a thunderous splash, and soldiers stared in confusion and alarm. They questioned what the beast was and why something like that had appeared in the Great Zhao. All units were ordered to prepare for engagement. The Crown Prince rushed to the scene and quickly told them to stand down, recognizing the creature as Kuan-Pung, the divine beast. He also identified the rider as Tiger Leopard Commander Manhua. One soldier blinked in disbelief, surprised that Commander Wang could ride such a beast. Wang dismounted and stepped forward, reporting that the Tiger Leopard cavalry had returned. She had brought Yi Junlin, master of the divine beast, to help defend the Great Zhao. The Crown Prince stared in shock, confirming if it was really Yi Junlin, the white-haired demon from the Shantian sect, who had tamed the divine beast. Wang stepped in quickly and urged the prince to choose his words carefully. She explained that Senior Yi Junlin was actually very easygoing and not as frightening as the rumors claimed. The Crown Prince straightened himself and introduced his identity respectfully, offering formal greetings to Senior Yi. Yi Junlin found it amusing that they still saw him only as the man who had killed 18 elders from the Yuhua sect. Before he could respond, a chilling ghost voice echoed from the sky, declaring that the humans were surrounded by an army of 800,000 ghosts. The voice warned them to surrender quietly and accept their fate as offerings. The Crown Prince clenched his teeth, furious at how far the ghosts were pushing things. Yi Junlin glanced at his companions and gave them a signal to handle the situation. They replied with confidence and disappeared in a blur of movement. Watching from afar, the Ghost Master squinted in confusion, wondering who those two were and why they would charge straight into an army of 800,000. He questioned their sanity, especially with a great Ascension-level commander among the ghost ranks. To him, it seemed like pure foolishness. Meanwhile, atop a fog-covered mountain, a ghost general stood overlooking the battlefield. His expression was grim as he observed the resistance. He found it laughable that the so-called Great Zhao would put up such resistance for a single city. While royal dynasties could draw power from national fate, the ghosts held the advantage in numbers, 800,000 against 400,000. He clenched his fist and declared that the 100 clans of the Nether Abyss had risen together. The ghost race had to seize the initiative. This was the moment that would shape the future. The world would fall, and new rulers would rise in the east. Those who conquered now would decide what came next. As the scene shifted, Yuang and Shao arrived together, stepping into the aftermath of battle. Without missing a beat, Shao stepped forward and reported that the 800,000 ghost troops had been eliminated, just as the master had ordered. Yuang tried to add something about the seniors and masters, but halfway through his words, he hesitated. His thoughts drifted, wondering if the master might be upset with them. Then, without any build-up, Shaoxi suddenly spoke and told the master to wake up. Yi Junlin stirred, stood up casually, and muttered that it was already done. Shao, clearly annoyed, reminded everyone that they had just annihilated the enemy force. It was more to herself than anyone else. While they had been risking their lives, she thought bitterly the master had been taking a nap right there on the battlefield. Yi Junlin didn't miss a beat. He stepped forward and told them they had done well, and to keep it up. Suddenly, the Crown Prince of Great Zhao approached with his soldiers. They all bowed with respect and expressed their gratitude to Yi for saving the nation from a great crisis. Yi Junlin gave a casual shrug and said it wasn't a big deal, but they were tired now and expected to be treated well by the people of Zhao. The Crown Prince, taking no offense, assured him that they were honored guests and would be escorted to the capital for a grand banquet. As the scene shifted to the magnificent Great Zhao, the Crown Prince led Yi through the palace gates and mentioned that before the banquet began, his father wished to meet him. Yi Junlin rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking how typical it was for the old emperor to just sit around and wait. Inside Tianyi Hall, soldiers lined both sides of the grand corridor, bowing low as Yi Junlin and his companions walked through. The emperor, seated at the center in regal attire, spoke with a weak yet dignified tone, asking Yi Junlin for forgiveness for not greeting him in person due to poor health. Yi Junlin observed him quietly, feeling the dense energy pulsing faintly from the throne. This could be national density, he thought. According to the records, national density is a mysterious force tied to the fate of the nation. It strengthens one's cultivation, speeds recovery, and enhances training. The will of the people fuels it. But something didn't sit right with him. The emperor is clearly using it to stay alive, yet his condition still looks bad. The emperor went on, admitting that he must have made a fool of himself in front of Yi Junlin. He narrowed his eyes, studying the emperor closely. Something fell off. He couldn't see through the man's cultivation. Was it hidden? Was he really just a great Ascension expert? Deciding to speak up, Yi asked what exactly had happened. The emperor let out a sigh, explaining that the Nidar Abyss ghosts had launched an unprovoked attack on Great Zhao. Some suspected they were after a treasure hidden in the royal palace, though he claimed to have no idea what it could be. He wondered silently how the emperor had ended up injured then. The emperor continued, saying that before the invasion fully began, a mysterious figure had broken into the royal tombs. His power was overwhelming, and the palace's defensive barriers had collapsed instantly. With no other choice, the emperor had been forced to unleash the nation's density to repel the intruder. His mind raced. If the intruder was that powerful, why hadn't he finished the job? Why retreat? Something was hidden in those tombs. Something big. He spoke up again, saying that the real issue might lie within the royal tombs. If the ghosts were targeting whatever was hidden inside, then it had to be significant. But the part that didn't sit right with Yi was that someone stronger than the emperor had backed off after breaching the tomb. It didn't make sense. A chuckle escaped Yi as he thought back to his original plan, to coast through life with his cheat system and enjoy the ride. But now, this mystery had piqued his curiosity. Sheo, who had been silent, finally spoke. The situation reminded him of an old legend from the central region. He leaned in, visibly intrigued. He asked the emperor if he could visit the royal tombs. The emperor hesitated, clearly unsettled by the request. Before he could respond, the crown prince stepped forward, explaining that the tombs were sacred ground. Disturbing them might attract dangerous energy. He added that he had already done more than enough for Great Zhao. A feast had been prepared in his honor, and they hoped he would enjoy it. The emperor echoed the sentiment, apologizing for declining the request. Still, he offered Yi the right to choose any treasure from their vault as a token of gratitude. Yi smiled and waved the matter off. He said he was only curious and mentioned that his system quest hadn't ended yet, so he'd stay around and observe how things played out. The crown prince grinned, relieved, and invited him to follow. Far away, in the crimson halls of the Nidar Abyss, a ghost king lounged lazily on a bone-decorated throne, sipping blood from a crystal goblet. Skeletons were scattered like ornaments across the floor. He muttered with satisfaction that the blood of newborns was truly divine. After all these years, the time had finally come. Once Great Zhao fell, his status in the ghost race would rise immensely. His eyes gleamed with ambition. If he earned favor with the Eastern Lords, perhaps a seat among them could be his. Still, something bothered him. There had been no news from Kuntha or the others. By now, the emperor should have been forced to act. As he pondered, a masked figure suddenly appeared in the hallway like a phantom. The figure asked coldly why the Ghost King was still lounging there. The Ghost King stood straight and offered a respectful greeting. He claimed to have already deployed his forces and vowed that the emperor would soon be crushed. The masked envoy scoffed and informed him that his entire army, 800,000 strong, had already been annihilated just outside the capital. The emperor hadn't even needed to step in. Stunned, the Ghost King demanded to know how that was possible. His forces included dozens of Soul Integration generals and 10 Great Ascension commanders. The envoy snapped that it wasn't the Zhao dynasty that stopped them. It was a single cultivator named Yi Junlin. The Ghost King's face contorted in fury. A brat at the Great Ascension level had dared to interfere with his plans? Even if Yi had defeated 10 commanders, he was nothing compared to the power of a tribulation stage ghost. Just an ant. The envoy warned him not to underestimate Yi, then tossed him a mysterious talisman and commanded him to crush Great Zhao, warning that another failure wouldn't be tolerated. The Ghost King caught the talisman and burst into maniacal laughter as he stormed out. Outside, the mountains quaked with rising ghostly energy. Drawing his blade, he shouted for all troops to march. A thunderous response followed as ghost soldiers rose into the sky. Back at the Zhao Imperial Palace, inside Tiana Hall, Yi and his companions were finally enjoying the grand feast. Yuang raised her cup with a grin, saying the wine was amazing as she poured herself another round. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement, happily chewing. She said the meat was incredible. Sheo, in contrast, sat stiffly, refusing to touch any food. The Crown Prince noticed and leaned in with a polite tone, observing that Red Immortal's discipline was admirable. Perhaps such restraint reflected true self-control. Yuang rolled her eyes and said to ignore him, claiming Sheo was just on a diet. Sheo's brow twitched, fuming silently. A diet? Seriously? He was a tribulation stage expert, not some overindulgent glutton. Trying to lighten the mood, the Crown Prince clapped his hands and suggested perhaps some music would be more to Red Immortal's taste. At his signal, Chang Feng, the Eastern region's greatest musician, entered with a graceful bow and introduced himself to the guests. The Crown Prince explained that Chang Feng's music carried the profound essence of Zhou, once even helping a dying Yuaning cultivator break through to soul formation. He requested Master Chang Feng to begin playing. As the elegant melody filled the hall, Yuang, Xiaoxi, and even Sheo remained noticeably unimpressed. Chang Feng frowned at their reactions and turned to the Crown Prince. If this was their idea of entertainment, then perhaps he shouldn't have bothered showing up at all. The Crown Prince looked at Yi and asked if he found the performance lacking. Before Yi could answer, Chang Feng snapped at him, accusing him of being a vulgar brute who knew nothing about music. Yuang's aura flared up, her eyes burning with anger. She declared that no one insulted her master and that she'd end Chang Feng where he stood. The Crown Prince raised his hands and quickly intervened, saying that Master Chang Feng simply had a blunt personality and meant no offense. But Chang Feng sneered and claimed that they were all barbarians, only interested in battle, never respecting the sacred Zhou of music. The Crown Prince muttered under his breath, wishing Chang Feng could at least die with some dignity if he was going to keep acting like that. Just then, a system screen lit up before Ye's eyes. A new optional mission had been triggered. He glanced at the mission details and chuckled to himself. The first option was garbage. It had just hurt his reputation. But the second? It would power up Mousy and boost his entrance style. Perfect. He got up from his seat and said there was no need for instruments. If music was the test, then his hands would do just fine. Chang Feng's face twisted in fury. Hands? Martial arts scum had the nerve to mock the sacred path of music? He had studied for thousands of years, diving deep into this Zhou, and now some brute thought he could just wing it? He simply cracked his knuckles and smiled, ready to prove otherwise. The prince entered the conversation too and said, every profession requires its master, and practitioners are no exception. If it were as simple as just having hands, there would be no masters left in this world. Yuang was also supportive and shouted that his teacher was right, and the most important thing was to have hands. Chang Feng shouted at the guy to act. He said he would lend him Fuyo's lute and let everyone see what amazing music he could play. If that guy could actually perform, then even a pig could climb a tree. With an attitude like his where all he knew was how to fight and kill, there was no way he understood the art of playing the lute. Yi Junlin glanced at the old man and asked him to hold back. He said he was really afraid that someone as respected as Yi Junlin might lose patience and start a fight right there. Yi Junlin picked up the instrument and said that in his past life he had a creative side and playing the lute was easy for him. He added that his master had given him auto-improvement skills. The system then gave a notification. It showed the levels of lute mastery, which started from elementary comprehension, then moved to confident mastery, outstanding mastery, supreme mastery, and finally pinnacle of perfection. Yi Junlin's current skill was already at pinnacle of perfection. He then asked the system about the other guy's level. The system replied that the man's skill was only at confident proficiency. The old man told him to hurry up and stop wasting time. The prince saw all of this and wondered if Honorable Yi Junlin had any patience left. He questioned whether he should step in and save Chang Feng. Yi Junlin thought to himself that if Chang Feng had only reached the level of confident mastery, then maybe it was better to just bear with listening to his level and hand over the stage. He decided to let him perform his old melody called Power over the world. Yi Junlin then placed both hands on the instrument and began to play using his energy. The flow of waves in the music shifted between fast and slow with such depth that Xiao could not believe the melody came from someone so young. She wondered how his teacher had passed down such a powerful tune. If this performance took place in the central region, it would easily be ranked at the highest level where no one would dare challenge it. Chang Feng was shocked to hear such a sound and asked, "How is this even possible?" Yuang also excitedly shouted at this moment that the music was great, and he was suddenly able to feel the incredible depth and meaning in it. "I have a storm of emotions and feel like my heart is about to jump out." But Yi Junlin suddenly started playing faster so that everyone could feel the energy. Shirao hadn't expected that and suddenly felt himself raising his level. Yi Junlin had told him that this was the middle of the Great Ascension, the late stage, the peak, the perfection. She suddenly realized that she was only one step away from reaching the state of Ascension. Yuang was also caught under this and shouted for more, to give him energy. After all, Senior Lee had been dreaming of this for a long time. Someone said that Senior Li had also unexpectedly moved from unification into a great ascension. The prince witnessed everything with his own eyes and claimed that Yi Junlin, who was thought to be honorable, was actually a false immortal, only at the mid-stage of ascension. Energy from the melody surged through the residence and echoed across the city. The warriors who experienced it said the sound alone had healed their wounds completely. They called it an amazing event. Some even felt themselves advancing into the spirit transformation realm and called it a miracle and a blessing from the heavens. Meanwhile, outside the capital city of Zhou, an elder demon warned that the demons planned to launch a bloodbath that very night across the empire. He ordered them to attack the city. Suddenly, a radiant light burst across the sky, catching everyone's attention. Even the younger demons begged their elders to look at it. The force of the sound was so intense that it tore through their ranks. Just before being destroyed, some monsters cried out in desperation, questioning what it was and pleading for the great king to rescue them. They shouted that whoever had this kind of power should stop hiding, because hiding did not count as a skill. The terrified monsters urged their king to retreat at once, saying mankind now had a mighty protector. But the elder demon refused and demanded to know who the true opponent was. In that moment, he declared there was no better choice than to rely on Abyss Pill, who was ready to sacrifice anything just to uncover the identity of this mysterious and powerful enemy. The elder demon began to improve and shouted that he could feel the power within him surging, and his skill had moved from the beginning level of ascension to the late stage. This music can no longer affect me. The elder demon evolved and began to attack the city from afar. He shouted to the enemy, "It doesn't matter who you are. After all, you're going to die anyway." The royal city of Zhou would soon fall anyway. But Yi Junlin continued to play the instrument and released his light spirit, stepping into the white light. The spirit completely surrounded the ground and pulled him out of the darkness, beginning to shine its light over the house. People claimed they had never seen anything like it in their entire lives. They described it as a legendary phenomenon where the sun and moon shine together, the dragon and phoenix sing in harmony, and the stars light up the sky. It felt like a true blessing from the heavens for the land of Zhou. The monster saw all this and asked, what is really happening in Zhou? But suddenly, someone attacked him, and the attack directly hit his back. He didn't even have time to dodge before he felt the pain. The elder monster asked, "Who was it that really attacked? If you have the courage, you come out." But a friend of the elder demon saw that someone was in the house in front of him, and he said that mankind had a great existence. The sound of energy was so loud that the senior monster couldn't even hold back and slowly disappeared with a slow flame. By this time, Yi Junlin had finished playing his tune. He turned to the others and asked how they felt about his power over the world. The system then congratulated him, stating that because he had defeated the demon army, he would be rewarded with a sheen pawn containing the 5 elements of spiritual roots. Yi Junlin was stunned and questioned what had just happened. He wondered if the system had malfunctioned during his performance and when he had supposedly defeated the demon army. The system responded clearly that the demon army invading Zhou had just been wiped out by the music he played. It reminded him that it was a professional system and that he should not doubt its accuracy. Xiaoxi ran up to the teacher and said, "It sounded beautiful. The teacher was incredible." Yi Junlin replied, "I said the most important thing is having hands." Then he turned to Master Chongsang and cried out in despair, saying that the master stood far above him. With tears streaming down his face, he begged the senior to speak the truth. He admitted that the song was divine, so breathtaking that words couldn't describe it. He confessed to his arrogance and foolishness for ever daring to insult him. The prince tried to calm him, but he only shook his head and said he no longer deserved the title of master. He declared that the senior was the true master, while he himself was nothing more than a clown, a ridiculous joke. At that moment, a system notification appeared, congratulating our hero for completing the optional mission. As a reward, he received 10 bags of top-grade spirit beast feed. The prince approached Master Yi and asked, "How are you going to deal with the false immortal?" Yi Junlin realized that since the task was done, he no longer mattered, so he replied, telling him to back off and study hard. Yu Wang spoke with excitement, saying that thanks to his master's song, he had just broken through to the Great Ascension realm. The master nodded in approval and called it a good breakthrough. While keeping an eye on Shirao, Yi Junlin noticed that he had already reached the peak of the Great Ascension realm. As expected of someone blessed by destiny, he was now close to stepping into the tribulation stage. The prince shouted, "Father Emperor, he has made an incredible breakthrough." He thought that this was excellent. After all, after the Father Emperor became a void immortal and received the blessing of the state's good fortune, Great Zhou's position over Changzhou would become even stronger. The emperor couldn't believe such a thing and immediately bowed his head before the great warrior. The emperor said, On behalf of all the subjects of the great show, thank immortal Yi Junlin for performing a divine melody that brought blessings to the entire nation. The prince wondered if the father emperor, ruler of a great power and a mighty lord who had reached the stage of overcoming the heavenly tribunal, had truly humbled himself so much just to take such a low position. He questioned how powerful the person from the Shantian sect must be to deserve that. Yi Junlin told the emperor to stand up, stating that if he had broken through the tribulation, then it was his own achievement. The emperor responded that Yi Junlin must be joking. He said the national fortunes of the great show had reached a historic peak because of Yi Junlin's divine musical work, and he had merely taken advantage of the opportunity to barely break through. Yi Junlin remarked that the emperor seemed truly sincere in his gratitude. The emperor confirmed this and declared that if Yi Junlin gave the word, the great show would do everything in its power without hesitation. Yi Junlin then requested to be taken to the ancestral tomb. The emperor agreed and invited him to follow, offering to guide the way. As they entered the tunnel, the emperor explained that there was nothing particularly special in the tomb apart from the usual valuables that might interest tomb raiders. After a while, the emperor announced that they had reached the end of the tomb. Yi Junlin looked around and admitted he found nothing unusual. Shurao, wanting to demonstrate his abilities, used his powers to open a set of sealed doors wrapped in massive chains, doors that led to another world. The emperor was stunned and questioned what it was and how such a thing could exist in the Zhao ancestral tomb without his knowledge. Yi Junlin observed the beautiful star door, realizing that it looked like an illusion, so much so that not even a mouse could touch it. He understood that the door definitely existed, but had yet to fully appear in the real world. To activate it completely, some kind of price would likely need to be paid. Yi Junlin then turned to the emperor and asked how long the empire had existed. The emperor replied, "Our great show has existed for 1.2 million years and is one of the few immortal dynasties in Changzhou that has survived for over 1,000,000 years." Yi Junlin got curious and asked if there were other states or powers. The emperor said that according to historical records, there had been at least several dozen states before the great show. Some of them couldn't even be researched anymore or were no longer mentioned. Yi Junlin realized the star door belonged to an even older time. Maybe there had been records of it once, but after countless storms and upheavals, it had vanished into the dust of history. The ancestral tomb had just happened to be built there. Through all the centuries, even the rulers of Great Show hadn't known about it. They had simply believed it was a good feng shui spot. Yi Junlin then turned to Shurao and asked if, since he had opened the door, he might know something about it. Shurao said he had only heard rumors about the star door's origin, nothing solid. He had just tried it out randomly, and this was the result. Yi Junlin listened and said, "Tell me everything you know." Shurao said it was rumored that in ancient times, the ancient world had many teleportation points scattered across it. These allowed direct access to the Great Thousand Worlds, and countless cultivators had once used them to travel freely across the universe. But later, for reasons no one could explain, the Great Ancestor had sealed these teleportation points, and they were never reopened again. Yuang stepped into the conversation and asked whether the star door really had such power. The prince, joining in, wondered aloud if the legends he had heard as a child were true. According to those old stories, the ancient world was said to be a giant star built for cultivation, just one among many such star worlds scattered throughout the endless cosmos. The emperor replied that in earlier eras, cultivators could move freely between worlds. Those who had reached the Hua level could even leave ancient altogether and roam the empty void beyond. But somewhere along the way, something had changed. An invisible force had started to restrict ancient cultivators, locking them in and forcing them to live and die within the bounds of this world. The only way out was through tribulation. By becoming a true immortal, one could ascend to the immortal world. Only from that realm did true freedom to travel the universe become possible. The prince grew excited and cried out that if ancient cultivators could now break free and enter the universe through this star door, then it was a heaven-sent opportunity for Great Zhou. He told the emperor that if this was real, Great Zhou could use it to expand its territory. It was a rare and golden chance. The emperor agreed. He said that with Great Zhou's strength and his own cultivation already at the tribulation overcoming stage, it was only a matter of time before they took over the world. Yi Junlin turned his back to them and spoke coldly. He told them they were all fools, obsessed with fantasies. The emperor, surprised, asked what he meant. Yi Junlin didn't hold back. He questioned whether they were truly confident the Great Show had enough strength to launch a star expansion. Had they ever considered the possibility that other races might invade them instead? If this kind of expansion was such a blessing to the ancient, then why had the great ancestors sealed the star doors in the first place? He also reminded them of the mystery man. No one had figured out why that being had retreated. He pointed out that they hadn't even been able to conquer Tanga, yet here they were dreaming of taking over other worlds. He compared their ambition to a snake trying to swallow an elephant, completely unrealistic and dangerous. The emperor lowered his head and admitted they had been too confident. Yi Junlin nodded and told them that of course they were. Then he reminded them of something crucial. Did they even know how to open the star door in the first place? The emperor lowered his head and said nothing. Yi Junlin told them to keep trying. As long as the star door still existed, the golden days of the great show were not over yet. The emperor nodded and said he understood. He promised they would keep a close watch on the situation. Yuang turned to his teacher and declared that if this was truly the case, then the dark creatures from Mingbian deserved death. They had betrayed the ancient and submitted themselves to alien races. Yi Junlin responded by saying what fascinated him most at the moment was the ancients' hidden past. He felt that Ming Yuan's invasion couldn't possibly be that straightforward. Judging from their movements, the star door wasn't the only one in the eastern region. This suggested that travel through parallel universes was real. Things, he said, were about to get very interesting. Yuang agreed and said he too was curious. He believed that if they could uncover the ancients' past, then maybe the immortal world could help explain everything. With his teacher's power, he knew Yi Junlin would soon pass the tribulation and rise to the upper world. Yuang hoped that when that time came, he would be able to follow and reach the place all cultivators dreamed of. Shirao cut in with a grim tone. He said the immortal world was cruel, even more so than the mortal realm, where the strong crush the weak without mercy. He recalled his own journey. When he had endured tribulation and become an immortal, he hadn't ascended right away. Instead, he had remained in the central realm, focusing on refining himself and settling his conflicts with the fire teachings. The reason behind his delay was fear. He had heard how rigid the hierarchy in the immortal world was. In the lower realms, those who became immortals were revered and admired. They controlled the elements and were worshipped by countless cultivators. But in the upper world, a newly ascended immortal started at the very bottom. The gap was hard for most to accept. If one had elders or family already there, it was easier. But Shirao had no one. Worse, he had made too many enemies in the central region. If he ascended without preparation, he would have likely been hunted down and killed. He ended his point by stating that ascending to immortality wasn't as simple as it looked. It wasn't just about hard training. It involved survival, support, and timing. Yang asked if that meant success wasn't only about effort. Later, when Yi Junlin returned home, he found that Ming Yuan had already launched the first wave of attack. He realized the other regions of the east might soon fall under siege. Even the 4 great regions could be pulled into the war. Facing this mounting threat to ancient, he made up his mind. He would take on the burden and protect the realm. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Yi Junlin raised his glasses and let out a laugh. He pulled out a gift and handed it to his student. Xiaoxi leaned in and sniffed it. She said it smelled really good and asked if she could try it. Yi Junlin calmly replied that it was pet food. Xiaoxi pouted and reminded him that she was technically his pet too. Then, without warning, she transformed into a mouse. Yi Junlin sighed and told her to go ahead and take it as a snack. Xiaoxi gleefully accepted and took the food. Meanwhile, Shirao, who had been quietly fuming in the background, looked on in disgust. In his mind, he cursed the mouse, thinking she didn't train, only cared about food, just like that useless fool surnamed Li. Such pure immortal essence, wasted. But the moment Xiaoxi took a bite, something extraordinary happened. A powerful flame burst within her. Shirao's eyes nearly popped. He couldn't believe it. In an instant, Xiaoxi had jumped from the middle stage to perfection, and then broke through again right after. Xiaoxi squeaked in delight. She told her teacher the food was delicious and asked why she had suddenly broken through. Yi Junlin was just as stunned. He couldn't believe that a single packet of top-grade food had taken Xiaoxi from the initial stage of passion all the way up to the initial stage of dang. He wondered aloud, if she ate a few more, would she become immortal right then and there? Yuang shouted in disbelief. His sister had caught up to his level in the blink of an eye. Shirao's thoughts were spinning. He couldn't understand how Yi Junlin continued to bring out such miraculous items. He kept asking himself what kind of treasure Yi Junlin really possessed to be able to do something this absurd more than once. Yi Junlin turned to Xiaoxi and asked if she wanted more. Xiaoxi eagerly nodded and said she still wanted to treat herself. With a smile, Yi Junlin tossed a few more packets in front of her and told her to enjoy them. He was glad she liked them. He didn't forget Mousy either. He turned to the beast and acknowledged all its hard work lately. These snacks, he said, were from Mousy as well. Xiaoxi clapped her tiny paws and cheerfully said she was happy Mousa liked them too. After taking a bite, Mouse's energy suddenly surged and reached its peak. Yuang gasped. Mouse's had just gone from the initial stage of Deng to the peak in an instant. He turned to Yi Junlin and called him truly incredible, beyond comprehension. Shirao, sitting quietly, felt a bitter mix of admiration and frustration. He grumbled to himself that this kind of shortcut was unfair to cultivators who devoted years to diligent training. In his mind, he said he should take a moral stance against it. And even if someone offered him the food, he wouldn't touch it. Yi Junlin noticed that after 3 packets, Xiaoxi's progress had clearly slowed down. The effect was wearing thin. He concluded that repeated use must cause a sharp drop in effectiveness. Meanwhile, Shirao sat behind a tree, keeping an eye on Xiaoxi. After a moment of silence, he called out to her. Xiaoxi blinked in surprise. She couldn't believe the great senior was actually calling for her. It was such a rare occasion. The senior then turned toward her with a serious look. Xiaoxi tilted her head and asked if there was anything she could do for him. Shirao told her, "What your teacher gave you to eat was poisonous." She replied with worry. The master would never harm a mouse. Plus, once the mouse ate it, its power went bang bang and increased dramatically. Shirao explained that everything had 2 sides. Any elixir a cultivator absorbed would have different natures and properties. While it might increase cultivation, it would also poison the meridians. So this so-called goodie might seem helpful at first glance, but in reality, it only forced growth unnaturally, like pulling out a sprout to make it grow faster. He warned that toxins could already be building up in her body, and if she kept consuming it, it would eventually lead to slow suicide. Mouse had protested that since the teacher had given it to her, it couldn't be harmful. She added that she felt no discomfort at all and actually felt perfectly fine. Shirao, now colder in tone, offered to prove it and immediately used his abilities to inspect her. He was stunned. All her meridians were perfectly intact. Her foundation was incredibly strong. Even more surprising, streams of pure, innate spiritual energy were circulating through her body, far more effective than any elixir. She looked at her older brother with smug satisfaction and asked if she could leave now since nothing was wrong. Shirao hesitated before insisting that she leave the goodies behind. He said Big Brother only meant well and she should listen. She pouted and said the teacher had given them to her. Without waiting, Shirao snatched the goodies right from her hands. She sniffled as tears welled up in her eyes and told him not to cry. She said if he wanted to chase the teacher, that was fine, just not to involve her. Not daring to argue further, she muttered her understanding. Shirao shot her a mocking look and declared he was about to surpass her. This was his chance to finally break through. He lifted the bag high and took a bite. At first, he enjoyed the taste, but then panic set in. His stomach felt like it was going to explode. Clutching his abdomen, his face twisted in agony. He shouted that his body was raging with uncontrollable energy, and if it didn't stop, it would destroy him. Then he glared at the girl and cursed the smelly old mouse, wondering how she had survived it unharmed. Suddenly, he couldn't hold back. A thunderous boom echoed as a colossal smoke cloud erupted behind him, propelling Shirao skyward like a rogue firework. Yi Junlin blinked, watching the spectacle. What's going on? Why did little Hong just fly into the sky? Yuang sniffed the air and wondered aloud why it smelled so pleasantly fragrant. Yi Junlin turned his gaze toward the mouse and asked if she was all right. Mouse had bowed her head in silence and then tells the name of Sheo. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed as realization dawned on him. So that was what this was all about. Right then, Shirao crash-landed in front of them with a groan. Yi Junlin folded his arms and demanded to know what he had done. Shirao dropped to the ground in a full kowtow, forehead pressed against the dirt, and admitted his mistake. He said he was sorry for what he did, that he didn't mean to, but just couldn't resist the treats. His selfishness had gotten the better of him. He spoke up, his voice filled with guilt. He explained that she had been the one who gave it to him since the older man said he wanted to try it too. Yi Junlin let out a sigh and told Shirao he understood the desire to grow stronger, but reminded him that Xiaoxi was his little sister. Shirao nodded over and over, saying as the teacher's student, he was ready to accept punishment. Just then, his stomach gave another ominous gurgle. He barely got the words out before another blast sent him soaring back into the sky. Yi Junlin yelled after him to stop making excuses and return for his punishment. While flying midair, Shirao cried out that he hadn't expected stealing a chicken would cost him the rice too. He vowed to be more careful next time and thanked the heavens that his old enemies weren't watching this disgraceful moment. Down below, some villagers pointed at the sky. One called out that a heavenly maiden had appeared. Another remarked on the beauty of the celestial being, but wondered why she was making strange noises. A little girl giggled and said it reminded her of her sister farting. A nearby man scoffed and said that was nonsense. He claimed a divine being wouldn't fart. She was clearly releasing heavenly energy. He urged everyone to breathe it in, calling a blessing. When Shirao finally landed, he groaned and said his energy had been purified. He told Yi Junlin he was ready to be punished. Yi Junlin stood firm with arms crossed and said if Shirao was feeling so proud, then his punishment would be this. For the next 3 months, he would serve Mousy. No complaints. No resistance. Obey every word. Shirao's expression darkened at the thought of serving the mouse. Still, he bowed stiffly and thanked the teacher for his mercy. 3 months later, a flying ship from the Dragon Gate soared past Wuzhou in the eastern region. At the Dragon Gate treasure ship, a man shouted excitedly, "The Medicine King's Valley is about to open. I can't miss this rare opportunity." His companion nodded. Medicine King Valley is a sacred place full of possibilities. Legend says its master, Yi Zun, had unrivaled medical skills, the most revered cultivator of ancient times. He planted rare herbs there himself. There's even a giant spiritual energy gathering formation inside. Even the most common herb from that valley causes bloodshed when taken outside. The first man grinned and said the valley only opened once every 10,000 years and entry was usually restricted. He added that they were lucky to get in this time, but the competition would be brutal. Only masters at the Hashian level were given VIP rooms, while beginners like them would be left outside enjoying the wind. His friend shrugged and mentioned hearing about a few Taizongs at the fusion stage in the top hall. Still, he encouraged trying their luck. Suddenly, the tavern doors burst open as a group of armed men stormed inside. Their leader ordered everyone to lay out their valuables immediately, warning them not to force the group into personal action. A warrior stood up in protest, questioning how an attack could happen there, especially with a heavenly ruler aboard who would surely protect them. An old man scoffed and challenged anyone daring to rob them in broad daylight. One of the bandits stepped forward with a smug grin and asked, "Who are you, senior?" The thugs introduced themselves as members of the Xintian sect, and their leader claims to be Yi Junlin. Just like our hero, he has also gathered a similar group of followers. One of the warriors suddenly shouted that it was him, the white-haired god of killing Yi Junlin. One of them shouts in disbelief, asking if they're really sure, wondering what kind of person would even do something like that, and suggesting it might just be someone who looks similar. Another one quickly points out that anyone with eyes should notice the people standing beside him match the rumors perfectly. The group starts throwing out different opinions. Some bring up the claim that his mount is supposed to be the legendary Kunpeng. Others react with clear disgust, since the Kunpeng has been extinct in the Kunlun realm for ages, making it impossible for anyone to ride one. A few agree, saying people are just blowing things out of proportion, and that even if Yi Junlin is strong, there's no way he has a divine beast like that. One of the men snapped that they should stop talking. If they wanted to survive, they had to give up everything they had right now. The old man smiled slightly as he thought to himself that these fools had taken the bait again. He waved his hand and told Li Wujie to accept the gifts from their honored Zhou friends. Wu answered right away. He jumped forward with his sword gleaming and warned everyone to hand over their valuables unless they wanted to be cut down. The crowd started panicking. They begged him not to hurt them and promised to surrender. Wu looked up and yelled to the ones on the upper floor. He said they should hand over their rings to them unless they wanted to face his blade. Then he stopped and wondered why those in the top room were staying quiet. He asked if he had to go deal with them himself. A guest quickly whispered that 2 people in that room were from Guangzhou. They were powerful and had real backing. Wu gave a cold smile and said he didn't care how important they were. They still needed to show respect to his teacher. If they had any sense, they would come out now. If not, his teacher would make them regret it. Just then a smooth voice spoke up. The speaker said they were from the Wendao sect of Guangzhou and asked for a favor. In return, they would make sure to pay a proper thanks another day. Wu felt his heart skip. The Wendao sect was one of the strongest in the East. Only Yuhua ranked above it. He had even heard that several immortals had come from it. But even the Yuhua sect had not been able to stand against Yi Junlin. He steadied his tone and told them to save their promises. They needed to come down now. In a flash, Fandijin appeared with his assistant, and Miaoi. Wu looked at the girl and gave a mocking look. He asked if they were joking by bringing along someone so weak. Miaoi flared up and demanded to know who he was calling weak. She charged forward, but Fan held her back. He told her to stay calm and let him handle it. As he looked at the group, he thought they matched the rumors. It really was Yi Junlin and his people. Their power felt hidden. The story said he always masked his strength. This was not a group to provoke without caution. He took out a glowing orb and said the Wendao sect offered 5 million supreme spiritual crystals along with several useful artifacts as a small gift for Yi Junlin. Wu gave a smirk and thought to himself that they were trying to play along. He said he would pass the message to his teacher. As Fan stepped back, Miaoi clenched her fists and asked her uncle why he gave in so easily. Fan hissed, "I acted for your safety. Yi Junlin's bloodthirsty temper is legendary. He's not afraid of the Yuhua sect. If he targets you, I'll face the Wendao sect's wrath." Yao spat and said that when those at the top are corrupt, the rest follow. Yi Junlin's arrogance knew no bounds. He roamed freely across the eastern region and had even killed a Yuhua immortal who was the saint's teacher. Now he was making a mockery of them all. Miaoi clenched her fists. "I'll train until I can crush that scum myself." Fan sighed and told her that with her star immortal body, She might one day rival the Yuhua Saint solar body, but for now she must focus on staying alive. At the robber's hideout, the toothless leader cackled with joy and said Yi Junlin's name worked like magic, making every robbery a success. Wu agreed and added that even that Winda elder bowed to the name, and he nearly died from the shock. A girl sneered and said they respected Li Wu, the devil sword master, not Wu's face. Wu grabbed his sword and snapped back, reminding her that she was once carried on shoulders like a prize at Fenchan Luo, so she should not act so proud now. The leader slammed the table and warned them to stop bickering, saying they were all replaceable. One final job remained, and then they would scatter. Suddenly, a strong gale howled outside. The chief turned sharply and asked what that sound was. Wu turned pale and wondered aloud what kind of monster it could be. The leader saw the shadows flee and said it was a good thing they did not try to stop them. Those creatures would have eaten them like a snack. Meanwhile, with Yi Junlin's group, Shurao gently stroked the divine beast and softly said he really liked her, then thanked his big brother. Yi Junlin smiled and told him that his detention would soon end and that he had prepared a gift. He then turned and asked Sei to fetch some chocolate ice cream. She returned with a bright smile and offered swirled ice cream to his brother. Yi Junlin explained that it was the best cold treat in the world and was a reward for Shurao's patience. Shurao hesitated, wondering if this was another humiliation. Then he took a bite and his eyes lit up. The cold and sweet treat melted in his mouth, and he began to wonder if Yi Junlin had truly shown him a bit of kindness. Yuang rushed in and reported that they had reached Wuzhou and that Medicine Valley would open in a few days. Noticing Shurao's blissful expression, he muttered that such acting was truly a test of will. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow and repeated the name Medicine Valley, as if mulling it over. Yuang nodded with excitement and said it was a land full of miracles with rare herbs and unique medicines, making it an event not to be missed. The system pinged a new message indicating that a mission had been detected to explore Medicine Valley and that huge bonuses awaited. Yi Junlin grinned. Perfect. We've been idle too long. Let's see what this valley offers. Meanwhile, in the eastern region at Wuzhou, right in front of the Dragon Gate guest court, the group finally arrived. Yuan turned to the teacher and explained that this was the largest in within 100 miles radius. He suggested they stay there for a few days and wait for the official opening of the Medicinal Valley before heading in. Yi Junlin said the name sounded familiar and agreed they would stop there. As soon as they opened the door, the staff welcomed them respectfully and invited them inside. Yi Junlin told the attendant to prepare a better room for them. The man in charge gave a polite bow and asked them to proceed to the second floor. As they climbed the stairs, Shurao asked why they needed to keep a low profile. Yi Junlin sighed and said that now that he was famous, crowds of fans were bound to appear if anyone recognized him. People would rush over for autographs, and the whole place would fall into chaos. Shurao instantly regretted asking, thinking this person's mind was impossible to understand and not at all like ordinary people. Once seated at the table, Yi Junlin asked the waiter for recommendations. The waiter smiled and explained that they had several specialties known for authentic flavor and unmatched taste. First was fried lion heads, made not from ordinary lions but wild primal spirit stage beasts, crispy outside and bursting with flavor. Then there was sugar vinegar carp, made from a carp said to carry dragon blood, fresh beyond compare. She suddenly perked up and asked about a particular dish. The waiter brightened up, explaining that it was ice mouse meat. Every slice was as clear as snowflakes and crisp when grilled, which earned it its name. Before he could continue, she covered her ears in horror. Yi Junlin cut in firmly and said they would take everything except the snow meat and told the staff to serve them one by one. The waiter blinked in surprise, thinking these dishes hadn't been ordered in ages, and this must be a wealthy guest. He promised the kitchen would prioritize their order immediately. She mumbled that mice were too cute to be eaten. Trying to change the subject, Yuang asked why they weren't waiting for the valley's opening on Buffalo Pepper. Yi Junlin chuckled and said that once the valley opened, chaos would follow. He thought it would be best to soak in the atmosphere beforehand, as anything could happen. Yuang respectfully clasped his hands and said the teacher was always far-sighted and that he admired him deeply. Suddenly, Shurao signaled them to be quiet and mentioned that someone nearby was talking about them. Yi Junlin casually waved his hand and said that was normal, as he had many fans. He wanted to hear what legendary tales they were sharing. With enhanced hearing, he caught snippets of conversation. One person cursed Yi Junlin, saying half a lifetime's efforts were ruined because he had been robbed. Another complained that 6 level 7 artifacts, 30 amulets, and 5 earth elixirs had been taken from him by the same man. Yuang angrily slammed the table and insisted they were slandering the teacher. Shurao couldn't help laughing, thinking that even Yi Junlin had moments of infamy. It was truly entertaining. Why Yi Junlin let out a deep sigh and said it was obvious someone was impersonating him. He figured those people had been scammed, and if Shurao wanted to laugh, he could go right ahead. Shurao suddenly stood and called them pathetic worms, saying all it would take was a word from the teacher and he would silence them permanently. Yi Junlin rolled his eyes and said that was far too exaggerated. More whispers reached their ears. One person mocked the so-called Red One, saying her beauty was all hype and that she smelled like wind and dust, no better than a brothel worker. Another claimed she was mid-tier at best and wondered why everyone fussed over her. A third admitted that the first time he saw her, he nearly drooled and had wanted to get up close and inspect her for himself. Shurao's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Yuang coughed awkwardly and claimed he just had sand in his eyes and told them not to mind him. Yi Junlin patted Shurao's shoulder and told him to show some magnanimity. He reminded Shurao they were talking about a fake, and a woman at that. Then he added with a smirk that Shurao wasn't a woman, so why fuss? Shurao began to protest, but Yi Junlin cut in again with amusement, saying it seemed Shurao had accepted the nickname Red or he wouldn't be reacting so strongly. Shurao tried to deny it, but the arrival of food interrupted the moment. The waiter announced that their dishes were ready and invited them to enjoy. Xiaoxi eagerly sniffed the aroma and said it smelled amazing. As the waiter exited, he muttered to himself that these guests seemed oddly familiar. Elsewhere in the inn, Yao sneered and told her uncle to listen to how everyone was cursing Yi Junlin, claiming that was the true voice of the people. Fan shook his head and replied that it was all idle talk. He said powerful beings didn't care about gossip, and even if the world cursed them, it meant nothing. Yao huffed in frustration and asked why he always defended that jerk. Fan shifted the topic and mentioned that the food there rivaled their sex, urging her to eat. As Yao dug in her meal, she suddenly paused and asked why her uncle had stared so intently when Yi Junlin passed by earlier. Fan lowered his voice and explained that the aura of their leader was unfathomable. He said it stirred dread within him. Yao's chopstick stopped midair. She muttered about another virtuoso showing up, first an immortal, now this. She said with the portal opening and so many strong cultivators gathering at this inn, it was best they tread carefully since they were far from home. That night, the attack occurs as the shadowy figures closed in around the inn. A warrior whispered to the one leading them and asked if they really needed to act now. The priest's eyes glowed as he declared that to weaken humanity, the great destruction must begin that very night. He lifted a hand and gave the order to move out. The doors were kicked open as the priest shouted commands. He ordered them to secure the entire hotel with no mistakes. He explained that the nightmare array would trap all cultivators below the Hua level in eternal sleep. Not even the great Lajani had been able to break it, and tonight, humanity would remain in unending slumber. The Reaper's crew swarmed the building, releasing a paralyzing poison. Within moments, the entire inn fell into a deep silence. Every person inside rendered unconscious. The Reaper and his squad took full control of the hotel and unleashed a powerful poison. In seconds, everyone inside collapsed, unconscious. The priest watched it unfold and declared, even if immortal Luo himself comes, he won't break this array. But upstairs, the boys remained fast asleep, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding around them, deep in their chambers, silent as corpses. And just like that, humanity plunged into a never-ending sleep. The world entered the illusory realm of the great calamity, beyond time itself. That day, Kunlun suffered immense losses. The holy war raged on, and the conflict between humans and monsters only escalated. Watching his people fall one by one, the elder dropped to his knees and prayed. Heaven must truly wish for our end, he muttered. But then, something shifted. Out of nowhere, the tide turned. Monster heads began flying left, right, everywhere. People shouted in confusion. Who is that? Who's doing this? From behind a wall of dark clouds, a lone figure emerged, wielding a blazing sword. It's me, the man declared. The crowd erupted. It's him, Sword Godly Liwujia, the strongest swordmaster in all of Kaon, the greatest blade wielder in history. Hope was reignited. Liwujia stood tall and roared. Anyone who dares threaten our lands will be cut down. Without pause, he tore through the enemy. The air filled with the screams of monsters, their fear written in every cry. Standing on a towering peak, Liwujia shouted, I will protect Kunlun until my last breath. The warriors below cheered, their morale soaring. They called him their hero, swearing loyalty to him forever. But while the world celebrated victory, the boys were still trapped in their illusion, a dream world where they stood alone, in the great hall of the fire worship cult. Hong Qinya stepped forward and proclaimed, I now take the throne. The age of fire worship begins. Our leader's power knows no bounds. They said the sacred fire scorched the skies. To worship fire was the highest calling, and also the most agonizing. In that world, only fire endured. Elsewhere, she too was lost in an illusory realm, but hers was peaceful. She lay on soft cushions, calmly eating sweets, untouched by war. That same night, Yifan stepped onto a balcony, gazing out over the city. I thought my name would echo through every province in the east, he sighed. But instead, I've become a disgrace. He looked out at the world, bitter realization sinking in. People aren't who they used to be. Everything's changed. It had been too long since he last made a move. Now he knew. It was time. Is it still possible to make up for a missed signature? Yifan asked. The system responded without delay. Of course. From now on, you'll receive rewards for any missed sign-ins. Yifan was taken aback when he saw the reward pop up. What class is this item? He asked. The system replied, it doesn't have a class or level. Its power depends entirely on your flute-playing skills and your own strength. Yifan nodded. He hadn't forgotten. His flute technique had already reached its peak. There was no better time than now to release the tension building inside him. Without hesitation, he lifted the flute to his lips and began to play. A calm, soothing melody drifted through the air, quietly spreading across the entire city. Far away, a hydra pricked up its ears. What's that sound? It muttered. But before it could question further, its massive body started to sway. This music, it's beautiful, it murmured. Remind me of the old days, back in the tribe. Another monster nearby looked up. What are you doing? It barked. Keep the illusionary array stable. But it was too late. The melody had wrapped itself around them like a spell. One by one, the monsters stopped what they were doing and began to dance. Hydra watched in disbelief. What's happening? Who's interfering with our work? He shouted. Let the priest show himself right now. But even Hydra couldn't resist the rhythm. His body moved on its own, joining the others in the strange, spontaneous dance. Elsewhere, Elder Fan stirred. He blinked in confusion. A trap. I've fallen into a trap, he muttered. But I haven't slept in over 10,000 years, sir. So how did this dream catch me? Snapping out of it, he rushed into his assistant's room. Wake up now, he shouted. Meowie was seated on her bed, eyes closed. Fan ran over, touched her forehead, and activated his technique to awaken her. Her eyes shot open. Uncle, she asked groggily. What's going on? What did I miss? You didn't miss anything, Fan said quickly. We've been tricked. We've been trapped. Meowie whispered, stunned. But I didn't even want to wake up. The deeper I went, the heavier my soul fell. Fan nodded grimly. It's a powerful illusion. One of the ancient ones. While forgotten formations that bury a person in sleep so quietly, their mind and soul won't even notice. Eventually they just die. Meowie shivered. That's horrifying, but why? What's the purpose behind this? Is it just for killing? Fan looked out the window. No, more likely, they're after the Medicine King's Valley. And with the way things are escalating, anything could happen next. Just then, the soft echo of Yifan's flute washed over them. The air stilled. Everything quieted. Fan turned to Meowie. Stay here. Don't run. I'm going out to see what's happening. He leapt through the window and flew into the sky. As he scanned the horizon, he muttered, creatures from the border abyss. I've only heard of them in legends. Evil snakes born in darkness. Down below, the monstrous snakes turned toward the great priest. Despite the interruption, the priest remained calm. Most human cultivators will choose to stay in their dreams, he said. They're beautiful, comforting. But if someone intervenes in time, there's still hope. Fan wasn't about to let it end there. He landed, voice thunderous. You foul beasts from the border abyss dare to attack the human race? The priest met his gaze, fully understanding. This fight was far from over. Nothing wrong with that, the priest said coldly. The army from the border abyss is destined to sweep through the eastern region. Wiping out these cultists ahead of time is just being efficient. Fan snapped back. That's arrogance. This is human territory. You're overstepping. The priest narrowed his eyes. You and I are both cultivators of great perfection, and I have over 10 seasoned body unification masters backing me. What exactly do you plan to fight us with? Just then, Yu Yang burst onto the scene. It's them again, the border abyss monsters. Last time, they slaughtered tens of thousands of our people, and now they're back for more. Hong Qinya joined him, glaring at the enemies. Disgusting creatures, slinking around, trying to ambush us like cowards. The priest glanced over. Are those two more great perfection cultivators? But something felt off. The pressure radiating from them didn't match what he expected. This wasn't the aura of normal cultivators. And yet, they felt strangely familiar. One of the snake beasts turned to the priest. What now? There are 3 great perfection cultivators standing against us. Don't panic, the priest ordered. Redirect all your power into me, immediately. Energy began surging toward him in waves. With the darkness bone's power, he growled, they'll vanish, instantly and without a trace. Yu Yang's face darkened. This is bad. They're trying to flee, but we can't let them escape. He called out, don't think you can run and leave the rest behind. But the priest only smirked. It's pointless. This rod is a sacred weapon, gifted to me by our clan chief. Even someone at the 3-fracture trial stage would struggle to resist it. As the group slowly began to vanish into the darkness, Yu Yang felt something shift in the air. That melody again. A powerful urge to dance overtook him. Hong Qinya, too, paused, puzzled by the feeling. What is this music? The priest froze, hands trembling. That cursed flute again. He could feel it dragging him down, overwhelming his will. The melody swept over them all, and suddenly, they were dancing, losing control one by one. Even the priest dropped his wand, completely disoriented. Stop it, he shouted. Everyone stop dancing. But none of them could. Hong Qinya blinked, lost. Why can't I stop? Yu Yang glared. Is he provoking us on purpose? Fan stood by the window, watching everything unfold. It's the flute, he muttered. That's what woke me up. This and it's packed with hidden masters. At that moment, Miaoi walked in from the hallway, curious. Who's playing the flute? It's such a beautiful tune. Drawn by the sound, she stepped into the next room, and there he was. Yi Fan sat calmly, flute to his lips, the melody still flowing. She froze. Her cheeks went red in an instant. I'm sorry, she stammered. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to speak with you. Yi Fan stiffened. Had his identity been exposed? He thought, could this be one of his fans? So obsessed she tracked him down? Without missing a beat, he took her hand. Since you figured it out, I won't hide anymore. You deserve my signature. Miaoi was so stunned, she let out a shriek. Go ahead, Yi Fan said confidently. Tell me where you want me to sign. She blushed even harder, completely flustered. What's with this guy? She thought. Why did he suddenly pull her in here and insist on giving her his autograph? Now she was trapped, and she had no idea what to do next. Please let me go. Miaoi cried out. You misunderstood. I don't want your autograph at all. Yi Fan blinked, confused. Wait, what? You don't want my signature? Then why were you standing outside my room? Miaoi quickly explained. I was just drawn by the sound of your flute. It was beautiful, so I stopped at the door to listen. I didn't know you were in here playing, and I definitely didn't mean to disturb you. Honestly, I don't even know who you are. Am I supposed to? Are you famous across the eastern region? Yi Fan let out a small sigh. Ah, I see. That was forward of me. Sorry. I'm from the desert region. As for fame, well, I think I'm doing all right. Miaoi's eyes widened. You're from the desert? Yeah, Yi Fan replied. Why? What's the surprise? She hesitated for a second, then said, I'll be honest. I used to think poorly of the desert. The elders always said it was the most backward part of the eastern dimension. Poor, isolated, and insignificant. A place where you'd never find a single true hashing master. But recently, with the rise of Xintian's sect, I've started to realize the desert might have been underestimated all along. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. So your opinion of the desert region has improved? Miaoi shook her head. Actually, no. It's gotten worse. Yi Fan choked on a laugh. Worse. She nodded. The Misty Peak Mountain Yi Junlin has been abusing his power. His whole faction is out of control. They've been ambushing down masters in Wuzhou, stealing their treasures. Even I and Uncle Fan were victims. She clenched her fists. A so-called great virtual immortal. Someone who's reached the 3 trials fracture stage, acting like a common thief. It's a disgrace to both the cultivation world and the eastern dimension. Yi Fan burst out laughing, unable to hold it back. What's so funny? Miaoi asked, confused. There's definitely a misunderstanding here, he said between chuckles. In our desolate land, Yi Junlin is considered a flawless man. He's strong, noble, and has a face so perfect, even men question themselves looking at him. There's no way someone like that would do something so low. It's just not possible. Miaoi leaned in slightly. You can be honest with me, Lord. No one else is here to overhear. You don't have to worry that the white-haired old devil will come for you. Yi Fan smiled. You've got quite the imagination. Miaoi wasn't swayed. That white-haired devil is clearly forcing you to cover for him. It's written all over your face. The fear is deep in your blood. Life in the desert must be hard. But don't worry, justice will win in the end. I'll get stronger, train harder, and one day, I'll take him down myself. I'll free the people of the desert region from his tyranny. She looked at Yi Fan again and tilted her head. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Yi Fan chuckled. A little. But it's okay. Just hold on to that fire. I believe in you. Go defeat Yi Junlin and save the desert. Miaoi gave a confident nod. You don't need to worry about me. I've already decided. And Uncle Fan, as Miaoi stepped out of the room, she called over her shoulder. Uncle, I'm here. Fan turned to her, frowning. Why'd you run out here? Didn't I tell you to stay quietly in the room? Miaoi replied casually. I heard someone playing the flute. The melody was so nice, I followed it, and ended up here. Fan raised a brow. You're telling me you actually found the person playing it? Miaoi turned and pointed. Right here. He's the one. Fan gave Yi Fan a respectful nod. I have to say, sir, your skill is impressive. Yi Fan nodded politely. You're too kind. It's just one of my signature techniques. But before the conversation could go any further, the rest of the boys rushed in. One of them leaned in quickly and whispered, "Teacher, don't expose yourself. Just go by Brother Ye." Hong Chinya stepped forward. "Brother Ye, the situation outside has been handled." At that moment, Miaoi gave him a once-over. She was stunned, so elegant, like a fairy herself. "Who are these two?" she asked. Yi Fan answered, "The one in red is Wang Kehiwa. The one with the blade is Li Taidan." Hong Chinya scrunched his nose. "Seriously? Why does everyone call me such weird names? Who came up with that?" Yu Yang gave a short introduction, but before he could finish, Miaoi turned her attention back to Hong Chinya. She clearly didn't like his name, but she smiled anyway. "Nice to meet both of you. I won't keep you any longer." Yu Yang looked confused. "Wait, what does she mean?" Yi Fan just smirked. "As expected, things are still uncertain. Best not to spread any information. We might scare off our real enemy." Yu Yang nodded immediately. Teacher is wise as always. Hong Chinya narrowed his eyes. "There you go again, sucking up like that little white mouse. Why do I have to be called Wang Chi-hua anyway?" Meanwhile, Fan spoke up. "Mr. Ye, your performance tonight was something else. You didn't even show up in person, but you managed to control those abyss creatures with your flute alone." Miaoi turned to him. "Was it really that impressive?" Fan nodded. "These two are powerful, but they respect him, and something about the way they all interact feels strangely familiar. There's something unique about them. Best to stay alert." He turned away. "Anyway, I need some rest. The Herb King's Valley is opening soon." Miaoi didn't argue. "All right, I'll go now." That very evening, a huge surge of fiery energy erupted behind the mountains. The sky lit up, and everyone rushed outside to see it. Gasps echoed across the crowd. "The Valley of the Herb King, it's opened." But something felt off. The timing didn't match any of the predictions. No signs, no warnings. It had just opened. As people began to move, someone scooped up Miaoi and said, "Let's head out now." At that moment, Ling appeared and smiled. "Thank you for the tiramisu, by the way. It was amazing." She beamed. "If teacher likes it, I'll make it for him every day." Yi Fan chuckled. "I never expected the Herb King's Valley to open this early. Looks like it's time." Among the gathering crowd, one person whispered with wide eyes, "I can feel it, the treasures inside. Countless heavenly herbs and priceless materials. If I can get my hands on just one top-tier item. If I could just get my hands on a top-tier medicinal herb," one cultivator murmured, "I'd finally break through from the fusion stage to great perfection. That means 50,000 years of life. Freedom to roam the world without limits." "And that's not even talking about first-class herbs," someone added. "There might even be king herbs in there. Just one of those would be enough to pass the heavenly tribulation." Miaoi turned to her uncle. "Uncle Fan, what's a king herb?" Fan explained patiently. "Herbs are ranked in levels: spiritual herbs, precious herbs, king herbs, and even immortal herbs. And each level has its own grading system from low to high. In the cultivation world, spiritual herbs are the foundation. But if a herb reaches the precious rank, it becomes the star of massive auctions. The top clans fight over them. Even offering one could get you killed, or rich beyond belief. But king herbs," Fan paused. "Those are a different story. In thousands of years, they've barely appeared in the eastern region. They're so rare, even heaven trial cultivators would risk their lives to obtain one." Miaoi blinked. "But with so many people going in, can the Herb King Valley even handle it?" Fan nodded. "It has limits. Only so many people can enter, and everyone has a time cap. If anyone faces a life-threatening danger, the valley's defensive array will eject them automatically. The protections left by the original Herb Lord are still in place. He was thoughtful, and we, his descendants, can only thank fate for allowing us to benefit from his legacy." He looked into the distance. "I didn't expect this. Even a master of the lighted lamp from the Hanging Monastery has arrived. A powerful cultivator. This competition is going to be brutal." Fan turned to Miaoi. "Once we're inside, do not act on your own. Stay close to me at all times." Nearby, monks were gathered. One of them said confidently, "With Master Randang leading us this time, we'll definitely collect a bounty of rare herbs." Another monk chimed in, "A 1,000 years ago, Master Randang ventured into the Yan Wang Valley alone. He came out stronger than ever. That place, it's full of blessings." He added solemnly, "But Yanwan Valley is more than it appears. It holds secrets and dangers beyond imagination. I nearly lost my Tao heart there once. It almost broke me. But I turned that failure into fuel," the monk continued. "I've cultivated tirelessly ever since. Now, if I ran into those strange creatures from the valley again, I could handle them. I might even suppress them completely." Just then, Yi Fan and the others arrived. Yu Yang looked ahead and said, "Teacher, we've reached the Valley of the King of Medicines. They say it's filled with heavenly materials and rare herbs, treasures you'd never find anywhere else." But this place is overflowing with herbs, Hong Chinya said, eyes scanning the lush terrain. I've got to admit, I'm actually curious now. Yi Fan nodded. He's right. Looks like there might be more to this place than the legends say. Still, he couldn't help comparing it to what he'd already received. Even if these herbs are as rare as they claim, they still don't top the reward Tongzi gave me, he thought. But since we're already here, there could be something worthwhile tucked away inside. Just then, a pillar of fire shot into the sky. Sparks surged upward as a glowing portal slowly began to open. Excited shouts echoed all around. It's finally opened. Let's go. Someone nearby turned to Meowie. Miss, time to head in. The rest of us will cover the rear. Go in with them. Yi Fan stepped forward, his eyes locked on the valley entrance. So this is the inside of the Herb King Valley. Magnificent. But something felt off. Hong Chinya tensed. What's going on? My cultivation level just dropped. I'm back to 9th stage Qi. Yu Yang chimed in. Same here. It's like the suppression is especially strong on me. I can feel it the most. Yi Fan stayed quiet for a moment, then muttered, why didn't my power drop? Then it hit him. Lingi's restrictions didn't override Tongzi's system. But for appearances, he played along, pretending to be affected just like the others. Disguising my strength is my specialty, Yi Fan thought. That way, I can catch them off guard later. He said aloud. Looks like this sovereign formation is suppressing everyone's cultivation to the same level. That way, we're all on equal footing. Smart. This avoids overpowered cultivators tearing the place apart. Yu Yang sighed. Too bad the suppression's so strong. My dark sword is totally useless now. Guess I'll have to settle for this old kitchen knife. Yi Fan glanced at him, surprised. You're still carrying that thing? Yu Yang nodded. Yeah, it was my first blade, the one I started cultivating with. Back when I had no power. I never thought I'd be fighting alongside it again. Suddenly, Yi Fan's system activated. Carrier presence in Herb King Valley confirmed, it announced. Registration now complete. Yi Fan grinned. Nice. Register me. A notification popped up. Congratulations. You've received a premium-grade Insight Tea scroll painting. Brewed during downtime for spiritual clarity. Yi Fan frowned. That's it? Seriously? I said I didn't need help with cultivation. Ugh, whatever. I guess it'll at least help with thirst. Hong Chinya was watching him closely. He's clearly annoyed about his cultivation being suppressed. He smirked to himself. Now that we're on the same level, I just need to find the right moment, then I'll go all out. Let's see how long the teacher lasts when I'm done with him. He started daydreaming about it, tying Yi Fan up, whipping him in revenge, savoring every second. But Yu Yang suddenly reminded him, hey, I heard that if a fight here turns life-threatening, the array auto-ejects the fighters. So no worries, we can go all out and still stay safe. Hong Chinya growled. What kind of dumb rule is that? If I can't take him out here, we'll be the ones eating dirt once we're back outside. Yi Fan, noticing Hong Chinya's mood shift, smirked silently. So that's his plan. Use the level suppression to settle old scores. Too bad. I was really looking forward to. Yi Fan watched Hong Chinya closely. He still thinks my power got suppressed too? He thought with a smirk. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes it didn't. Just then, Meowie called out. Minter, look over there. The herbs, they're moving. They're alive. Yu Yang's eyes lit up. The heavens must favor me. The herbs are coming to us on their own. Hong Chinya shot him a warning glance. Don't get careless. These herbs are intelligent, and they're all at 9th level Qi. Suddenly, a 3-leaf clover stepped out of the brush. It wasn't just any herb. It was a rare precious medicine variant. The clover turned to the others and laughed. Elder Yaozuans sent us more toys. Let's have some fun, just like last time. Wheatgrass beside him chuckled darkly. Let's strip them down, make them crawl and bark like dogs around the valley. Yu Yang bristled. Since when did herbs get this cocky? Hong Chinya growled. They have no idea what death even is. He launched a fire attack. Nothing too serious, only 40% of his strength, but still strong enough to take down a cultivator of equal rank outside this valley. To his shock, it did nothing. What the? That should have roasted them, he muttered. Weed sneered. What's this? A little girl trying to pick a fight. He pointed at Hong Chinya and hissed, I'm going to rip your clothes off, string you up in a tree, and give you a proper beating. Hong Chinya's eyes flashed. You're asking for death. He summoned the red fire demon soul. Weed screamed. You little snitch. You dare attack me again? I won't go easy this time. As Hong Chinya's flames closed in, Weed panicked and shouted. What are you all just standing around for? Help me. I'm about to get roasted. The other grasses jumped into action, releasing a water-based counterattack that smothered the flames. Hong Chinya felt the pressure mount. How is this happening? With his technique and a heaven-level spiritual root, even cultivators at the Jiochi stage couldn't stand against him. Yet here he was, struggling with weeds. Yi Yang suddenly appeared at his side. Hang in there, brother. I'm here. He slashed forward with his blades, joining the fight without hesitation. Hong Qinya clenched his jaw. So this is the true face of the Medicine King Valley, a land where herbs rule supreme. Yi Fan, watching from the side, quietly analyzed the situation. With Hong and Li's talent, they should be wiping the floor with opponents like these. Yet they're barely holding on. Something's off. Then it clicked. The herbs are drawing their power from the valley's formation. That's how they're holding their own. This whole thing, it's Yao Zuan's doing. He hadn't built this setup for fairness. The level suppression wasn't to balance the fight. It was to give the herbs an overwhelming advantage. Yao Zuan's protecting his own creations, Yi Fan realized. This whole arena is rigged. And clearly, this wasn't the first time. Many had entered this valley before. But strangely, no one ever spoke of the truth after leaving. It was like those herbs were soaked in rain, yet all they wanted was to tear up everyone else's umbrellas. But if they thought Yi Fan would just hand his over, no chance. With a flick of his finger, he activated a seal and cracked open the formation's shell. Let's see how bold they are without that power boosting them. At that same moment, Hong Qinya and Yu Yang broke through the front lines. They're weakening, Hong Qinya shouted. Now's the time. Burn them to the ground. Flames roared as the grasses began to wither and cry out. What's going on? One of them yelled. Why can't we fight back? We'd stumbled back, panicked. Sister, stop. Don't burn us. We were wrong. But Hong Qinya showed no mercy. You can beg all you want. You're not crawling out of this one. He pressed the flames harder. You're done. I'm reducing every one of you to ash. Yu Yang joined in, slashing through stalks of medicinal herbs with his blade. They've lost all strength. No need to keep burning them. Let's just collect them. These are first-rate ingredients. Just then, Ling walked over, surveying the scene. Not bad. Looks like you're finally done. She turned to little Yuan. Go ahead and gather them all. Maybe we'll make soup later. Yu Yang grinned. Right away, teacher. Ling knelt down to help, but suddenly pointed. Wait, that one's still moving. At that exact moment, a bright beam shot past them, piercing the sky. An enormous axe shimmered into view high above. Ling flinched. What was that? I nearly died of fright. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Could that be a distress signal from the axe gang? Hong Qinya scoffed. Let them come. If more of those punks show up, I'll torch them too. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Getting cocky again, are we? Just now, without Yi Yang helping, you were dripping with sweat. He looked around. Did anyone notice how strange this all is? That wasn't normal herb power. Yi Yang nodded. Yeah, something's off. That strength wasn't what you'd expect from Qi-level herbs. If this keeps up, the ones we face next will be even stronger. Hong Qinya added, this whole valley's rigged. The suppression hits cultivators, but it boosts the herbs. It's completely one-sided. And everyone out there thinks this place opens once every 100,000 years out of generosity. They've all been fooled. Yu Yang hesitated. But they say Miaoyi is a healer. Kind-hearted, respected throughout the eastern region. I doubt he'd set a trap. Maybe he just wants to protect the herbs. So he gave them special advantages. Hong Qinya snapped back. If he really cared, then why open the valley at all? Just seal it permanently and stop pretending to be some magnanimous saint. Yi Fan raised his hand. Enough. We'll deal with this step by step. I want to know exactly what Miaoi's endgame is. Meanwhile, deep within the valley, the Axe Gang's distress signal had been received. Golden Ginseng Root, the Axe Gang leader, stood glaring. Who had the guts to attack my men and summon me? Tree, one of his scouts, stepped forward. Reporting in, we still haven't identified the attackers. Could it be another faction hidden in the valley? But Petruska, another gang member, shook his head. Unlikely. We've coexisted here for years. Who'd suddenly have the nerve to cross the Axe Gang now? Root's eyes narrowed. You're sure it's humans? That doesn't make sense. Today was supposed to be the peaceful opening of the Medicine King Valley. Leaf shook his head. That's impossible. Humans are far too weak. There's no way they could threaten the noble race of healers. But King Axe rose to his feet, silencing the room with a glare. He gripped his weapon tightly and declared, the valley has reopened after countless years. If someone's got the guts to attack the Axe Gang today, I'll go see who dares challenge us, myself. Not far from the valley entrance, chaos had already broken out. A group of players had been caught in a trap, ensnared by animated medicinal plants. Stop, please, some of them shouted. Others called out to nearby teams for help, but the other groups were already fleeing in terror. Why are these herbs so strong? One of them shouted. I'm a top-tier talent in my sect, and I can't even beat one plant. It's a trap, someone else screamed. The Valley of the Medicine King is a lie, a massive hoax. The so-called masters who told us it was safe, they tricked us. Deeper inside the valley, a ferocious battle was already underway. An elderly cultivator was going head-to-head with massive, mutated plant beasts. The last time he was here, the valley's level suppression had exposed every flaw in his body, and he'd been mercilessly crushed by this same gang. But now, things were different. This time, he was ready. It was time to reclaim his honor. Nearby, a monk turned to Master Jing as they gathered defeated plants. Master, your strength is incredible. These creatures couldn't match you at all. I'm sure we'll leave this valley with a mountain of trophies. Another monk chimed in. Just earlier, those so-called royal heirs and great sect masters were flattened by herbs and turned into slaves. And yet, here we are, holding our heads high. The old man gave a rare smile. Good. I was planning to hunt you down myself. Glad you made it. Suddenly, a towering plant monster roared from the shadows. You dare attack the noble nation of healers? You bald old fool. You'll pay for this rebellion. The old man said nothing. He answered with a crushing monastery technique. Beetle, another plant warrior, yelled to his comrades, don't back down. Focus. This is our domain now. The Medicine King Valley belongs to us. That old monk can't hold out forever. But just then, the monk's eyes caught a massive blue formation lighting up ahead. Without hesitation, he activated his defenses. Tree growled. He's activated a shield. Great. Now we can finally break it. Everyone go. Finish him. The old man laughed, not out of fear, but confidence. You think you've cracked my defenses? Ridiculous. He stood firm, energy radiating from every pore. I've traveled across sacred mountains and ancient rivers, used every method available, and spent a fortune to refine my body. I've spent years perfecting the diamond invulnerable body technique. Today, it's complete. With only one final step before reaching the legendary transformation, he was untouchable, even with his cultivation suppressed. So go ahead, he said, eyes blazing. Let's see what else this so-called Valley of the Medicine King can throw at me. After the battle, the old man instructed his warriors to pack up the medicinal herbs. They had to keep moving. Meanwhile, Fan and Meowie were still deep in the forest. Meowie mentioned the girl had the body of celestial stars. Even though her powers were being suppressed, she could still unleash incredible strength. Without that burst, they would have been overwhelmed by the surrounding herbs. But where had that power come from? Could it really have been Yatsen's doing? Meowie shook her head. She used to think Old Man was a kind soul. Now she saw him for what he really was, cunning and dangerous. They had only just entered the Valley of the Medicine King. Who knew what other horrors were hidden deeper inside? At this point, even Meowie was hoping the valley would just close off and send them out. Being defeated by a plant was crushing their spirits. Suddenly, a strange plant, monster grass, appeared and drifted toward Meowie. As she turned, it struck from below, latching onto her leg. She fired a beam attack in defense, but something went wrong. The beam passed right through her. No effect at all. Fan realized she was in trouble. He rushed in, striking the monster and shouting for it to release her. But his blow didn't even scratch it. The plant retaliated, whipping its branches toward the old man. Shocked, he gasped, could this really be the ninefold Thundervine? A mid-ranked Medicine King. Meowie shouted at the plant to let her go and cried out for Uncle Fan to help. Desperately, they both launched attacks, but the tree just laughed, enjoying itself. Forgive Uncle, Fan muttered. He's useless against this one. This Thundervine had strength equivalent to a mid-stage cultivator, and Fan was simply outmatched. Meowie's eyes welled with tears. She whispered that it was okay. He had done his best. Then she turned to the Medicine King itself, pleading with it to show mercy. She begged it to let the child go and take her instead. But the tree sneered. Do you think I've waited all this time just to let you go? Humans so naive. Look at her. She seems to be enjoying this. Without warning, it released a surge of electricity through her body. Meowie screamed in pain. Fan's rage boiled over, but before he could act, others arrived. Hearing her screams, one of them asked, what kind of twisted game is this? Yifan glanced over and replied casually, looks like a tentacle game. How embarrassing. When Fan spotted them, relief washed over him. They were allies, followers of his group. He shouted to them, help us. The Pathfinder Society won't forget this. Sha's eyes narrowed. That's the ninefold Thundervine, she confirmed. Yu Yang was stunned. A true mid-ranked Medicine King, unbelievable. Yifan stepped forward and looked directly at Meowie. It seems fate brought us together. How could I just stand by? Then he turned and gave the order. Hong Qinya, move in. Yu Yang stepped forward. I'll go first, he said. Hong Qinya nodded. I'll back you up in the rear, just in case things get out of hand. The tree twitched with excitement. So you brought me another toy? It sneered. But Hong Qinya didn't flinch. Let's see if you're still smiling once you're roasted alive. Without hesitation, he and Yu Yang launched a coordinated assault, striking from opposite sides. But the tree roared, you cursed wretches. How dare you strike the master? Suddenly, it unleashed the demon's ice flame, forcing it to release Meowie so it could fight at full strength. Fan caught her just in time. We're falling back. Stay safe and let them handle it. Meowie nodded weakly. They're all 9th level cultivators, but even with my star immortal body, I can't keep up with the Medicine King. I can't even hold my ground. She turned to Fan. Were you and Father just lying to me this whole time? I'm not nearly as powerful as you said. Fan shook his head. It's not about you being weak. The world's just too vast. There's always someone stronger. Honestly, I don't even know where these people come from. They're on a different level entirely. Meowie thought back. Mr. E told me they're from Wild Joe. Fan froze. Wild Joe? That's hard to believe. The Medicine King laughed, voice crackling. I'm the boss here. I'll fry all of you until you can't even breathe. Lightning surged, trapping the boys in a web of electricity. Meowie's eyes widened. This is bad, even they're struggling. Yifan saw it too. They're reaching their limit again. Time to step in. Just then, Mouses shouted, My brothers are in danger. I'm going in. Without a second thought, she dove straight into the fight. Yifan was caught off guard. He'd rarely seen her take the initiative like this. Maybe now, her true strength would finally show. Yeong gritted his teeth. We underestimated the Medicine King's edge. In this place, it's almost impossible to land a critical hit. He was furious. This is worse than when Mr. E humiliated me. Back then, I had a little dignity. But now, even a lousy plant wants to crush me. Yeong spotted Mousa charging in. What is she doing here? He thought. It's way too dangerous. He shouted, Get out of here. This place isn't safe. But the tree noticed her too. You? A little thing like you dares challenge me? What do you think you're doing? Mousie wasn't fazed. She grabbed one of the tree's roots and growled. Don't you dare look down on me. Then, with a burst of solar energy, she slashed through the root in one clean motion. Don't even think about laying a hand on my big or little brothers back at school. She shouted. The Medicine King reeled in pain. She pressed forward, eyes locked on her target. I'm here to save you both, she declared. Yeong stood there, stunned. Yeong stared at her in disbelief. Is this for real? That silly little mouse, who's always tagging along and munching on snacks, has this kind of power. Yeong turned to the white-clad elder sister, who knew she was hiding strength like that. Fan was just as stunned. Looks like this unassuming kid is stronger than both of us combined. Yifan nodded, eyes serious. That's the power of the first celestial body. It really is something else. As the battle raged on, Hong Qinya stepped up. If this rodent can just open a window, he muttered, we'll finish this thing for good. He charged deeper in and unleashed the red soul demon flame, slowly igniting the Medicine King. Finally, with a roar, the monster collapsed. Mouse had jumped up, grinning. We did it. Big bro, aren't you proud of me? Hong Qinya turned to her, unimpressed. After disappearing for so long, now you want to show off? I'm not your servant anymore. She blinked. What did I do wrong? Yeong chimed in. Big brother. If it weren't for her, we'd be done for. And you, he said, turning to the white sister. You were amazing too. Hong Qinya sighed. Yeah, she really surprised us today. Mousa laughed it off. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to help. Meowie stepped forward, her tone sincere. I'm truly grateful all of you came to help. Yeong waved it off. No need to thank us. It was our honor. But Mousie quickly turned away, covering her face. There are outsiders around. Meowie tilted her head. Why is she so shy all of a sudden? I always saw her as really confident. Honestly, I admire her. She's kind, and she doesn't need to worry about how she looks. Hearing that, Mousa peeked back and asked, Really? Did you hear that, Mentor? She said she admires me. Even the way I look? They all glanced over at Yifan. It seemed like his predictions were proving more accurate by the moment. Yifan smiled. Look at you now, getting all proud. Mousa beamed, her cheeks turning red. Just then, Meowie approached Yifan. So, you're the teacher of this little one? Yifan nodded. Yes, I raised her myself. Took a lot of time and care. Hong Qinya scoffed silently. How dare he say that? As if he taught her anything about cooking. Mousa chimed in. My mentor taught me a lot. He really looked after me. Meowie finally pieced it together. She looked at the group, frozen for a second. Something about these four felt oddly familiar, like she'd seen them somewhere before. Yifan noticed her expression shift. She's suspicious, has she figured it out? But just then, the nearby plants stirred and began to whisper among themselves. They turned to the clan king and reported, We've found the humans. That battle just now, they were the ones who caused it. Looking out at the devastation, they added, There are so many treasure-grade herbs here, but this is bad. Really bad. Hong Chinya's instincts flared. He could feel it too, an overwhelming energy approaching. Then the voice of the herb king thundered, Humans, you dare trespass in our domain and destroy Little Lei? Without hesitation, Hong Qinya replied. This place, it really was something else. One high-grade medicinal herb after another kept showing up. Even a medicine king of such rare quality had emerged. But the king wasn't impressed. How bold of you humans, he sneered. You dare set your sights on me? Yifan gestured toward a nearby axe. Look closely, everyone. This came from the Axe Gang, the ones who sent that distress signal using the herbs. Yu Yang turned to the white elder sister. This one's even stronger than the last. Can you handle it? She gave a calm nod. I'll do my best. Without hesitation, the king roared and launched his herbs to attack. She stepped forward and blocked his path. I'm your opponent now, she said firmly. The king burst out laughing. You? First the humans, and now even mice think they can challenge me? What a joke. He attacked from all angles, but she held her ground, deflecting every strike. Then, after the flurry of blows, she staggered back, dizzy and drained. I'm so confused. I feel sick. I'm done fighting, she muttered. The king smirked. Compete with me? You're too weak for that. Time for this stinking rat to die. He raised his axe high and swung down at her. But before it could land, Yi Fan appeared, calm and quiet, and shattered the weapon into pieces. This ginseng is a bit too cocky, he said coolly. Looks like we'll have to turn it into a decoction to make it behave. He turned to the mouse. Stop overthinking. Go help the others. Leave this to me. She lit up and rushed off to support her brothers. Meowie, watching closely, yelled, Yu Yang's about to step in. Fan just shook his head. No one knows how deep Yi Fan's strength goes. Not even me. At that moment, the Herb King gathered all of his mana and attempted to crush the hero with a devastating blow. But the hero stood completely still, protected by a powerful defensive magic circle that deflected every attack. Inside the circle, our hero grew concerned that using full power might expose his true cultivation. Just then, a system notification assured him that Medicine King Valley would suppress his visible level to Chi Condensation Stage 9 after each attack, keeping his real power hidden. Our boy didn't even bother to look back. He smirked and said it was great. Now he could go wild. With just a flick of his wrist, a storm of mana burst forth and sent the Herb King flying. Meow, stunned, turned to Uncle Fan and asked if that was really the kind of power someone at Chi Condensation Stage 9 could use. Uncle Fan, sweating nervously, replied that something fell off. He had never imagined Yi could be this strong. He started wondering whether Yi had bypassed the restrictions of Medicine Sovereign Valley. The Herb King, struggling to rise, growled and accused the boy of using tricks, saying this was no Chi condensation power. Our boy stayed calm and replied that he was just a humble Chi condensation cultivator. He asked what tricks he could possibly use and suggested that maybe the king was simply too weak. He then invited him to try attacking again. Furious, the king leapt up and launched a heavy punch. Uncle Fan grew more worried, sensing the pressure in that strike. It felt like a golden core level attack. He doubted whether young Master Yi could block it, yet Yi remained relaxed and smiling. He activated the Human King's seal, and mana surged across his body. With it, he countered the attack and smashed the Herb King into the wall, shattering it completely. Uncle Fan stood frozen, questioning how someone at Chi Condensation Stage 9 could unleash such strength. Meow was also shocked. She wondered if he had mastered a secret art that bypassed the realm's limits. Bruised and pinned, the Herb King groaned and claimed he had been tricked. He insisted the boy was not truly at Chi Condensation level, but he simply responded that he really was. If the king was too weak, then he should train harder. The surrounding plants began to tremble. No way. Can humans really be this strong? We've never seen anything like this in all our years. This valley is headed for disaster. Yuan, watching it all unfold, understood now. This is why he's our mentor, he thought. Even under suppression, he's operating on a whole different level. Hong Qinya was just as shaken. Ow! We're both at the 9th level of Qi. This ginseng field should be suppressing him. But he's overpowering me like it's nothing. I actually thought I could fight him on equal terms. What a joke. Then chaos broke out among the plants. Our king is dead, they cried. Run. Everyone run. Yang narrowed his eyes. Try to run now? You're all first-class medicinal treasures. Why not stay a little longer? Yi Fan stepped beside him. You did great, Yuan. Now go ahead. Gather every last one of these precious herbs. Yu Yang bowed slightly. Thank you, Master. But really, it's all because you took down the Ginseng King. I'm just riding on your fame. Meanwhile, other groups had arrived and were loudly marveling at the abundance of rare herbs scattered around. So many treasures, someone said. But who else could have taken them all down like this? Other than Master Burnt Lantern, is there anyone in the Valley of the Medicine King with that kind of power? All eyes turned toward a small group up ahead. It was clear who the real players were now. A monk approached his master. This ginseng, it's no ordinary herb. His master nodded. That's not just any herb. It's a first-class Medicine King. The disciples behind them began to murmur. Even cultivators facing the heavenly disaster would covet something like this, let alone an elite-tier king. If this happened outside, one said, those old monsters hiding in the eastern region would have swarmed in already. But whoever tamed this thing, well, who'd dare challenge them now? The monk master narrowed his eyes. A first-rate Medicine King has emerged, and no one has claimed it yet. You think the suspended temple's just going to look the other way. As if to answer, the old monk moved to take the herb. But Yi Yang struck out immediately, blocking him. You dare try to steal what's not yours. The old man turned, unfazed. Do you not realize who you're up against? We're from a suspended temple. Hong, Qinya stepped forward. You bald-headed monks show up late and try to claim everything, acting like saints. But all I see are hypocrites hiding behind Buddha's name. You're the scoundrel, the monk barked back. Who's to say you even defeated that ginseng king? You just got here early, that's all. Another monk chimed in. That's right. And let me give you some advice. Don't get cocky, you stray cultivators. Offend the suspended temple, and you'll never survive in the eastern region. The old monk warned. Your words are getting too reckless. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. Old bald monk, what? We're not allowed to cultivate too. The old man snapped back. You impure brat. Who do you think you're talking to? This man you're mouthing off to survive the heavenly disaster. He's a true master. You aren't even qualified to be his rival. Gasps rippled through the surrounding crowd. A heavenly disaster cultivator? One warrior whispered. I thought he was strong, but an actual ascendant immortal? There are plenty of powerful figures in the Medicine King Valley, but none of them can stand up to someone like that. Yi Yang blinked. Heavenly disaster cultivator. Huh? Well, it doesn't matter. Everyone here is stuck at the 9th level of Qi. If he dares step up, I'll still cut him down. The old monk didn't back off. Such arrogance. You got some nerve. What's your name? Yi Yang stepped forward boldly. Li Tai-Dan. Remember it. And don't even think about acting tough in front of me. The monks burst out laughing. Li Tai-Dan? What kind of village name is that? One of them mocked. Where are you even from? Some backwoods mountain. And this guy doesn't even have his own clan, someone scoffed. Yet he dares to challenge a heavenly disaster master. The old monk turned to Li Tai-Dan. You're blinded by arrogance. It's time someone enlightened you. Li Tai-Dan's eyes lit up. Perfect. Facing off against a heavenly disaster cultivator? That's a rare chance. I won't waste it. He charged in, trying to grab the old monk's attack head-on. A massive explosion followed as he absorbed the impact. Instead of backing down, Li Tai-Dan roared with excitement. Come on, old man. Hit me harder. This is the best fight I've had. The monk stood his ground, blocking the furious barrage of strikes without even flinching. From the sidelines, one of the disciples whispered, I didn't expect Li Tai-Dan to last this long. He's stronger than we thought. Still, they all knew this wasn't the monk's full strength. Using everything he had against an unknown junior would have been an embarrassment. The monk clenched his fists. I've trained for 100,000 years for the sake of the Medicine King Valley, and I can't even bring down this brat. Determined, he decided to end it. He began channeling all of his energy into a single blow. Li Tai-Dan, unaware of what was coming, kept swinging. Give it up, the monk shouted. Even if you throw punches for 3 days straight, it won't break through. Then he struck, one explosive punch, yelling, You're tainted, impure. But Li Tai-Dan didn't flinch. With sharp instincts, he countered just in time, his sword slashing through the incoming force. The monk's eyes widened. Li Tai-Dan grinned. Wait, are you part turtle or something? That defense was ridiculous. The old monk looked at him grimly. Why push yourself this far? You're not staying in the Medicine King Valley forever. The other disciples chimed in. Does he think standing toe-to-toe with a master is some kind of badge of honor? If he keeps this up, the second he leaves, he's a dead man. Yi Fan stepped forward, calm and unwavering. This Medicine King belongs to me. If your pendant temple thinks they can take it, then they clearly don't understand boundaries. The old monk sneered. Things have changed since you interfered. Just because something hits the ground doesn't mean it's yours. He crossed his arms. Only what's in your hand belongs to you. That's what we believe. Suddenly, Hong Qinya lunged in from behind. Old bald monk, you're looking for death. The monk turned, unfazed. You too? Are you going to try and stop me? Don't bother. This Medicine King is mine now. Before Hong Qinya could respond, a scorching blast flew past his face, nearly grazing him. He froze. The next moment, Yi Fan was already beside the monk, glaring him down. You really think no one here can stop you? He asked coldly. The monk's eyes locked on Yi Fan's fist, just inches away, and his expression darkened. He could feel the overwhelming pressure in that one punch. It was terrifying. That strength, it felt like it broke through the valley's suppression. Yi Fan didn't waste another word. His fist drove straight into the old monk's chest, sinking deep. The impact launched the monk backward, sending him crashing through the trees and deep into the forest. Watching from the sidelines, the other monks jeered. Is that all he's got? Small tricks like that, and he dares to act tough in front of Master Burnt Lantern? Loud threats, no real strength, another sneered. Let him try attacking our master again. We'll see who's laughing. Yi Fan just smiled. So, how'd that punch feel? I even held back. If I hadn't, well, the rumors wouldn't be kind. The old monk managed to sit up, coughing hard. Buddha is merciful, and so is the benefactor. He forced a nod. Farewell. The others weren't ready to let go. That's it? After all that? No winner's been declared. They turned to their master. Are we really walking away from all these precious medicines? But the senior monk only glanced back at them with one cold, sideways look. Yi Fan chuckled. He knows when to retreat. As they left, the elder monk suddenly doubled over, coughing up blood. One of his disciples rushed to him. Master, are you okay? The old man waved him off. Just surface wounds. I'll be fine. But deep down his thoughts churned. Who is he, really? That silver-haired one. His power defies logic, even here in the Medicine King Valley. Has the era truly changed? Has the chaos begun? Even someone like me can no longer keep up. But once I leave this place, I'll personally see to it that they're sent to the next world. Meanwhile, deep within the Medicine King Valley, a secret gathering had begun. At the headquarters, the Medicine Kings convened. Jiningzi, the Medicine Queen, spoke first. These human cultivators are tearing through our valley. Even the Thunder King and Ginseng King have been defeated. We're at a breaking point. Tension filled the air. We must choose, she continued. Hide and wait for the valley to seal itself, or stand and fight. Blood Jade, Flaming Bone Bamboo, slammed the table. Hide? This is our territory. Every time the humans came before, we crushed them. Why retreat now? We fight. Red Chi Jingzi agreed. They're right. If we surrender now, we lose everything. We are the true rulers here. But Ghost Lotus cautioned them. These cultivators aren't like the others. Their power rivals ours. Even with our strength, we risk being completely suppressed. Antler Fungus leaned forward, especially that silver-haired youth. He defeated the Ginseng King in a single move. That's not ordinary strength, it's terrifying. Medicine King Hishwu spoke up. Then what about him? Should we invite him into the fight? You mean him? The room went silent. He used to follow the Medicine Lord himself, Hishwu added. If he joins us, this battle is over before it begins. The Queen hesitated. We all know his temper. He won't come easily. He's unpredictable. Antler Fungus shook his head. The valley is falling apart. And he's the first heir of the Medicine Lord. He won't just stand by while we're chopped up and turned into soup. No more waiting. It's all or nothing. The room filled with silent agreement. And so, with the decision made, they all rose as one and headed straight for the Great King of Mushrooms. The Great King of Mushrooms, one of the first-class Medicine Kings. The Queen stepped forward and bowed deeply. Great King of Mushrooms, she pleaded, please save the Medicine King Valley. The other Medicine Kings joined in, urging him to awaken. Your valley is in danger. We need you. Suddenly, the Great Mushroom King stirred. A strange, overwhelming energy pulsed out from him as his eyes opened. Servants cried out in excitement. He's awake. The Great Mushroom King is awake. But the Mushroom King immediately panicked. Without a word, he ducked behind a tree. Stay back, he warned. If you got something to say it from over there. The Queen sighed. Our apologies. We understand the Great King of Mushrooms prefers solitude and dislikes strangers. But we beg of you, please listen. She bowed again. Human cultivators are ravaging the valley. If we don't fight back now, we'll be wiped out. We need your protection. The Mushroom King peeked out from behind the tree. How could that be? Didn't the Medicine Lord leave behind barriers? No one should be able to pose a real threat. Unless... He paused. Unless the intruder is the most powerful genius in all history. Someone beyond anything we've ever seen. The servants all nodded. It's true. Many of our brethren have already fallen. You are our last hope. You have the highest status, the strongest power. If you take a stand, the entire valley will rally. But the Mushroom King shook his head. No, I don't want to fight. I just want to stay here in peace. The valley will close soon anyway. The humans will be expelled. It's better to just hide. Root stepped forward. You're oversimplifying this. Those human cultivators, they're after you. You're the oldest being in the entire Medicine King Valley. They'll stop at nothing to catch you. The Mushroom King froze. They're coming for me? Root nodded solemnly. Yes. If they find you, they'll torture you, parade you around, sell you at auction, let strangers poke and prod you. Stop. The Mushroom King squealed, terrified. Please stop. Antler Fungus stepped up. If you can help us deal with the strongest one, we'll take care of the rest. Root added, help us, and you're helping yourself. Once this is over, you can go back to sleep. No one will disturb you again. Slowly, the Mushroom King stepped out from behind the tree and faced them. Fine, I'll intervene, but only against the strongest of them. The rest are yours to handle. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the mist. Thank you, Great King of Mushrooms. A shadow appeared beyond the fog. The voice ordered the rest of the group to wait outside. Root turned to the others. There he is, but can the King of Mushrooms really handle him? He wasn't convinced, but the Queen gave a firm nod. Don't underestimate the Great King of Mushrooms. He's a supreme gold pill-level medicine king. He'll crush those simple cultivators with ease. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, another group of cultivators encountered a wandering monk. One of them stepped forward and spoke. Is this the oldest one? As they were leaving the valley, one of the elders from the setting sun cult approached a monk. Since we're parting ways, would it be possible to purchase some rare herbs from you? He asked. The monk gave a calm nod. No need to worry. The price will be more than fair. This meeting, it's destiny. Buddha only aids those who are destined to receive it. Your wish, blessed one, is sure to be granted. The elder bowed gratefully. In that case, I'm looking for dragon blood and a lightning tree. Name your price. Consider it done, the monk replied. With your sincerity, the elder will surely receive the medicine he seeks. But before the deal could go further, rustling came from the distance. A team of plant warriors advanced toward them. One disciple turned quickly. Master, the enemy's approaching. The old monk grinned. Wonderful. I was just wondering how to find them. Now they've come to me. Staghorn stepped forward, shouting, Don't celebrate just yet, old bald monk. I'll finish you here and now. But the monk stood firm. You're stubborn, blinded, and defiant. My Buddhist grace has delivered you to me. It's time your souls were freed. Antler Fungus wasn't fazed. Enough talk. Accept your fate. Explosions rocked the area. The monk activated a protective shell, standing untouched amid the chaos. Root's eyes widened. Such strong defense. Could he be a demon king? The old monk narrowed his gaze. A powerful demonic cultivator, hiding here in the valley of the medicine king. Root turned, looking for the mushroom king, only to find it already started sneaking away from the fight. Hey, Root yelled, chasing after him. Don't run. We're counting on you. If you bail, we're all going to end up in someone's soup pot. The mushroom king glanced nervously at the growing crowd. There are too many people here. The people around them were whispering. Is that really the legendary mushroom king? But one scholar shook his head. I don't think so. Ancient texts from Huang Kansa describe a rare mushroom-like herb with a bluish glow, known as the mortal chaos mushroom. The monk's eyes lit up. If a cultivator swallowed that, their power would skyrocket. Their lifespan would stretch for millions of years. And if you cooked it into a soup, it would accelerate one's path to immortality. Another monk added, almost drooling. The monk pressed his palms together. It must be fate. My sincerity has clearly moved the Buddha. Enlightenment is near. Gathering all his power into one hand, the monk struck forward. This sacred mushroom, it's tied to my path. It belongs to Buddha, and I'll be the one to claim it. But the mushroom king wasn't having it. He blocked the attack and shouted, Enough! Why are you smacking me on the head? Another warrior stepped in, shaking his head. This mushroom is a golden egg-tier treasure, perfection itself. He's one of the highest-ranked herbs alive. The monk growled. He's a spawn of evil. Don't you dare be reckless. Root shouted from the sidelines, Catch him. If we can capture the Mushroom King, we'll auction him off and make a fortune. But the Mushroom King backed away, defiant. You'll never get your way. My body's as tough as diamond. You won't even scratch me. The monk gritted his teeth, summoning all his power, and lunged. Without warning, the Mushroom King leapt into the air and slammed down on the monk, crushing him with a surge of raw energy. He landed directly on the monk's chest and shouted, I'm going to stomp your head in. The monk, struggling beneath him, gasped, You're the spawn of evil. How dare you? But before he could finish, figures rushed out from the forest. The plant warriors, who swiftly pinned the monk down, grabbing hold of every limb. Panic flickered in the monk's eyes. They're in a rush to kill me, just to avoid being humiliated by some ridiculous mushroom, he thought bitterly. How can I mentor others after this shame? The Mushroom King stepped back and dusted off his hands. Problem solved. The rest is your business now. The plant warriors cheered. Fueled with new energy, they surged forward, on their way to strike at the human invaders. The monk screamed, voice trembling, What do you think you're doing? Buddha won't forgive this. Must I suffer the disgrace of 10,000 years ago all over again? Elsewhere, Yi Fan and the others were battling an enormous tree, one that radiated a presence unlike any they'd faced so far. Yi Fan felt it immediately. This energy, it's beyond the other medicinal kings. Could this be the true power behind the valley of the Herb King? But the tree raised its branches in surrender. Please, elders, don't fight me. I'm not like the others. I don't oppress or enslave. I just happen to pass through here. One of them narrowed his eyes. Then what do you want from us? I don't want anything, the tree said quickly. In fact, here, take this fruit. It's just fallen. Even spirits won't eat it. It's yours. All of it. They looked closer. The fruit glowed, pulsing with celestial light. It's the fruit of star energy, someone said. If you absorb it, it'll amplify your star-based cultivation. Meowie, it would benefit your body greatly. She nodded. We searched all over Gonghao with the path cult and never found a trace of this immortal fruit. And now, we're getting several dozen at once. What a fortune. Turning to her uncle, she added, this trip wasn't in vain. Once I absorb these, my star power will reach a new stage. The tree glanced around nervously. So can I leave now? Hong Qinya huffed, clearly not over it. But Yi Fan gave a calm nod. Let him go. Then he turned to the others. You feel that? There's a strange energy ahead. We might be close to uncovering the true secret behind the Valley of the Herb King. Li Taidan leaned in. You mean it? So this time, we might really unlock the Valley's ultimate mystery. But Hong Qinya frowned quietly. Why can't I sense anything? Am I really still stuck at the 9th level of Qi? Miaoi looked over at Yi Fan. You obtained these fruits, thanks to your 2 disciples. Do you really still want more? Yi Fan smiled. No need. Let her keep them. Then he turned to young Master Yi. And thank you. If you ever need support in the Tao School, don't hesitate to ask. He responded humbly. There's no need to speak so formally. We'll go together. As the group continued deeper into the valley, they suddenly stopped, stunned by what lay ahead. What is this place? Why are there so many medicinal herbs at the level of the medicine lord? Hong Chinya's eyes sparkled. This is amazing. Truly exciting. And then, she spotted something familiar. The teacher asked what that dark figure was. Yi Fan answered, it hasn't even been that long. And look at this bald geezer already falling apart. They took a closer look. Those vines weren't just attacking, they were toying with the people. Yi Fan sneered. If even Master Jing and those Eastern cultists got humiliated like this, then whoever's behind it isn't just anyone. Yu Yang turned to the teacher and said, the stronger the medicinal plant, the more terrifying its grade. We might be looking at something from the elite great medicine realm. Just then, Root snapped at them, demanding they get on their knees and beg for forgiveness. But Yi Fan smirked. Oh, I'd love to know who gave you the guts to say that. That's when Monk caught sight of the figure. He muttered, enjoy these last moments as a human. You'll soon wish you hadn't been so clueless. Root's expression twisted in fury. He stared at the silver-haired youth and barked. Is that the guy who destroyed both the Lightning King and the Contestant King? But now, with the Mushroom King in control, he was nothing more than their plaything. Suddenly, the surrounding plants began shrieking in panic, calling desperately for the Mushroom King to save them. The thought struck them. Could there really be such a terrifying monster in this place? Hong Chinya's eyes narrowed. Even at my peak, I'd never have dared to call myself a great demon. So who is this guy? Yi Fan leaned in, intrigued. Now I'm curious to see what a true great demon looks like. Root glanced around, no sign of the Mushroom King. And without a second thought, he turned and bolted. But even as he ran, he yelled back, you fools. The Mushroom King is the strongest villain here. Only he can defeat that monster. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Is he really the strongest creature in Medicine King Valley? The Mushroom King appeared, answering confidently, absolutely. Without a doubt. Hong Qinya looked at it and gasped. That's an immortal chaotic mushroom. Yi Fan turned to him. What's so special about that thing? Is it powerful? Hong Qinya explained. It's one of the rarest types. Eating it boosts power, extends life. It's basically the closest thing to a legendary divine potion. Yi Fan's mind raced. A true high-grade medicine. Root nodded. He's a master, perfected the golden fruit egg stage. Mr. E, be careful. If anything goes wrong, we'll find a way to teleport out. But Yi Fan shook his head. Relax. I know what I'm doing. Meanwhile, the Mushroom King growled. Humans are wicked. All they think about is eating me, disturbing my sleep. He glared. Why did you come here? That cold voice crushed the air. Yi Fan felt the gap between them. It was huge. But instead of backing down, he reached for his trump card. You came at the perfect time, Yi Fan said. He activated it. A sudden beam of sunlight swept the area, making the plants tremble in fear. Watching this, Miaoi whispered to her uncle, looks like young master's technique isn't bound by the Qi practice realm. Her uncle nodded, eyes sharp. Yes, and it carries a terrifying force. It ignores. The energy completely defied the laws of Medicine King Valley. Even Hong Qinya couldn't believe what he was seeing. How did the teacher pull this off, he muttered. The Medicine Clan held absolute authority in this place, precisely because of the sacred laws they enforced. Laws laid down by the Honorable Medicine Clan themselves. These rules weren't just ordinary. They were a unique, immortal technique. Anyone stepping in a Medicine King Valley would be immediately bound by them. The only exception, of being on the same level, or stronger, than the one who cast the rules. Only then could those boundaries be bent or shattered. Hong Qinya stared at the scene in disbelief. No way, he thought. There's no chance he's that powerful. If he was, none of us would have survived his first strike. Still trying to make sense of it. Hong Qinya turned to Wang Cuihua. Are you okay? Even the monk was stunned. Just moments ago, he remembered how his own palm strike barely left a mark. Meanwhile, the blow from the great Mushroom King had hit with crushing force. And yet now, that same monster had been swatted away with a single slap. The monk could feel it. His Buddhist heart was trembling, about to burst. Our protagonist sensed the Mushroom King's slam into the ground. Bruised and dazed, he wondered, was I just sent flying? That can't be. Back then, the herb sage personally placed a seal here, claiming no one below a level 4 true immortal could break it. So what's going on? Did the seal weaken over time? He turned to the Mushroom King and said, "If you've got no other tricks left, I'll be turning you into soup." Power began to gather at his fingertips. The Mushroom King shouted, "You big jerk! I won't let you have your way." He charged, but our hero struck him multiple times in an instant, spinning him midair. Then he summoned a surge of power and slammed him hard across the face. The Mushroom King panicked. Can this guy really ignore rule suppression? He cursed the herb sage for being unreliable. This human cultivator broke a seal that should have been unbreakable. Does he have an undying overlord body or something? Our hero's magic flared, his eyes glowing. He punched the Mushroom King in the gut, and a beam of light shot from the sky, blasting the king and shrinking him down into a pitiful mushroom. In shock and drenched in sweat, the Mushroom King cried out that he couldn't believe he was losing to a human inside Herb King Valley and admitted he was too weak. The entire valley began to buzz with gossip, accepting that the Mushroom King had been defeated and Herb Valley had fallen. Tears filled the Mushroom King's eyes as he confessed he wasn't strong enough and had no one else to blame, not even the herb sage. He reflected on his long and dull life, wishing that in the next one, he could be human instead of a mushroom. High above, the herb sage silently observed as a notification appeared, confirming that the quest had been completed. The immortal chaos mushroom was now officially recruited as a disciple, and the reward, one chi splits into 3 purities, had been granted. Our hero raised an eyebrow, surprised that even the mushroom would be shown no mercy, though the reward was clearly too tempting to ignore. He glanced at his hand and offered the mushroom a chance to live. But the mushroom scowled and refused. Caught off guard, the hero noted that he hadn't even explained the terms yet and questioned if the mushroom truly had a death wish. The mushroom let out a tired sigh and confirmed that he would rather die. The hero paused, realizing the mushroom genuinely had no will to live, but the reward was far too valuable to pass up. With a small smile, he bowed and asked for a final favor before the mushroom's end. The mushroom narrowed his eyes, asking what kind of favor. The hero simply told him to become his disciple. The mushroom fumed. Who asked someone to be their disciple right before killing them? That's insane. With a serious face, our hero said, "Help me, and I promise to blast you into soup." No pain spared. Furious, the mushroom shouted, "You crazy bastard! Is that how you ask for a favor? I'm not interested." Our hero grinned. "Then I'll toss you in a pot, add wild chicken and herbs, and make the tastiest stew ever. I'll clean the bowl with no bits left." He brought out plates. The mushroom cried, terrified, "You monster!" But finally he gave in, bowed down and sobbed, agreeing to become the disciple. A notification appeared that the disciple had been successfully recruited and the reward was granted. Filled with excitement, the hero announced that from now on, the mushroom was his disciple and must call him master, promising both protection and a playful threat of being eaten. The mushroom, now smiling, gave a nod. The hero then handed over a scroll, stating it contained the cultivation technique and instructing him to study it well. From his fingertips, magic flowed into the mushroom's forehead. The mushroom's eyes lit up as he read Green Emperor's longevity scripture. He felt himself lifted into the air, overwhelmed by energy. We herb spirits have always been weak, surviving only because of the herb sage's suppression rules. But this could change everything. Just then, another beam of light struck him. As the smoke cleared, a young boy with green hair emerged. Looking at his arms, he smiled wide. This scripture doesn't just fix cultivation flaws, it boosts our combat power. It could help our entire race evolve. Gongzhou exclaimed with excitement, questioning if this was some strange obsession, fighting while recruiting disciples and even helping herbs transform into humans. Uncle Fan was equally stunned by the mystical technique, while the true apprentices were thrilled. Their master's power felt immeasurable, and now they even had a new junior disciple. The newly transformed disciple thanked our hero and respectfully asked for permission to perform a formal bow. The hero sensed potential in him, realizing this could be a promising student. Meanwhile, Wong was silently seething with jealousy. He suspected that the hero was hiding something. Not only had he taken a Mushroom King in as a disciple, but he had also helped him gain a human form. Wong thought to himself that this could only mean one thing. The hero was scheming. The immortal chaos mushroom might one day evolve into a true immortal herb, a rare existence so valuable that even gods would kill to obtain it. Whether to gain profit or wait for the right moment to consume him, the hero was playing a long game. Up above, the Buddha, still suspended mid-air, sighed in disbelief. To him, nothing made sense anymore. He grumbled that he seemed to be the only one who had actually lost something today. In frustration, he shouted at everyone below, demanding they come and get him down. Back on the ground, our hero looked at the mushroom and said that now he had entered his sight, he deserved a proper name. He paused to think as the mushroom crowd buzzed with excitement. Finally, he named him Xiaohei. The name felt right, even though Xiaohei preferred something more low-key. Still, he gratefully thanked the hero. The hero then asked a pressing question. If the herb sage had willingly opened Herb King Valley, then why suppress human cultivators? Xiaohei replied that it was because the sage was one of them. He wasn't human. He did it to protect their kind from extinction. This stunned everyone. The herb sage wasn't a human? Zhao explained further that the sage was a Kirin herb, an incredibly rare type of immortal plant. He had witnessed firsthand the cruelty and danger of the world. A Kirin herb, one of the legendary plants capable of defying nature and creating miracles. Wang's thoughts raced. Anyone who refined and consumed a Kirin herb could recover from the brink of death and gain immense power. Their path to immortality would be guaranteed. The hero then asked Xiaohei if the sage had made personal sacrifices to protect his people. As Xiaohei turned his head to respond, the entire forest erupted in annoyed mutters, demanding to know who exactly they were supposed to thank for all of this. The herb spirit's voice echoed as it explained that, long ago, countless human factions looked upon Herb King Valley with greed. They raided and looted without mercy. We herbs, especially the weaker ones, had no power to resist. We were treated as food or traded like common commodities. This filled us with anger and helplessness. To protect us, the herb sage burned his own life force, offering it to appease the invading cultivators, just to buy the rest of us a little breathing room. Shay added that the sage had used his own body and strength to carve a path forward. But the voice reminded them that energy is finite, while human greed knows no limits. Eventually, the sage made the difficult decision to ascend to the immortal realm, offering himself in exchange for long-term protection for the valley. The immortals agreed on one condition. Herb King Valley had to open once every 100,000 years to maintain their protection. The sage accepted the terms, but in secret, he placed powerful formations around the valley to suppress human cultivators and ensure the safety of the herbs. Only high-tier herbs like us know the truth. Most younger plants believe the sage simply became an immortal, and that's why the valley remained at peace. Even in such a harsh and dangerous world, our tribe never killed a single human. We only played with them out of boredom. Hearing this, our hero reflected aloud that the sage had sacrificed himself for the future of his people, and that it was impossible not to admire such a selfless act. Yang's followers praised the sage, calling him a true hero. Uncle Fan shared that he had always admired the herb sage, even more so knowing he came from the Western human realm. He respected that the sage gave everything to protect his own. A girl in the group added that, compared to what humans had done, it was clear who should truly feel ashamed. Just then, the exit portal began to open. Members of the visiting clan, eager to leave, cursed the place and declared that anyone brave enough to return someday would be welcomed as a guest. Meanwhile, the bald monk, still suspended in frustration, seethed silently. Umaba, finally free, he thought. But when I get out of here, I swear I'll wash this disgrace away with blood. As the portal opened, our hero and the others prepared to leave. Just before stepping through, he turned around and asked, Zhao, aren't you coming with us? Zhao hesitated. He thought to himself, I was just planning to resolve this crisis and go back to sleep, but now everything has changed. I've been taken in as a disciple and given a supreme cultivation technique. Should I really go out and explore this unfamiliar world? While Zhao wrestled with his thoughts, our hero looked back one last time and said, Your master awaits your decision. If fate permits, we'll meet again in 1,000 years. Until then, Zhao stood frozen. Am I really going to stay here and rot away again? Why does it feel so empty inside now? Something sparked in his eyes. Am I really returning to that long, lifeless existence? No, I don't want that. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to smoke. Zhao shot upward and cried out, The world is vast. I want to see it. He shouted toward the portal. Master, please take me with you. I want to see the world by your side. Our hero smiled and responded. Then from now on, I'll take you flying with me. The rest of the herbs stood in stunned silence. One wondered aloud why the Mushroom King was leaving too. Another speculated that he must have gone crazy after turning human. Others grumbled among themselves, assuming he had been tricked by the human and cursing quietly under their breath. As they passed through the portal, the crowd on the other side greeted them with excitement. Some spectators even felt envious that they hadn't been chosen to enter Herb King Valley themselves. Then, to everyone's surprise, the Buddha emerged from the portal too. He muttered, "Finally, I'm out of that cursed valley." His disciples rushed to him eagerly. "Master, how did it go?" The Buddha scowled and snapped, "Do I look like I made a killing in there?" His disciples bowed in apology, clearly regretting their curiosity, while the rest of the crowd sweated nervously. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the commotion. "Everyone who came out of Herb King Valley, stand still and don't move." A group of strangers armed to the teeth blocked their path. "Anyone who resists, don't blame my master for being ruthless. Our master is Yi Junlin, a pseudo-immortal." This group, pretending to serve the legendary Yi Junlin, had no idea what kind of storm they were about to stir. Some of the bystanders scoffed, calling them shameless robbers. But others urged silence, warning that they could be dangerous. One girl was visibly frustrated. "These clowns again," she muttered, clearly fed up. But our hero stepped forward, eyes cold. Well, I didn't catch you before, but now you've walked right into my hands." The fake Yi Junlin group readied themselves for battle. But the crowd's anger intensified the moment they realized that some of the imposters were women dressed up as Yi Junlin. It was a blatant insult, one that our hero could never tolerate. His brother, furious beyond measure, shouted with rage that he was a blade demon feared by all, and now they had reduced him to a joke. He vowed to grind every last one of them into dust. Meanwhile, Zhao nervously glanced around, overwhelmed by the chaos and sheer number of people. He quietly wondered to himself if this was what the outside world was really like. One of the white-hatted cultivators approached him and reassured him that their clan would handle the rest, and there was no need to worry. Zhao then looked at the girl nearby and asked how he should address her as a senior. She responded with a gentle smile, saying her name was Bai. When Zhao tried calling her by a more affectionate nickname, she blushed, bouncing slightly on the ground with excitement, saying it was the first time anyone had ever called her that. As they turned their attention back to the unfolding scene, Xiaohei, now fully human, muttered in disbelief that humans were truly next level when it came to being shameless. At the center, the bald monk stepped forward, power coiling around him like a storm. His expression turned grave as he asked the opposing group if they were truly prepared to go through with their plan. The fake group started to sweat nervously. They realized the monk wasn't afraid in the slightest, and worse, that was clearly tribulation energy radiating from him. He had to be a pseudo-immortal. Their leader tried to maintain his composure and reason internally that there was no need to panic. After all, Yi Junlin had once killed a pseudo-immortal from Feathergate. As long as he acted confident, he might be able to bluff the bald monk into backing down. So, with forced arrogance, he confronted the monk, demanding to know if he dared challenge him and whether he even understood who he was. He declared that when he made a move, no one in the entire Easter domain could stop him. The monk's disciples were left stunned by this revelation. They whispered among themselves that the man standing before them was Yi Junlin, the very same warrior who had annihilated Feathergate's million-strong army. That one battle had cost Sky Temple dozens of elders and countless disciples. The monk let out a sigh, the truth dawning on him. So this was the infamous Yi Junlin. He murmured that heaven must truly be favoring him today. Nearby, an elder's expression turned pale as he whispered that the bald monk was from Sky Temple, a group that held a deep grudge against Junlin. This situation could turn catastrophic. However, the monk simply brought his palms together and responded with calm reverence. He greeted Junlin as Brother Yi, adding that it was an honor to meet him at last, and that he had heard many things. The elder watching from the crowd began to sweat. The monk's respectful tone was unexpected. Was he really letting go of past grievances? It seemed the name Yi Junlin held far more weight than anyone had imagined. Another monk disciple leaned toward his companions and questioned quietly why Master Rendang was being so polite, given that the two were supposed to be sworn enemies. Another observer muttered to himself that Yi Junlin had truly become someone no one could afford to provoke anymore. From the side, our hero let out a chuckle. One of his disciples leaned closer and remarked with admiration that even the bald monk was showing their master such deep respect now. The fake Yi Junlin stepped forward, pretending to speak with calm authority. He said that since fate had brought them together today, he hoped the monk would stay out of whatever happened next. But the monk replied with a serene smile, acknowledging him as Brother Yi and offering to lend a hand. Without warning, the monk soared into the sky and summoned a massive formation tool. The artifact rapidly grew in size, glowing with divine energy. He invoked the Heaven Net Subjugation Formation and brought it crashing down on the imposters. The old man leading the fake group cried out in panic, demanding to know what the monk was doing. The monk's voice rang with finality as he declared that, since fate had brought them together, he would personally guide them all toward nirvana and eternal peace. The disciples, overwhelmed by the monk's fury, began to panic. They insisted they had no quarrel with him and offered to hand over the treasure peels if that was what he wanted. One of them questioned whether this was because of the incident in Medicine King Valley and assured that they would not reveal anything about it. The monk, his voice unsteady, denied there had ever been a deal. But deep inside, he knew the real issue. They had witnessed his humiliation in Xianbai Valley. He couldn't allow that disgrace to spread eastward. Silencing them, taking the peels, and placing the blame on Yi Julin seemed like the perfect solution. 3 birds with 1 stone, and he would emerge as a hero of justice. One disciple held out a scroll and revealed that he was an elder of the Great Yan dynasty, warning of the consequences of harming him. Another, a burly man with a wild appearance, claimed to be a core elder of the Chinquan sect and declared that any harm to him would bring ruthless retaliation from his sect. At that moment, a glowing magical hand materialized in the air. The monk emerged from it and coldly declared that the time for talking was over. The magical hands seized the sect members and crushed them into pulp. The fakie started to worry, thinking that he had planned to quit after this with clean hands, yet things had spiraled out of control. Trying to maintain composure, he reached out his hand, clearly implying he hoped they wouldn't cast him aside. The monk, with glowing eyes, responded with calm respect, claiming to admire Yi deeply and even expressing that he had a favor to ask. According to him, Yi wanted treasure while he wanted survival, so forming an alliance seemed mutually beneficial. Fakie internally judged the monk's chanting and emotional act as nothing more than flattery aimed at Yi Junlin, but he went along with it. He gave the monk permission to proceed and assured that if anything went wrong, he would take full responsibility. One of the disciples couldn't hold back and shouted at him in fury, accusing him of joining forces with the bald monk to slaughter them all. He cursed him as a greedy traitor destined for a horrific end. Miao, witnessing the chaos, asked her uncle whether Yi Junlin had gone completely mad. Her uncle tried to calm her down and pointed out that the impostors bore a striking resemblance to Ji Julin and his group. She then admitted that she had been suspicious for some time, and after all that had happened on this journey, she had come to believe that Yi Gongzi might truly beat Ji Julin. Her uncle advised her to stay composed and wait to see how everything would unfold. The monk began casting another spell, creating a glowing yellow flower that emitted a sharp clang so painful that everyone instinctively covered their ears. Shay reported that, as instructed, the entire event had been recorded using the image-capturing pearl. Another disciple remarked that now they had proof, it would be interesting to see how the hypocrites try to play innocent. Then, deciding to warm up a little, he shot into the sky. Our hero burst upward at insane speed and shattered the monk's barrier with a mere flick of his fingers. The monk stared in disbelief, wondering who this man really was. Then he realized the truth. It was Ji Julin from the Yuantan sect. Gasps echoed from below as the crowd tried to process the revelation. They questioned whether this was the same Ji Julin from the Medicine King Valley, and if so, then who were the others posing as him? The fake group began to panic. Miao confirmed to Uncle Fan that this was indeed Ji Julin, just as she had suspected. Uncle Fan agreed, recalling how even at the Dragon Gate Inn, Ji Julin had seemed extraordinary, and in the Medicine King Valley, that feeling only deepened. He believed that Ji Julin was like a soaring dragon, far above the rest of them who were merely ants. Hovering in the sky, the real Ji Julin remained silent while the impostors sweated, realizing that their act had been exposed in front of the real one. Their thoughts screamed that they were doomed, having performed their charade while he watched silently from the sidelines. The monk gave a dark, mocking speech, expressing how he had been played and how he had treated Ji Julin with so much fake respect. Turning to him now, the monk acknowledged that it all made sense, especially the humiliation back in the Medicine King Valley. Everything was clear now, and he demanded they settle both old and new grudges right then and there. But Ji Julin had anticipated this. He revealed that he had recorded the monk's entire performance and wondered aloud what the world would think of the Sky Temple if that footage was made public. He hinted that the monk's plan to shift all the blame onto him wouldn't work. The monk snarled that no one would leave alive, so there'd be no one to leak the truth. In his view, Ji Julin's reputation could easily be turned against him. Ji Julin responded coolly, thinking the monk was far too overconfident. Now furious, the monk began channeling an even darker energy. He explained that the only reason he had lost in the Medicine King Valley was due to his suppressed cultivation. But this time, things are different. He bellowed at Ji Julin to prepare for death as he unleashed a thick wave of electrified mana. Shay nervously commented to his brother that the old monk had reached the peak of tabulation transcendence and worried that their master might be in real danger. Meanwhile, Wang quietly observed, thinking that anyone who could defy the rules of immortality must be hiding a terrifying trump card. The monk hurls a spell at our boy. A notification appears. A horse has been hit by a pre-tribulation transcendence enemy. Passive abilities activate. Power rises to match perfected tribulation transcendence. Our boy says, here we go. He breaks the spell with one clean strike and says, is that all? The monk takes the hit and stumbles back, with blood dripping from his mouth. You are hiding deep, he shouts. You are actually at the peak of tribulation too. Our boy stands tall and says, tell me, how do you want to die? The monk grits his teeth and shouts, so what if you've reached the peak? I spent years building the indestructible diamond body just for battles like this. You won't break me that easily. Our hero replies, I gave you a chance. You chose to throw it away. The monk yells, stop acting proud, and raises both hands to summon a spell. A giant golden dragon bursts out from the air and roars as it charges forward. The beast is enormous, glowing, and filled with destructive energy. Our boy doesn't flinch. He flicks his fingers, and a powerful spell takes shape. A giant hand, made of pure energy, forms above and grabs the dragon by the neck. The dragon cries out as the hand tightens and shrinks it into nothing. The monk stares in disbelief. His strongest technique vanished like smoke. The hand now floats over his head, ready to strike. He quickly calls on his last resort and summons the Vajra Infinite Lamp. He channels his power and forces the hand apart, freeing himself from its grip. He takes a deep breath, thinking he survived. But our boy doesn't wait. He casts another spell. A crushing force slams the monk into the ground. Blood shoots from his mouth as his body hits the earth hard. His disciples watch in silence, unable to believe what they just saw. The monk coughs and wipes the blood from his face. He lies there, worn out and confused, asking himself if he is still alive. He realizes that the strong body he once trusted is nearly broken. With no other option, he reaches for the treasure pills from Medicine King Valley. Suddenly, herbs from every disciple start floating toward one spot. Panic spreads as everyone watches helplessly. In less than a minute, the monk's body is fully healed and shining with energy. He rises again and casts a stronger spell, filled with intense mana. He shouts, this fight is just getting started. But our boy stares at him calmly. No, he says, it's already over. The monk asks, what do you mean? Our hero holds up his hand and begins forming a glowing sphere of energy. Lightning sparks from every side of the ball. He looks straight at the monk and says, let's see how you handle this. The demon monk's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, this technique, but before he could finish, the hero stepped forward, gaze sharp as a blade. Remember now? The hero asked coldly. The monk let out a chilling laugh. What a joke. That punch felt weaker than a mosquito bite. But the hero simply smirked and replied, oh? What if I told you I only used 1/10,000th of my strength? Before the monk could react, he let out a furious scream. But in that very instant, Yi dashed forward and delivered a devastating blow that crushed the monk's face, sending a burst of fire erupting from the impact. Flames spread across the battlefield as the hero stood firm, his figure unmoved in the blaze. The onlookers stared in stunned silence, until someone suddenly shouted, the demon monk is dead. Another cried out that they were finally saved, their voices rising in relief and awe. One among them exclaimed with trembling excitement that it was Senior Yi who had saved them and vowed that his life now belonged to him. Others quickly joined in, declaring they would fight anyone who dared slander Senior Yi, and that from now on, they would defend his name with their lives because he was a true hero. As Yi stood calmly watching them, the crowd began chanting his name, and Misin, standing among them, whispered in astonishment that Yi Junlin was not only incredibly strong, but also unbelievably handsome. The man beside her nodded and admitted that Ye's strength far exceeded anything he had imagined, though he encouraged Miss and to continue training, believing she might one day stand on his level. Not far off, Ye's loyal follower looked at him with wide eyes and said that Master had opened his eyes once again. Hong Qinya, observing quietly, added that even Ronding's strongest defense warrior, who was famous throughout the central domain, had been turned to dust with a single punch, and he began to wonder just how far Yi could truly go. Just then, another enemy group appeared, but Yi wasted no time and rushed toward them, shouting with steel in his voice, where do you think you're going? Within moments, he struck them down without hesitation. With his enemies eliminated, he declared that it was time to settle the score. The remaining enemies dropped to their knees, begging for mercy and calling themselves worthless scum, pleading with him not to lower himself to their level. One of them panicked and pointed at another, claiming that everything was his idea. Another backed him up, explaining that he had been working peacefully at Fengshan House before being tricked. A third one added that he had simply been a farmer who followed them because he thought there would be food. The old leader of the group erupted in rage and called them backstabbing rats, furious that after feeding them and protecting them, they were now trying to cut ties. He looked at them in disgust, thinking they were too pathetic to even bother with. They're not even worth dirtying my hands, he muttered to himself. He believed every debt had its collector, so he decided, I'll let karma deal with them. Then he turned to Miss Sin. How much did they steal from you? He asked. Miss Sin, her voice filled with fury, shouted, 5 million high-grade spirit crystals. They need a hand over every last one. Another person stepped forward. Return the talismans and artifacts you stole from the Lingshan sect, they demanded. And don't forget the Baoxiang sect's treasure, another voice added. The group of enemies panicked. They began tossing everything back, their voices trembling. Take it all back. Just let us go. It's over. He glanced at the growing pile of stolen goods and said coldly, with this many creditors, you're in for a fate worse than death. Li Wujia, standing nearby, snorted and commented that these lowlives were not even worth Master's time. Missinen stepped closer to Yi and thanked him for recovering everything. She confessed that she always sensed he was hiding something, but never imagined he was the real Yi, and admitted she had been completely fooled. He told her that he had wanted to reveal himself when they first met, but chose to stay silent, because he knew she despised imposters. The man beside her reflected bitterly that because of those thugs, he had sworn to become strong and serve justice, though now the vow felt like a joke. Yi replied gently that it was not laughable, because having a pure heart was rare and admirable. He offered to help with cultivation and said that with her Star Force psyche, her future was incredibly bright, and he had high hopes for her. She looked at him with determination and promised to train twice as hard and surpass him someday. He smiled and replied that he would be waiting. Then he raised his finger and softly called out, a kun. At once, a massive shark emerged with a deep voice, responding, Ah kun. He turned to Miss Sin and said, until we meet again. She smiled and replied, let's meet again someday. As he descended, the crowd erupted into murmurs of astonishment. Whispers spread like wildfire. It's true. Senior Yi really rides a Kuenpeng. The energy shifted. The same people who once doubted him now looked on with admiration. He's the pride of the Eastern Domain, someone exclaimed, awe in their voice. Another voice broke through the noise, regretful yet firm. We actually believed all that trash talk, but he just saved our lives. We need to clear his name, one man shouted. He deserves it. After everything. For real, another added. We owe him big time. Then came a roar from the back of the crowd, laced with resolve. Step 1. Bring down the real villains. The old monk, now panicking, asked what they still wanted since they had already returned everything. Another man retorted that none of it mattered because the entire scheme had been the old monk's idea from the beginning. The scene shifted, and the wind now blew gently across the sky. On the back of Kuenpeng, Xiaohei stared in amazement and thought the creature's back felt like a paradise floating in the clouds. He turned to him and announced that from now on, he was officially part of the team. He began introducing the senior brothers one by one. He pointed to the first and said this was his eldest senior brother, Hong Qianye, who was warm-hearted and always willing to help with cultivation. Hong nodded with a smile and told Xiaohei to come find him anytime if he ever struggled. Inwardly, Hong stared at him and thought that after living in the Medicine King Valley for 100,000 years, he had never seen a human this beautiful, especially one who was a guy. Yi continued the introduction and said the second senior brother was by Xiaoxi, who served as a personal chef and housekeeper. If Xiaohei needed anything in daily life, he was the one to ask. Then he introduced Li as the third senior brother, who acted as Ye's scout and vanguard. If anyone tried to bully Xiaohei, Wu Jie would be the one to handle it. Xiaohei bowed respectfully and asked his senior brothers to take care of him. He then clapped his hands and told everyone to return to their tasks. He asked Xiaoxi to come and massage his shoulders, and Xiaoxi responded playfully, promising to make the master feel amazing. Hong watched with narrowed eyes and thought that Xiaoxi was clearly trying to earn favor for an easier future. Still, the protagonist figured he might benefit from it too. Xiaohei glanced to Hong and felt a chill run down my spine as he wondered why first senior's gaze felt like he wanted to eat me. Xiaohei bolted and called out to the third senior brother, asking what he was doing. Li replied with a sly grin and asked if he wanted to try something. He immediately panicked, thinking this guy was trying to make me eat my own kind, and desperately asked myself if he could still run. Li laughed and apologized, saying he didn't really mean it. Xiaohei fled and shouted that the third brother was terrifying. Wu Jie sighed and thought he had left a terrible impression already. Later, the scene shifted to a quiet moment where Yi stretched and said that hit the spot, and now he wanted some good tea. Xiaoxi leaned in and commented that it smelled amazing. Yi smiled and invited him to help brew something together. As they prepared the tea, Hong suddenly stared in disbelief and asked if the leaves were what he thought they were. Yi confirmed with a nod, and Hong realized that it was enlightenment tea, an incredibly rare spiritual brew. He thought to himself that even a tiny handful of it could spark a war among top-tier powers in the Central Domain. The legendary Ling Yun immortal only allowed selected immortals to taste a cup every 50,000 years, and Hong had only ever smelled it from afar. Now he wondered if this could be his chance. He respectfully asked Yi if he could have the honor of tasting a cup, and Yi handed it to him without hesitation. Hong trembled as he accepted it, thinking that this was the enlightenment tea that countless immortals had sought for millennia, and today he was finally the one who would taste it. As he took a sip, his eyes widened and began trembling. A single drop of water slid down his cheek as his entire body surged with power. Without another word, he let out a loud shout and instantly took flight, his energy soaring into the sky. The heroes stood in shock as the sudden surge of power overwhelmed them, and one of them muttered in disbelief, wondering why the man before them was powering up so rapidly. Li, still stunned, tried to grasp what had just occurred as he realized that in a single instant, his senior brother had reached the peak of the tribulation stage. Without warning, Hong burst into laughter, prompting the hero to snap and ask what was so funny and if he had a problem with his master. Hong quickly bowed and insisted that he meant no offense and begged for forgiveness. The hero then smirked and questioned Hong's quick mouth, suggesting instead that the disciples should enjoy some tea. Li graciously accepted the offer, while Hong curiously inquired about how much enlightenment tea the master still had left. Without saying a word, the hero extended his hand, revealing jars packed full of tea leaves which left everyone awestruck. Hong exclaimed in disbelief at the sheer quantity, since even a few leaves of enlightenment tea had once ignited a war between sects, and now their master had an entire jar to himself. The hero casually urged them to drink, and Hong responded with wide-eyed gratitude. As everyone sipped the tea, a sudden wave of red energy surged through the air, and Xiaohe gasped at the overwhelming aura while questioning if tea could truly cause such an effect. Li thanked the master again, and suddenly noticed that Bai Shiji had already reached the late tribulation stage. Xiaoxi added that the master himself seemed stronger and that the tea had an incredible taste. Drink quickly, fourth brother, Li urged. This tea seems to heighten enlightenment. As fourth brother drank, he wondered, will this work just as effectively for the people of the Madison tribe? Xiaoxi soared into the sky. Golden core perfection. Li yelled, divine transformation. Perfect ascension. Xiaoxi quietly thought to herself, it's wise to stop at perfect ascension. Anything beyond that might overshadow my own seniors. Meanwhile, Hong realized that the tea had majorly boosted everyone's cultivation, and even after the buzz wore off, it still hit deep with the martial brainpower. He was like, damn, this tea's worth more than any shiny loot we've ever snagged. Out of nowhere, this glowing screen popped up with a new quest, and he couldn't help but grin. Perfect timing to throw hand with the baldies. He yelled out to Shaolu, told him to snatch the recording sphere because we were rolling out to the Hanging Temple. When Plaid gave the usual yep got it response, the hero dropped some lore, told them the Hanging Temple's basically the East Divine Gym for cultivators. Then he hit him with the main quest vibe. It's time to snuff out their sacred flame. Low-key, he didn't think we'd get into it this fast, but hey, the abbots there? Yeah, they ain't your average bald dudes in robes. The scene shifted dramatically to the eastern domain, where flames engulfed homes, and a monk was wreaking havoc while a woman begged for her child's life, and offered herself instead. The monk coldly stated that the child must bear his father's karmic debt, and that a death must be repaid. Just then a sharp and blazing burst of energy struck the area, and the monk turned with fury asking who dared to disturb them. Soldiers charged in, and their leader, Murong Hai, declared, "This is now the kingdom of kindness." He then warned the monk, "Your actions will not go unpunished." The monk sneered. "Not even the king would interfere," he stated, then asked Murong, "Who do you think you are?" Murong declared, "These children will be protected under the Lord's mercy." He accused the monk, "You disguise monstrous cruelty behind holy robes." He further accused, "You monks are cannibals. The children you rescued likely ended up in your stomachs." Enraged, the monk demanded that Murong watch his tongue and stop insulting the mountain lord. Murong charged in shouting for the monk to die, and flames erupted violently around them as the battle intensified. Yang appeared just in time and warned the governor to stay alert while preparing to intervene. The governor pointed at the monk and demanded surrender, but the monk smirked and suggested they show their version of compassion. Before Yang could respond, the monk attacked with swift brutality, and the governor was struck down. As he fell, he called out to Yang Yu, and the monk mocked his downfall by addressing him with twisted courtesy. Yang stepped forward and revealed that the Hanging Temple had already absorbed the rest, and that the governor was the last one standing. The wounded governor called him a traitor and accused him of conspiring with the temple to assassinate leaders. "The Empire isn't going to let these crimes slide," he warned them. But the monk cackled. "The kingdom of kindness has been in our pocket for ages," he boasted, "and, plot twist, there's literally no one left to snitch." Yang jumped in all smug. The past governors were the same brand of stubborn and got clapped for it, he said, then added sarcastically. So, has anyone seen the Empire come running? Nah. The governor just face-planted in full disbelief mode while I gave him one last warning and got ready to launch him straight into the Afterlife Express. No return ticket. Just as the monk moved to strike again, the governor used the last of his strength to stand and shouted that he would drag the bald monster to hell with him. Yang called him a fool, and at that moment the scene sharply cut back to the hero, who sat with frustration and exclaimed that the storyline was awful. He questioned who wrote such nonsense and asked when the artist even started sketching. Hong sheepishly admitted that he hadn't started yet and was just thinking, which prompted the hero to snap and tell him to stop thinking and start drawing since the pen wasn't going to move on its own. Fellow cultivators, don't be reckless, someone shouted just before three figures clashed in a flurry of motion and suddenly froze mid-battle as a towering presence filled the battlefield with an ancient force. The governor's voice shook as he identified the creature before them as Kunpeng, the ancient divine beast of the Kunlun Mountains. The monk's face went pale as he muttered that a supreme demon beast at the tribulation stage had no reason to be there. Just then the hero smirked and gave a calm, yet commanding order telling Kun to swallow all those baldies for him. A burst of green light exploded through the air. With horror, the monk realized the tribulation stage demon beast actually belongs to that man. Staggered by the force, he was flung into the sky and screamed, "Mercy!" as the energy washed over him and his fellow monks. One by one, the false monks were crushed beneath the devastating wave. The governor recognized the devastating power as the Kunpeng swallowing technique. Yang stood among the wreckage with trembling hands. "All the monks are dead," he muttered. "I don't know what to do anymore." The hero descended gracefully alongside his companions and stepped forward to ask the governor who he was and why those monks had been slaughtering innocents. Muronghai introduced himself respectfully as the governor of the city and explained that the monks were not true disciples, but minions of Hanging Mountain who had come to abduct 800 boys and girls to serve their mountain lord. He bowed deeply and thanked the hero for arriving in time to stop the massacre. Hearing the name of Hanging Mountain, the hero asked if it was connected to the Hanging Temple. A local cultivator stepped forward and revealed that the mountain lord had once been a gray wolf spirit who gained enlightenment under the temple's abbot. He was once offered incense like a deity, but later fled to establish his own order where he now commanded 3 demon protectors and over 48,000 lesser demons. The governor added that the beast used the guise of Buddhism to rally criminals and sent them across 36 kingdoms in the Buddhist province to kidnap children. Outwardly, they claimed to enlighten the young into Buddhism, but in reality, they devoured them. Why hasn't the Buddhist province intervened? They cursed the monsters, demanding to know. The governor sighed. The kings had sent envoys to the Hanging Temple seeking help, but none ever returned, he explained. Clearly, someone was protecting the beasts. He added, the Hanging Temple stands as the pinnacle of Buddhism in the East, and its spiritual leader, Abbot Shuyun, never admitted any connection to the atrocities. Because of this, the kingdoms had no choice but to suppress their anger and endure in silence. The governor admitted, I have done what little I could to resist. Han called out their trash behavior like, wow, so y'all just ignore the abbot's crimes and murder envoys to save face-nice priorities. Murong was like, yep, nobody questions the Hanging Temple, and even if they did, nothing ever changes, so why bother, right? Then our dude turned to Yang and hit him with the coldest where you think you're going bro Murong, snatched him up, and called him a full-on traitor for riding with Hanging Mountain and offing governors, and said if it weren't for me, he'd be 6 feet under 2. Our boy looked at Yang's face, and the dude was sweating like he saw a ghost, and he knew something big was going down, probably gray wolf-level chaos. Then boom, he cracked like a cheap teacup and spilled that the Mountain Lord was throwing some birthday bash from hell and wanted them to double the abduction quota. Like, bro, what kind of party needs that many kidnapped kids? He was crying that it was too much, and they couldn't keep up like no duh. Murong straight up lost it when he realized they wanted 800 kids from just one city and across the Kingdom of Kindness and 35 other countries. It was giving a horror movie. He screamed that every one of them deserved to catch these hands. Yang pleaded that Hanging Mountain was too powerful and backed by forces no one dared to provoke, and insisted it wasn't his fault. The hero calmly responded that in that case he could go join the beasts and unleashed a wave of red fire. Kunpeng appeared once again with piercing eyes, and Yang screamed for mercy as the system congratulated the hero for his actions. The hero smirked and thought the timing was perfect since he had planned to deal with those monsters anyway. He turned to Murong and asked if he would lead them to Hanging Mountain. Murong quickly agreed and bowed deeply, thanking the hero for saving their people and calling him a true hero. The hero replied with a small smile, saying it had been a while since someone called him that. As Kunpeng soared into the sky with everyone riding on his back, Morong looked around in awe at the beautiful garden growing there. He turned to the hero and asked respectfully for his name and promised never to forget his kindness. The hero answered with a calm voice, saying his name was Yi Junlin. Morong repeated the name with wide eyes and suddenly realized that this man was the infamous white-haired demon known as the Slaughter God. Yet nothing about him matched the cruel rumors. As Morong pondered how monks could be more monstrous than demons, he found himself questioning who was truly evil in this world. The scene shifted to the eastern Buddhist province where the mountain lord of Hanging Mountain vibrating in a dark hall munching on some mystery meat like it was fine dining. He looked at his creepy squad and asked how the evil plan was cooking. This eagle-faced demon bowed, all serious, and said by the mountain lord's birthday in 5 days we'd be hitting 66,666 kidnapped kiddos like bro, that number screams cursed. Then the cow-faced dude started laughing and was like the little gremlins don't even know what's coming. Foxface over here was straight up licking his lips, saying just thinking about the tender meat got him drooling like a chilled dude that's messed up. The gray wolf spirit grinned like he was hosting a barbecue. Ba, he said, cackling about how the fresh souls were going to vibe with Buddha soon. Then, plot twist, he froze, his face going full nope as he sensed some scary presence. Who the heck has the guts to pull up uninvited? He snarled. Out of nowhere, these boss-level auras dropped from the sky, and boom, Kunpeng showed up, looking majestic as ever. From above, Morong pointed like he was in a dramatic movie poster. The beast nest, Hanging Mountain, is right below us, he told me. The hero stood tall and declared that from this day forward Hanging Mountain would cease to exist. He turned to Kunpeng and said that after everything it had devoured along the way, it had finally reached the tribulation stage. The gray wolf roared and flew up to confront the beast, demanding to know who dared oppose him and promised to show them the true power of a demon king. But as he charged forward, the space twisted, and one of his minions cried out that something was wrong. Kunpeng opened its maw wide, revealing sharp fangs, and raced toward the mountain, while golden energy surged from the sky. In a single strike, the Hanging Mountain was torn apart. Morong watched in awe and said that the legendary Kunpeng had destroyed the entire mountain with one blow. The gray wolf spirit tried to push himself up using a chunk of broken rock and stared at the beast with blood in his eyes. He muttered in disbelief that they had underestimated a tribulation-stage demon beast and swore they would regret this as the ground beneath him crumbled into dust. The gray wolf growled through bloodied teeth as he pressed the crescent moon emblem embedded on his forehead. I have been careless, he muttered. He then declared with pride, I have ruled the western lands for 200 years, and with the Hanging Temple backing me, not even kings dared provoke me. Now he glared at the great beast before him and scoffed. A mere demon challenging my authority? Impossible. As he called upon his reinforcements, a phantom cloaked in the aura of the Hanging Temple's abbot appeared beside him. The gray wolf roared, I do not care whether my enemy has reached the tribulation stage. I will not tolerate such disrespect. The moment he shouted the command, open eyes, a storm of red and blue energy erupted from the phantom's form, and the battlefield trembled under the sheer force. On the sidelines, Lean narrowed his gaze and thought that the strike carried the aura of a peak tribulation stage cultivator and mused that the Hanging Temple was more interesting than he had imagined. Governor Morong dashed forward and felt the pressure bearing down on him as he wondered whether Senior Yi could truly withstand the blow from even a phantom of the abbot. Hong clenched his fists and admitted to himself that although he was at the peak of the tribulation stage, he would not dare to face such an attack head-on. He watched anxiously and questioned how their hero would respond. Suddenly, Yi Junlin stepped forward without fear and taunted them for trying to act tough. He studied the phantom and thought that, as expected, they were being protected by the demon monks. In an instant, he launched his counterattack, and the red energy that had surged toward him was pushed back with overwhelming force. The gray wolf stumbled in shock and screamed that it was impossible and shouted that even the phantom of the Hanging Temple's abbot was supposed to be at least peak tribulation stage. Yet this man before him might be stronger, and what frightened him most was that he could not sense Yi Junlin's cultivation at all. The man was untouchable. Realizing they were totally screwed, Gray Wolf and his squad dropped to their knees like none-played character in a cutscene. The demon hit the lowest bow I'd ever seen, begging, "Please spare me, big boss." His voice was straight up shaking as he asked, "What did I do to tick off someone this OP?" I looked him dead in the eye and hit him with the coldest reply ever, telling him, "You built your little evil Airbnb right on my route." Gray Wolf was full-on panicking. "I promised to pack my bags and vanish like a bad side quest," he swore. "I'll never come back again." But Yi Junlin only stared with unblinking eyes and asked if the wolf planned to run back to the Hanging Temple. The demon nodded rapidly and admitted that he had strong ties with the temple and even offered to personally introduce Yi Junlin to the abbots to exchange Buddhist teachings. Secretly, he thought that now the white-haired demon understood his connection to the temple, he would not dare misbehave. Yi Junlin smiled and said that was perfect because he had been waiting to visit the Hanging Temple and suggested they go together. The Grey Wolf forced a cheerful reply and thanked him for the honor, but within he plotted, darkly thinking the white-haired demon would meet his end as soon as they reached the temple. Before he could finish the thought, Yi Junlin raised a hand, and a flash of crimson light sliced through the air. The Grey Wolf's expression froze, and his eyes widened in terror as his head slipped from his neck and blood sprayed across the stone. He looked at the corpse and was like, yeah, he never said the wolf was walking out of here alive. Then our hero turned to Xiao Li and told him to bag the head since it'd make a killer gift for the abbot. Xiao Li gave me the nod and was like a boss. Our boy turned back to Governor Morong and told him Hanging Mountain was handled and he'd better get moving to save the rest of the kids. Morong Hai dropped to one knee all emotional and said he and the kiddos would remember my kindness forever like, dang bro, Chillin just built differently. Out of nowhere, the system screen popped up with that mission complete vibe and threw a congrats for wiping Hanging Mountain. It also dropped the name of a new item called the Tsang Yuan sword. Yi eyes lit up and he whispered about its insane power and how he couldn't wait to try it out. The scene cut over to the Eastern Domain's Buddhist province in Pure Land Nation, where I saw some followers just chilling near the gates of the Hanging Temple. One of the disciples told me the Dharma assembly was about to kick off and everything was prepped. I kept it calm, cool, and collected and told them they could dip. He stood alone in the vast hall and thought about the tracking mark he had placed on the beast, which had suddenly vanished. He knew that only a handful of cultivators across the province could remove such a mark and wondered who had done it. Still, he dismissed the event as karmic retribution and hoped whoever was responsible would not stir trouble. He worried that if word spread it might harm the temple's reputation. Shuyun also recalled the mysterious death of Elder Randang and noted how misfortune had recently plagued the Hanging Temple. He told himself that once the assembly ended he would need to discipline the monks. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince of the Pure Land walked beside his younger brother and the princess. The Crown Prince shared that ever since hearing the abbot's last sermon, his understanding of the Buddhist golden body had deepened. The second prince told them straight up he was feeling bold enough to throw hands with a demon emperor and gave props to Big Bro for his wisdom. My sister shot me a look and brought up how Princess was just flexing about mastering the 6-character mantra. The second prince laughed it off, all humble like, now my cultivation is still baby tier. Then Crown Prince was like, let's spar and get back, and he was down for it. Sis mentioned Dad's birthday coming up and said she hoped the Dharma assembly would help her level up spiritually. While we were chatting, all chill Shuyun just stood there zoned out repeating Buddha's teachings like a mantra loop, reminding himself that all beings, no matter how they spawn, need that nirvana guidance. But boom, his meditation got cut when a crazy strong aura dropped in and Yi Junlin pulled up with the squad. One of the temple guards immediately stepped up, throwing shade, yelling that we were trespassing and disrespecting Buddhism, and told us to bounce. I felt the shift in the air and frowned like, okay, who's out here causing drama in the most sacred zone? Yi Junlin stepped forward and announced that he had come to deliver a gift. As another monk saw the shattered temple plaque, he collapsed in outrage and accused Yi Junlin of opposing all of Buddhism. Yet Yi Junlin stood firm and thought that these demon monks had no right to claim representation of all Buddhism. He declared that some within the Hanging Temple were nothing but snakes hiding behind holy words, and today he would expose their filth for the world to see. The princess whispered that the man must be insane for challenging the temple directly. The crown prince stared in disbelief and thought it shameful that someone would blaspheme the temple in the heart of the Buddhist province. The disciples rushed forward to seize Yi Junlin and said the abbot would decide his fate. But before they could attack Xiao, Li raised his blade and unleashed a wave of energy that stunned everyone. The crown prince gasped and recognized that the man had mastered the Tao of the blade and was no ordinary cultivator. The princess stood beside him and admitted that he looked unbelievably cool. Shuyun realized the situation was growing dangerous and appeared in front of Yi Junlin. With a calm voice, he greeted him, Amit Ba, and asked respectfully, how has the Hanging Temple offended him? Yi Junlin replied with scorn, you are a master of putting on false shows. Shuyun insisted, you must be misunderstanding the temple. Reason should guide all things. He mentioned, the Dharma assembly has been opened to share teachings, and asked for a proper explanation. Yi Junlin responded by summoning a sphere of blue energy and hurling it forward. Suddenly a man appeared in front of Shuyun, and the disciples gasped as they recognized him as Elder Randang. They whispered among themselves and wondered if Yi Junlin was connected to Randang's mysterious death. One group speculated that the white-haired demon must have robbed cultivators from Medicine King Valley. They were relieved when Randang stepped in and prayed that Buddha's mercy would bring justice. The Crown Prince remarked that the Yi demon was vicious by nature and predicted that even with Randang involved it would be a fierce battle. Randang stepped forward and said that since fate had brought them together, others should not interfere. Shiyun responded that the Buddha taught compassion, and even in the face of evil, one must strive to guide the lost, even at the cost of life. Randang smirked and thought that Shiyun was merely trying to blame everything on Yi Junlin. He told the others to proceed and promised to take responsibility for it later. The Crown Prince watched in shock and asked aloud why the monk was attacking his own people and whether he was truly working with a white-haired demon. Shiyun turned pale and realized that the entire encounter had been recorded. Yi Junlin gave him a cold look and said the battle had only just begun. As he launched another attack, the truth started to unravel. Whispers filled the air that this was the slaughter god himself. Some recalled that he had saved cultivators whom Randang had tried to kill. A murmur spread through the temple as the people realized that one of their own elders had been exposed for his treachery, and the so-called righteous temple might be hiding something far darker beneath its sacred exterior. The Crown Prince stepped forward and told his younger sister to stay behind him as the tension rose. Princess asked, then questioned aloud why Yi Junlin had saved the cultivators, calling him a hero. The Crown Prince, sensing something off, replied that the situation was suspicious and advised waiting to see how it unfolded. Meanwhile, Shiyun thought to himself that although he hadn't expected Randang to be killed, restoring their reputation took priority. With anger in his voice, he accused Yi Junlin of tampering with the recording orb to frame Elder Randang and tarnish the Hanging Temple's name, calling it a cheap trick that wouldn't fool the world. In response, Yi Junlin forcefully pinned the gray wolf to the ground and mocked Shiyun. "Baldy, I even returned your precious pet." Shiyun denied any connection with the beast. "Have you killed it as well?" he asked. Just then, the recording orb projected a scene showing the wolf's atrocities in the western wasteland, where its actions had stained the reputation of the Hanging Temple. The people there had suffered for years and cried out for help, while the temple had secretly attempted to clean up the complaints just to save face. The crowd began to murmur in shock. One person recalled seeing the gray wolf at the temple long ago, while another questioned whether Master Shiyun had truly ignored such dark arts. A third voice added that there had been rumors of children being kidnapped in the temple's name. However, an elder from the Heavenly Artisan sect stepped forward and swore upon his sect's honor that the recordings were real and untouched. With this confirmation, the Crown Prince declared there could be no doubt. The second prince noted that the Pure Land Nation's top sect would never lie. Horrified, the princess called the truth filthy while people in the crowd lamented how their master had hidden behind a mask of holiness. He straight up told anyone still doubting to go check the Western Wasteland themselves if they needed receipts. He called Shiyun out as a full-on wolf in monk drip and dragged him pretending to be some holy icon. He said that the lotus seat Shiyun was chillin' on was soaked in the blood and tears of kids who never stood a chance, and no amount of chanting Amitabha was going to save those souls now. The crowd started snapping out of it, saying they'd been blind way too long. Li called the whole thing a disgrace to Buddhism and the world itself. People were heatedly yelling that Shiyun was an old dog who didn't deserve the title of monk and shouting for him to dip from the Eastern Domain and quit Buddhism for good. Suddenly, Shiyun clenched his hand and yelled for silence. The force of his voice caused immense pain among the people and injured many, though Yi Junlin quickly countered the spell. The Crown Prince expressed gratitude, and the second prince admitted he had narrowly escaped death from the sonic attack. The princess declared they had to report everything to their father immediately. As chaos erupted, the people fled in fear when Shiyun screamed that no one would leave alive. Unleashing a sharp wave of energy, he rose into the sky. To the terrified crowd below, he announced that the Dharma Assembly had been invaded by the Eat Demon and that despite brave resistance, many had died in the fight. Someone in the crowd called him a liar and accused him of destroying the temple's reputation. Yi Junlin then pointed out that Shiyun, like Randang, was just as vile. The Crown Prince asked the monks whether they truly sided with Shiyun and was met with their blind loyalty. They insisted that everything the abbot did was for the good of the temple and vowed to defend it to the end. The princess told her brothers that the monks had been completely brainwashed. The Crown Prince realized they had no choice but to fight their way out. "Little Red, move forward," Yi Junlin ordered. In frustration, she grumbled, "Being used like a dog again." Shiyun grinned. "You have come at the perfect time," he said, "to be used as a sacrifice for the temple's array." Just as he prepared, Hong stepped forward and silenced him with a powerful presence. The scene then shifted to a quiet area beneath the mountain in the Eastern Domain's Buddhist province. Two watchers observed the activation of the mountain defense array and speculated, is Hanging Temple under attack? The focus then moved to the Pure Land Nation's royal capital. A soldier rushed in and informed the king that something had happened at the Hanging Temple and the royal heirs were still inside. The king immediately ordered the city's defense forces to mobilize and head for Mount Fontaine. Meanwhile, the soldier hurried down a corridor and activated a secret device. Li grew angry, blaming the array for causing trouble. Hong, facing the array's suppression, mocked its weakness and prepared for battle. Yi straight up called Shuyun an arrogant clown and dropped the golden crow, blazing sun art like boom, let's go. Dude barely blinked and hit back with some Buddhist hellfire mess, then pulled out the nine hells karma flame like it was nothing. He swore under my breath, realizing that junk had Underworld Clan energy all over it, and called him out for being the biggest hypocrite. He just hit me with that preachy vibe, saying true Buddhism burns evil like, okay bro, whatever helps you sleep. Then out of nowhere, an earth-shaking roar blasted through the air. Shuyun gasped when a freaking Kunping showed up as a surprise. He was out here thinking maybe Junin was behind it, like bros spiraling. Blue energy lit up the place as Xiaoxi rolled in with the squad, yelling, Mousy and 4 Junior Bro are on deck. Shuyun tried to act smug, saying even Kunpeng couldn't crack the array, but he wasn't buying it. Xiaoxi and Xiaohei powered up and launched a blinding flash combo that had Shuyun shaking. He realized, yeah, the Yi Demon got Tribulation Stage disciples too, and they don't play. As the Kunpeng reached the mountain's edge and shattered the barrier, panic swept through the Hanging Temple. People screamed that the array had broken and ran for their lives. The Crown Prince took his sister's hand and told her they had to escape. Shuyun bellowed one final time for everyone to return, vowing no one would be allowed to flee. When a heavy burst of red aura fell from the sky, the members of the prince's family instinctively tried to flee and shield themselves, their faces filled with panic as chaos erupted around them. At that very moment, the hero stood calmly on the ground and with a tone of mock surprise said, "You haven't seen this coming." Meanwhile, the Shuyun hovering above the battlefield, cloaked in red flames, realized the danger that the truth might escape with the fleeing cultivators, and he feared that if it did, the Hanging Temple's reputation would be shattered forever along with his own. Determined to prevent that outcome, Shuyun raised his voice and commanded that no one attempting to escape should be allowed to survive. His loyal followers responded without hesitation and acknowledged his command. On the other side, the hero stood with his followers and ordered them to protect the innocent and ensure their safe retreat. The fourth brother immediately obeyed, and Xiaohei, along with Xiaoxi, activated their powers, releasing waves of purple aura that surged forward to either distract or eliminate the monk's disciples. The scene then shifted to the prince's family, who were still running for their lives through the burning temple grounds. A soldier spotted the crown prince and rushed to him, expressing relief that he was unharmed and asking if Hanging Temple had been attacked by demons. The crown prince, filled with fury, snapped that the real demon was none other than the abbot himself and urged the soldier to report everything to the emperor without delay. Above the chaos, the Shuyun continued to spread his fire across the sky when the hero mocked him for failing to defeat even a single disciple. He told the monk, "You might as well give up and end it all." With his golden eyes burning in anger, Shuyun dismissed the insult and warned the hero, "You have only seen a fraction of the temple's power." Inwardly, he wondered why the reinforcements had not yet arrived, since he had made more than enough noise to alert them. With desperation swelling in his voice, the monk called out for Shuyun to summon the 2 sages and defend the sacred temple. Upon hearing that, the hero grew more intrigued and stated that things were finally getting interesting. Suddenly, a glowing circle appeared in the sky, spinning with a cross at its center as sacred energy began to gather. One of the monk's followers shouted in joy and thanked the heavens, as both the demon-subduing staff and the Vajra bracelet appeared, signifying the arrival of the 2 sages of the Hanging Temple. The bracelet descended rapidly toward the hero, who dashed aside to avoid it, and stared upward with fierce determination as he summoned a wave of intense blue energy and shouted for everyone to fall back. In the next instant, 2 mighty figures descended from the heavens, each radiating immense spiritual power. These men were none other than Elder Dragon Elephant and Elder Purity, both part of the legendary 3 saints of the Hanging Temple. As they landed, golden energy surrounded their forms, and the disciples watched in awe, recognizing the once-retired legends who had once stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain alongside the abbot. Murmurs of reverence spread among the monks as one disciple whispered that he had grown up hearing tales of their power and never imagined he would see them with his own eyes. The Shuyun became visibly relieved and joined his hands in greeting, expressing that he would never have disturbed their cultivation had he not been so desperate. He silently admitted that without them, he would have already met the Buddha in death. Elder Dragon Elephant turned to the monk and asked who the man was that dared to attack their temple and left him in such a sorry state. Elder Purity criticized the monk for activating the mountain defense array and questioned what the late abbot would have thought of such disgrace. As the two elders confronted the monk, the latter pointed toward the hero and claimed that he was the infamous Yi demon who had forged false recordings to slander the temple, incited chaos among the cultivators, and now intended to destroy the temple entirely. He added that this man had already slain the elders of the Feathered Gate and the Great Sun Master and begged the elders to uphold justice. The hero stood across from the Shuyun and thought that the man had once again twisted the truth to suit himself. He noted that once the cultivators escaped, there would be no witnesses to contradict the monk's lies. Shuyun prepared to strike and declared, "Your lies will end here and now." He vowed to defend the hanging temple at all costs and called upon the elders to join him in slaying the demon. A massive blast shook the earth as the Shuyun charged forward with his staff, delighting his followers who rejoiced at the destruction. One disciple shouted, "The monk has brought out the sky-piercing staff, the most powerful treasure of the Hanging Temple and a grade 9 spiritual artifact." Elder Dragon Elephant joined the assault with his own weapon and coordinated his attack with the Shuyun, both aiming for the hero with synchronized precision. They accused him of disgrace and warned that he was about to die. Just as their weapons closed in, a majestic sword descended from the sky and landed before the hero. It was Gung Yuan's sword, another grade 9 spiritual artifact, and its arrival shocked the elders and the Shuyun. The hero took hold of the blade and smirked, thinking aloud that the others acted as though they were the only ones with high-grade treasures. He rushed forward with the sword in hand and declared that he had far more treasures than they could ever imagine. The only real question was whether they would survive long enough to witness them. He acknowledged the sword's immense power, but admitted that he lacked proper sword techniques to fully utilize it. Suddenly, a glowing system interface appeared in front of him and notified him that his sign-in at the Hanging Temple had been detected. He sarcastically commented that the system had finally decided to show up and assumed it had stolen his reward. Upon signing in, a second screen appeared and congratulated him for receiving the legendary sovereign technique known as Slaughter Immortal Sword Art. As the notification faded, the hero stared at it with amusement and said that the timing was slow but acceptable. Fueled by new power, the hero spun in place and unleashed a terrifying mixture of purple and blue aura across the battlefield. The Shuyun and the two elders were stunned and commented on the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the hero. As he descended from the red aura storm, 3 nearby disciples tried to shield themselves but were knocked to the ground by the pressure. Shuyun looked on in fear and questioned, "What kind of technique did the demon just use?" The hero stood tall and declared, "The technique is called Donkey Slaying Sword Art, and it is meant for cutting down hypocrites and frauds like them." The elder dragon elephant charged again and shouted, "Your arrogance is intolerable." But when his attack landed, the hero simply raised his sword and released a surge of blue energy. He mocked the elder. "Is that all you have? Try harder. You're facing the Yi demon." The elder faltered and tried to retreat while calling for help, declaring that the demon's arrogance was beyond anything he had ever seen. The Shuyun moved forward and began activating the 10,000 looters array, while Elder Purity summoned a glowing ring and hurled it at the hero. The monk added his own red burst of aura, and all 3 of them launched their combined attacks with deadly precision. Watching from distance, the hound observed the battle and noted that the hero was fighting 3 peak tribulation stage masters at once and still looked bored. He wondered what kind of power the man was hiding. Meanwhile, the third brother standing beside Hong remarked that no matter how many grade 9 artifacts the enemies had, they still could not defeat their master. Elder Dragon Elephant shouted again and said that the demon was far more difficult to handle than any opponent they had ever faced, even at the height of their power. Elder Purity turned toward the Shuyun and asked what he had done to provoke such a monster, reminding him that the late abbot had warned him never to create enemies for the temple. He accused the monk of violating that vow and said that now the consequences were upon them. The Shuyun opened his mouth to speak, but found himself unable to utter a single word. The hero charged forward once more with his sword blazing and released another wave of blue energy that flooded the battlefield. Looking at the 3 elders, he wondered aloud if they were truly as powerful as their legends claimed, or if they were nothing more than talk. The elder dragon elephant screamed in frustration and said that the demon had gone too far. He called for the use of their forbidden technique, and Elder Purity agreed, saying that after all these years, now was the time. From within the formation array, the Shuyun raised his staff, which was topped with a sacred ring. He glared at the hero and said, "You have forced our hand. Only your death can atone for the havoc you have caused." He began chanting the ultimate Dharma spell, calling on the sea imprint Samadhi to illuminate all realms. As the incantation continued, he declared, All virtues will converge into the pure light of the Dharma, and all suffering will be transformed into sweet nectar. Suddenly the land trembled, and purple blossoms of divine energy bloomed across the battlefield. All three elders created rings of power and hurled them at the hero while shouting in unison for Yi Junlin to die. The scene opened with a thunderous wave of energy as rings of aura descended one after another and echoed with a voice that cried out through the sky, commanding, "Die, Yi Junlin." Each ring glowed with burning intent while the Shuyun, standing at the center of the chaos, watched both the rings and the hero with intense hatred and thought only of killing. Yi Junlin, calm despite the overwhelming pressure, quickly grasped the seriousness of the situation, recognizing that his enemies had unveiled their trump card. From among the hero's group, Hong narrowed his eyes and declared that this was incense power. The third brother shouted in alarm that something was wrong and warned that their master was in danger because the enemy's power had suddenly surged. The Shuyun, lifting his staff and calling out the Amitabha, recalled that he had been preserving this incense energy for countless generations in hopes of breaking through to the immortal realm. Now forced into a corner, he chose to burn it all to destroy Yi Junlin, telling himself that he would rebuild the incense altar later if he succeeded in ending the threat now. Yi Junlin remained unfazed and thought to himself, "This is their final move." He acknowledged that the pressure from the three enemies was immense, far greater than any I have faced before. Yet despite that, he found himself thrilled for the first time in a long while. It was a pity, he mused, that these three had only reached the peak of the tribulation stage and therefore could not awaken the deeper layers of his strength through a true strength versus strength encounter. In his eyes, they had already missed their shot at immortality. Shuyun suddenly roared Yi Junlin's name, his eyes glowing red as he called out in desperation. The enemies began searching for him amid the smoke and fire, only for one of the rings to explode against the earth, releasing a torrent of flames that lit the battlefield. Just when the inferno threatened to consume everything, something massive rolled forth from the heart of the destruction. It moved so rapidly and generated such overwhelming blue energy that the entire field was submerged in it. From within the storm of blue light, a colossal creature known as Akuin emerged, its power radiating in every direction. Landing on the ground with a heavy thud, the Shuyun looked upon the beast and declared that he would turn it into Hanging Temple's guardian sacred beast. Reaching forward, he tried to seize it, causing Akuin to cry out in pain and recoil violently. Yi Junlin roared in fury and shouted that the monk had no right to lay a hand on his archon. The Shuyun charged forward and dared him to stop it, prompting Yi Junlin to respond with a furious chant as he raised his sword to his brow. With piercing intensity, he announced that he would now reveal his true technique, where one chi splits into three pure beings. Without warning, two more versions of Yi Junlin appeared beside him, each bearing identical presence and energy. The third brother gasped at the sight and could barely believe there were now three of their masters. Hong, his eyes wide with disbelief, muttered whether this divine technique was an ancient inheritance or a creation born from Yi Junlin's own understanding of the Tao. He admitted that despite having seen the world, standing before Yi Junlin made him feel like nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. The two newly formed versions of Yi Junlin stood firmly and stared at the three Buddhist cultivators. Elder Dragon Elephant opened his mouth to speak, but Elder Purity interrupted and noted, "These three are not simple clones, since their auras and cultivations are identical. These are not illusions, but full existences capable of battle." The Shuyun, visibly enraged yet dismissive, insisted, "The one she split into three techniques is mere bluff, and without spiritual artifacts, they could not possibly be real threats." Yi Junlin calmly raised his hand and said that the coffin of heaven was not yet full and the song of longevity had yet to end. The Shuyun stared at him in disbelief as Yi Junlin revealed grade 9 artifacts in his grasp. Elder Dragon Elephant's thoughts turned heavy as he wondered how Yi Junlin could possess so many grade 9 treasures when even the Hanging Temple only held one. Yi Junlin's face twisted into a smile as he told them that his Chan Yuan sword thirsted for blood and that their corpses would soon satisfy it. The Shuyun's fury boiled over, and he demanded to know if Yi Junlin truly believed that a few copies of himself would be enough to defeat them. Without blinking and without even raising his voice, Yi Junlin simply replied that they would find out soon enough. As he charged forward with blue energy exploding from his body, the Shuyun's thoughts filled with fear as he realized that not even his incense power could block a single strike from this man. Elder Dragon Elephant shouted for the abbot to fall back and not act recklessly, but Yi Junlin's sword was already bearing down on them. Elder Purity leaped into action to protect the Shuyun, but Yi Junlin locked eyes with him and declared that his opponent was standing right here. One of Yi Junlin's copies also joined the fray and began chanting as he slashed forward, reminding the enemies that they had agreed to one-on-one duels and that it was dishonorable to interfere in each other's fights. The other copy unsheathed his sword and used the bloodborne fade technique to summon waves of dark blue energy that overwhelmed the Buddhist defenders, who cried out in panic and struggled to defend themselves. While the Shuyun tried to shield himself from the swirling blue force, he raised his sword and released a torrent of red energy, invoking a technique known as Cloud of Doom to engulf the world in darkness. Yet, even as the flames roared, he found himself fleeing from the overpowering aura. Elder Dragon Elephant was still generating golden energy in an attempt to hold off Yi Junlin and his copies, but gritted his teeth and cursed the demon's strength. He called out to Purity, "I am on my way," while on the other side of the battlefield, Elder Purity held a trembling hand to his ear, dazed by the immense pressure. Yi Junlin stood firm and mocked him for being unable to protect himself, let alone worry about others. Elder Dragon Elephant clenched his fists and burned with frustration. The Shuyun tried again to retaliate, and Elder Dragon Elephant acknowledged that even the clones were overwhelmingly powerful. He shouted that unless they used their final move together, they would surely lose. The Shuyun resisted at first and said that he had never wanted to rely on that technique unless it was truly the end, but now he realized that defeat meant ruin for all of them. With grim determination, the Shuyun called out to the two elders and ordered them, "Lend me your strength." Yi Junlin's clones stood still and watched the sudden shift in energy, and one of them smirked and commented, "The opponents have yet another trick." The elders placed their hands together and channeled their energy into the Shuyun, who absorbed their combined power until his body began to transform. He grew 3 faces and 6 arms, and took on a terrifying form unlike anything seen before. Yi Junlin stared at the grotesque evolution without alarm and remarked that he hadn't expected the temple's bird frauds to pull a Neza technique on him. One of the monks' faces declared that Yi Junlin's time was over. The second face invoked Amitabha and recalled how the 3 saints of the Hanging Temple had once used this technique to reign over the Buddhist world of the Eastern Domain. The third face, belonging to the Shuyun himself, declared that they would now purify the world of Yi Junlin's demonic presence. Inwardly, the monk admitted that every inch of his body was burning and that he could not maintain this form for long. Still, he raised a sword and summoned multiple rings of energy to strike all 3 versions of Yi Junlin at once. He screamed, "This one final strike will end everything." Yi Junlin watched him and spoke with renewed confidence. "It looks like I'll finally need to get serious." He smiled and said, "This is the perfect time to test the true power of one chi splitting into 3 enemies."